Chapter 341, A Gathering of Talents on the Screen. As Zhang Jun and Su Xiao announced the entrance of the participants, high-spirited music started playing all around the venue. A row of people walked out from the participants' passageway. Zhang Jun flipped the documents in his hand and said, "First, we have last year's champion, the First University. The most outstanding young martial warriors are all in the First University. There will always be one or two astonishing talents every year. This time, once again, they are strong contenders for the championship title. The leader of the First University is the famous Ji Xiaoming. Ji Xiaoming is the top martial arts scholar of 05 batch in capital Xia. He was specially admitted into the First University as a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. The First University made great efforts to groom him over the past 4 years, and Ji Xiaoming didn't disappoint them. He displayed incomparable talent and has always come out at the top of the list. He's the leading figure of the First University." Su Xiao took over the conversation and said, "Ji Xiaoming is a rare talent indeed. I'm sure that he will perform well in this national #1 martial arts competition. Everyone, please look at the team that's entering the stage. The first student is Ji Xiaoming. He's quite a handsome young man, too." As the commentator introduced the entrance, the audience saw a row of youngsters walking into the Dragon's Den through the participants' passageway. The person in the lead was a tall young man with a sword behind his back. His eyebrows were straight and slanting upwards, and his eyes were bright like stars. His aura was exceptional, his appearance handsome and charismatic. So handsome! Many ladies screamed unconsciously when they saw him. They were mesmerized in an instant. Ji Xiaoming. Some ladies who knew him kept waving their hands and shouting his name. They looked like they had seen an idol or a celebrity. It looks like Ji Xiaoming is very popular. The competition hasn't started yet, but there are already so many ladies cheering for him. Not many people can receive this treatment. Su Xiao smiled and said, "I feel a little jealous." Zhang Jun laughed. "He's like fresh meat while you're a piece of old bacon. How can you even compare?" Su Xiao teased him. I can't. Even if I was 10 years younger, I can't fight with him." Zhang Jun furiously waved his hands. The two commentators livened up the atmosphere with their casual and light-hearted conversation. The audience couldn't help but laugh along. "These two commentators are quite interesting," Tian Xiaoxiao said to her roommates. "Of course. They are CCTV commentators, a pair of professionals," Su Wantong said. "Ji Xiaoming is so handsome, just a little less than little brother Wangtong. However, his aura is outstanding. It adds points to his overall appearance." Tian Xiaoxiao smiled. Lin Xuan and Su Wantong rolled their eyes uncontrollably. She was love-struck again. Senior Ji Xiaoming is very popular. Almost all the university's students know him. "He's the idol of many ladies," Su Wantong added. "Is he very powerful?" asked Lin Xuan. "Very." The commentators weren't exaggerating when they said that he's a leading figure, Su Wantong replied. As the three of them were conversing, Ji Xiaoming had already led the other students from the First University to the arena closest to the central platform. The standing positions of universities were decided based on last year's ranking. The first place would stand on the first area, and so forth. Next, we have the team from Capital Military Academy. Capital Military Academy is the first military academy in our country. It produces many military talents for our country every year. The martial warriors they groom are always fighting on the front line, sacrificing their lives for the country on the battlefield. They are fearless and deserve our respect. The leader of the Capital Military Academy is Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng is the 05 batch's top martial arts scholar. He belongs to an ordinary background and aspires to join the army. He entered Capital Military Academy as an extreme martial disciple. His ability rose tremendously in the past 4 years, and he has killed many enemies on the battlefield. The commentator's introduction caused everyone to turn their attention to the leader of the Capital Military Academy. A young man in military uniform strode onto the second area. He had a crew cut, and his features were distinct. He remained calm under everyone's stares, giving people a stern and mature image. The audience couldn't help but exclaim how impressive this young man was. As expected of a talent groomed by the Capital Military Academy. This is quite interesting. Last year, the fight for the second and third positions was extremely fierce. What's more, both of the competitors came from military academies. But, in the end, Capital Military Academy won by a slight margin and achieved second place. The Military Academy, in third place, comes from South. They are one of the top 5 universities in the country, Huanghai Military Academy. Now, let's welcome the students from Huanghai Military Academy who have come all the way from Donghai. Zhang Jun's voice echoed throughout the venue. A row of students walked out from the passageway under the audience's cheers. They were wearing military uniforms too, but the design was different from Capital Military Academy's uniform. It made the students appear taller. As they walked, they gave off the presence of military students. Su Wantong turned and smiled at Lin Chuan. Wang Tung's here. Yes. Lin Chuan nodded. She looked at the group of students that came out and saw the familiar figure. Little brother Wang Tung is so handsome when he wears a military uniform. Tian Xiao clutched her heart. She was smitten. As expected, little brother Wang Tung is more handsome. Su Wantong went speechless. This lady was hopeless. Lin Chuan didn't hear her roommates chatter at all. Instead, her gaze was fixed on that familiar figure. This was the first time she saw him in military uniform. This fellow indeed looks quite handsome when he dresses like this. She wondered to herself. The leader of Huanghai Military Academy is Han Zhu. Han Zhu is the top martial arts scholar in the 05 batch. He entered university as an extreme martial disciple and has great potential. I wonder if he will give us surprises during the competition? Zhang Jun said. I'm anticipating his match with Luo Cheng. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Ha ha, I hope that they will meet each other. It will be a fierce fight between 2 evenly matched participants," Zhang Jun replied. On the arena, Luo Cheng lowered his head and looked at Han Zhu. When their gazes met in midair, sparks seemed to be flying. Their eyes were equally sharp and proud. Han Zhu sported a crew cut too. His features were mature, and both opponents' auras appeared similar. But, in comparison, Luo Cheng felt a bit flamboyant, while Han Zhu was like a piece of steel that had been forged multiple times, reserved and blunt. The audience couldn't help but compare the two of them. They happily discussed their abilities and anticipated their matches. All right, there's another person from Huanghai Military Academy who has received great attention this year. Zhang Jun suddenly remembered something. You must be referring to the top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai this year. Wang Tung. Su Xiao picked up from where he left. You're right. Some people might not know, but Wang Tung was already a 1-star soldier-level marital warrior when he entered university, just like Ji Xiaoming. I heard that the first university sent someone to Donghai to enroll him, but he chose to stay in his hometown. He went to Huanghai Military Academy in the end. Zhang Jun flipped through the documents in his hand as he explained. The audience's curiosity was ignited. Only the martial warriors circle knew that Huanghai Military Academy had sent a freshman for this competition. Ordinary people didn't understand the significance of this decision. They only knew the names of a few famous and young martial warriors like Ji Xiaoming, Luo Cheng, and Han Zhu. The people who already knew this matter were in deep thought. They shot a questioning gaze at Wang Tung, who was standing among the students of Huanghai Military Academy. Many important figures followed Wang Tung with interest. After all, this was the first time in many years a university had decided to send a freshman to the competition. It made them curious. Unfortunately, when they glanced at Wang Tung, they couldn't glean anything from his expression. Wang Tung's ability seemed to be covered by a mist. They couldn't tell what his true ability was. Did he use a special method to cover up his cultivation? Many people frowned, their interest in him getting stronger. Ji Xiaoming lowered his head and looked at Wang Tung when he heard that Wang Tung had also entered university as a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior and even rejected the offer from the first university. Wang Tung didn't expect the commentators to call his name. Sending the numerous gazes shooting towards him from all corners, he felt a little helpless. When you're too impressive, you will be in the limelight wherever you go. Sigh, I feel so helpless sometimes. Suddenly, he felt an intense gaze locked at him. He looked up involuntarily and met Ji Zayuming's eyes. This fellow is a little handsome. However, I'm still better looking than him. Surprisingly, Wang Tung arrived at the same conclusion as Tian Xiaoxiao when he saw Ji Zayuming's appearance. If he knew that Tian Xiaoxiao had the same thinking, he would immediately make her his confidant. Wang Tung glanced at Ji Xiaoming. Their gazes were intent, and their expressions were indifferent. After some time, they shifted their eyes away. Interesting. In the audience stand, Su Wantong said, Wang Tung was specially mentioned by the commentators. This time, he will receive even more attention. Will someone try to play tricks on him? Asked Lin Chuan worriedly. You're getting muddle-headed. This is a grand event, and many important people are paying close attention to it. Who would dare to play tricks here? You're just too worried. However, there will be people wanting to test his ability after the competition starts, Su Wantong replied. How strong is little brother Wang Tung now? Tian Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. I'm not sure. I hope that he can get a good ranking, Lin Chuan said. Su Wantong shook her head. She didn't think highly of Wang Tung. This was a huge gathering of talents, after all. He was just a freshman, so the difference in their abilities was vast. The result might not be good. On the other side of the audience stand, Li Xiaomei pulled Wang Shenghua and said excitedly, Our son! That is our son! She felt proud. Chapter 342, hearing about sex for the first time, Wang Tung wouldn't have imagined that his parents were also here in capital Xia. They came to view his matches personally. He was worried that there might be deaths and injuries in the arena, so he didn't inform them. He didn't want them to worry. However, he had underestimated the attention parents gave to their children. How could they not know of such an important matter? They wouldn't have cared if Wang Tung didn't participate, but since he was a candidate, they must come and see him in action. Li Xiaomei and Wang Shenghua didn't understand the martial warrior's world that much. They only knew that becoming a martial warrior could bring glory to their ancestors. The national #1 martial art competition was a grand event. The government organized it personally, and it was internationally renowned. They felt extremely proud to be a part of this event. Their son was so promising. Grandpa Wang wanted to come too, but he was getting old. Everyone persuaded him to sit tight at home. In the end, he decided to stay and watch the live broadcast. Wang Tung's appearance caused a huge commotion. Many people were talking about him. No one knew how strong he was and why Huanghai Military Academy sent this freshman for the competition. Maybe he wasn't that weak either, and the main reason was to let him experience the martial arts competition for future preparations. Some live stream channels were also broadcasting the competition. There were even people setting up betting stands, wagering on Wang Tung's ability and what ranking he would achieve. Instantly, numerous people placed their bets. Public opinion varied, and the topic remained trending for a long time. Wang Tung wouldn't have guessed that his appearance could cause such a huge reaction. Everyone was debating about him. All right, Wang Tung is very handsome, we know, but can everyone stop staring at him? Let's give some time to the other students too. After the Huanghai Military Academy, we have Zhang Jun opened his mouth once again and continued his commentary. All the famous universities appeared one by one in front of the audience. Then, the other factions made their entrance. It was an eye-opener for normal people. This was when they knew that there were so many martial warrior organizations in the country. Of course, some of them were already aware since this martial arts competition had been hosted many times. Hence, they weren't surprised. Following the entrance of every faction, the commentator would introduce them briefly to the audience. The Leitang Martial House is one of the top 3 martial arts academies in the country. This time, we have Ren Qingsong as their leader. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this young martial warrior. He's the direct disciple of the president of Leitang Martial House and is extremely talented. I heard that he is determined to get the championship title for this martial arts competition. Suddenly, a name caught Wang Tung's attention. Ren Qingsong. Was it that Ren Qingsong? Wang Tung had a sudden thought as he looked at the person in the lead. This was a young man around 20 years old. He had long hair with sharp features. He was exceptionally handsome and arrogant, and his aura was distant and cold. This fellow seems like a show-off. Wang Tung pouted and complained in his heart. Ren Xingtsong raised his head as if he had sensed Wang Tung's gaze. Wang Tung smiled at him, revealing his pearly white teeth. Ren Xingtsong was stunned for a moment. Then, he remembered something and squinted his eyes slightly. He had heard the commentator's introduction just now. This was Wang Tung from Huanghai Military Academy. He couldn't remember who he was just by listening to the name, but memories flashed in his mind when he saw his face. This was probably the young man his grandfather had told him about. A glimmer flashed past his eyes before he looked away from Wang Tung. He was just a freshman. No matter how talented he was, how strong could he be? This was a nobody whom he could get rid of during the competition. Is he looking down on me? Wang Tung smiled when he saw his reaction. In the past, he had heard that Ren Xingtsong was a 6-star, soldier-level martial warrior. He wondered what stage he was at now. I hope that he won't disappoint me. Zhang Jun continued his commentary. Qinyuan sect is the top sect in our country, second to none. It has a long history. Ever since the Force invaded Earth, their legacy started shining with a newfound brilliance. Recently, Qinyuan sect has accepted many gifted disciples because of their strong legacy. Among the participants for this year's martial arts competition, we have an extremely talented young martial warrior. He's the young master of the Qinyuan sect, Zhao Yuanwu. Wang Tung was stunned when he heard Zhang Jun's introduction. Sect? There's sects in this world? There was rarely any information on sects available online. Even if something was found, most people would think that it was a rumor and couldn't be trusted. After all, in modern society, sects sounded a little ancient. Even though there were martial warriors, they were new-era martial warriors. They would either take the martial arts exam or join a martial arts academy. Sects were scarce. However, some people had insider information and looked astounded after being in a daze for a moment. Those sects are appearing in front of the public now. A few more sects appeared after the first one. These factions hadn't participated in martial arts competitions in the past. Hence, they were the last to make an appearance. Time passed quickly. The opening ceremony was boring in comparison to the rest of the competition, but the audience enjoyed it. They were curious about the young martial warriors, commenting from head to feet excitedly. Many important figures were sitting on the second floor in the audience seats. At this moment, someone smiled and said, "There are several top-tier talents in this batch. It will be a heated competition. Although there are many talents, my disciple, Ren Xingtsong, is destined to suppress the crowd. There's no doubt that he will be the champion." One of the muscular hunks laughed arrogantly. This person was the president of Leiting Martial House, Lei Jinting. President Lei, it's too early to draw conclusions now. A carefree, middle-aged man sniggered. Yi Jisun, don't worry about me. This year, your Jisun Martial House doesn't have any presentable talented martial warriors in your ranks. Lei Jinting smiled and said. The carefree middle-aged man was the famous president of Jisun Martial House. If Wang Tung saw his appearance, he might be dumbfounded. Are you sure? Yi Jisun replied indifferently. I heard that Wang Tung is from your Jisun Martial House, right? Someone at the side jumped into their conversation. Indeed, he's from my Jisun Martial House. I didn't expect Huanghai to let him participate in the martial arts competition, Yi Jisun said with a strange gaze. Old Wu, why did you start paying attention to him? Wang Tung will have a chance to win the competition a few years later. This year, he's just joining in the fun, Lei Jinting said nonchalantly. I heard that Jisun Martial House gave him an SSS grade proposal. The president of Balian Martial House, Wu Lian, said, I remember it now. My subordinates did mention this matter to me. Yi Jisun, is this fellow really worth the price? Lei Jinting asked in bewilderment. You will know whether it's worth it or not later, Yi Jisun said. What are you acting so mysterious for? You are so evasive, Lei Jinting said with disdain. Wu Lian burst out laughing when he heard this. What happy things are you all talking about? An ordinary-looking scrawny man walked over at this moment. Mr. Ma, the three presidents turned around and saw CEO Ma from Alibaba. They smiled and greeted him. Their martial art academies had long-term collaborations with Alibaba, so they knew him personally. We're talking about this year's participants, Wu Lian smiled and replied. Mr. Ma, you must be looking for people to bring into your company. Of course, martial warriors are strategic resources. Businesses need their help, too, Mr. Ma said. Mr. Ma, has anyone in particular caught your attention? Lei Jinting asked. I can't touch the students from the military academies, but I feel that your disciple, Ren Xingtsong, is not bad. Mr. Ma smiled and said, Ha ha, you got good taste. We can have a chat after the competition. Lei Jinting laughed and replied. On the screen, Zhang Jun slowly opened his mouth. All the competitors have entered the venue. I'm sure that everyone has a brief understanding of them now. If you want to know them better, you will have to wait for the competition to start. I dare to say that there will be many elite figures emerging from these participants many years later. Some of them may even become general stage martial warriors. There was an uproar from the crowd. General stage martial warriors. To many ordinary people, general stage martial warriors were an indomitable presence, just like the 3 presidents of the martial arts academies and the generals in the military. They were all big shots. Hence, they were dumbstruck when the commentator said that some of the young martial warriors would become such mighty figures in the future. Of course, many of them found it reasonable. After all, these young martial warriors were all gifted. Given enough time to grow, many of them could reach the general stage. This is the end of the opening ceremony. We will now raise our flag and play our national anthem. Please leave the venue in an orderly manner. The national anthem sounded after the commentator finished speaking. Everyone looked towards the center, where the flag was rising steadily. Everyone left. The opening ceremony was screened to the entire country through various media. It was even transmitted to other nations. A rumpus had occurred on the internet. Many people were talking about the national #1 martial arts competition, commenting on the participants from the various universities and factions. More and more people took notice of this event, and it trended higher and higher on the internet. The next day, in the morning, at Dragon's Denver, the audience stands were packed with people, and discussions never stopped for a single moment. At 8 a.m. sharp, the name list for the duels was revealed on the screen. The zone number and the arena number were displayed too. Wang Ting searched for his name. His opponent was a 4th-year student from Jinlin University. Looking at the name, it wasn't a famous talent. Arena 66. Wang Tung smiled when he saw his arena number. This number was good. 1. He found the arena and stepped onto it. The judge was already in position. His opponent had arrived too. You will have some time to prepare. When I shout start, you can start the competition. Once someone admits defeat or loses his ability to fight, the duel will end. The judge was a martial warrior, and he wasn't weak. If there was a need, he could step in to stop the participants and prevent accidents from happening. Wang Tong nodded to show that he understood. After some time, the judge blew the whistle and shouted, Start. 1. 6 can mean amazing in Chinese. Chapter 343 Reappearance of the Brick Dragon's Den. The much-anticipated national #1 martial arts competition was hot in progress. The different media and live broadcast channels were all streaming the competitions live. Everyone wanted to see different things. Some wanted to see hot favorites for the champion, like Ji Xiaoming and Ren Xingtsong. Others had their attention on Luo Cheng, Han Zhu, and the other military students. To many people, joining the army was their dream. There might be a few generals arising from these military students. No one knew what the future held for them. If that happened, they could boast that they had personally witnessed the rise of an important figure. Some people watched out for the participants from the sections. This was the first time the general public had heard of sex, so they were extremely curious about them. They wanted to know how powerful they were. Ji Xiaoming and Ren Xingtsong were favorites for the championship, but before the results were out, anything could happen. There might be a black horse who could take the #1 title unexpectedly, and this black horse might come from the various sections. After all, this was the sect's first time in this competition. If they wanted to make a name for themselves overnight, they needed to display some real power. For instance, they needed a talented disciple who could get a good ranking in the competition. That way, the sect would gain considerable fame. Many people went to look at Wang Tung, other participants, as well as important figures. Wang Tung's opponent was a 4th-year student from Jinlin University called Fei Ning. The president of the martial arts department in Jinlin University was sitting on the second floor of the audience stand. He smiled at Peng Yuanshan and said, "Old Peng, your little fellow is going to fight with our Fei Ning. I'm afraid that his chances of winning are slim." "I don't think so." Peng Yuanshan remained calm as he stared at the arena. "Fei Ning is our top 7 student. There's no need for me to explain his ability, right? Do you think that Wang Teng will have a chance? He might if he had met a normal martial arts student, but you should know the abilities of our students. Even if Fei Ning is just number 7, he has the capability to suppress the top students of other universities," the president of Jinlin University's martial arts department said sternly. "I remember you also wanted to pull Wang Teng into your university?" Peng Yuanshan didn't reply to him. Instead, he asked him a question. Yin Kang's gaze flickered. He smiled and replied, "Yes. Unfortunately, he chose your university. If he had come to Jinlin, he might have received more attention. Let's wait and see." Peng Yuanshan replied without much explanation. Li Xiaomei was a little worried as she sat in the spectator stands. "That Fei Ning looks powerful. Do you think our son can win? We need to believe him." Wang Shengwo was nervous too, but he still smiled and comforted his wife. On the other side, Lin Xuan was focusing on Wang Teng's match as well. It was his first match, so they felt concerned for him since they didn't know Wang Teng's ability. His opponent is from Jinlin University. The students from top universities are better than the ones from normal schools, Su Wantong said. "It shouldn't be a problem," Lin Xuan said anxiously, assuring herself at the same time. "I hope so. If not, he will be humiliated. There are so many people watching him. If he got eliminated instantly, he would turn into a joke." Su Wantong smiled bitterly. "Stop being so negative. Let's support little brother Wang Teng." Tian Xiaoxiao was much more optimistic than them. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Little brother Wang Teng, all the best." She didn't care whether Wang Teng could hear it or not. The audience members around her were shocked. When they turned and saw that it was a young lady, they smiled at her kindly. It was 2009, but history had taken a huge turn. The development of this era was way ahead of the original timeline. For instance, in the original timeline, live streaming got popular only in 2015. However, in this era, it was already widespread. There were even martial arts streamers who especially streamed martial arts competitions. This was a product of this era. These martial arts streamers were famous with many followers. At this moment, many streamers were streaming the competition live, most of them focusing on the hot favorites candidates for the championship title. They didn't care about the unpopular competitors. But there was a popular live streamer who decided to be unique by streaming Wang Teng's competition. When the competition started, the live streamer faced the camera and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm a most handsome martial arts live streamer, General Bai. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this young man, called Wang Teng. Today, I'll only be streaming Wang Teng's competition." The moment General Bai finished speaking, a commotion erupted in his live stream room. "No, we want to see Ji Xiaoming. We want to see Ren Qingcang. Old Bai, don't ruin yourself. You should broadcast Ji Xiaoming and the other famous martial warriors competitions. Wang Teng might be popular, but not many people wish to see him. Your viewers will run away if you stream his matches. That's right. We prefer to watch Ji Xiaoming and the others' matches. Give me my Ji Xiaoming. I don't want to see Wang Teng. Oh my God, you're looking for death. Bullshit. I want to see Wang Teng's match. I even bet 100 renminbi on him. Who dares to bet with me?" The comments in General Bai's room were heavily tilted to one side. His heart dropped. Broadcasting Wang Teng's match was a massive decision for him. He had pondered about it long and hard. If Wang Teng lost his first match, he could immediately move to other arenas and broadcast the popular matches. Even if some viewership was lost, he could gain it back quickly. But what if Wang Teng won? This match would be a huge piece of news, and his live stream would also benefit from it. There weren't many people broadcasting Wang Teng's match. As the first in line, viewers would recognize him, and naturally, they would come to his live stream room. That was why he took the risk and chose Wang Teng. But the situation now made him anxious. Everyone knew that it wasn't easy to gain viewers for a live streamer. However, it was easy to lose popularity. A single mistake, and the fans would scatter in a single day. However, he had already announced his decision, so he couldn't slap his own face. He had to continue the live broadcast. In the arena, after the judge announced the start of the duel, Wang Tung and Fei Ning stood still. Fei Ning held a huge blade. He wore a calm expression as he stared straight at Wang Tung. I'm very curious why you took part in this year's national #1 martial art competition. You should know what kind of competition this is. Yes, I heard that there are many talents here, so I came to take a look, Wang Tung replied indifferently. You won't be able to walk far with this mentality, Fei Ning said. Senior Fei Ning, do you think that you will definitely win? Wang Tung smiled gently. What else? Fei Ning raised his eyebrows. In that case, you can send me down the arena personally. Wang Tung beckoned the other party. Aren't you going to use a weapon? I don't need to. You're too conceited. Fei Ning's gaze turned cold, a hint of anger on his face. Finally, he stopped talking and strode forward. Make your move. You only have one chance, Wang Tung said fearlessly. The moment he said this, mayhem occurred in General Bay's live broadcast room. What a haughty young man. He's so full of himself. Why do I find him irritating? Huh? Wang Tung seems a little more handsome than Ji Xiaoming. The person above, did a dog eat your principles? A moment ago, you said that you were Ji Xiaoming's fan. I haven't seen someone as ignorant as you in a long time. Fei Ning smiled in contempt. He didn't take out his blade. Instead, he walked towards Wang Tung, step by step. He wanted to scare him away with his aura, subduing his opponent without fighting. This was his first match. He knew that he wasn't as popular as the people before him, so he wanted to win this match beautifully and gain attention from the giant corporations. Who could predict the future? After he graduated, they might even headhunt him. That would be perfect. What is this fellow doing? Wang Tung felt speechless. He doesn't seem like an intelligent person. Why didn't he use his sword when I asked him to? Is he courting death? Fei Ning came closer and closer. At this short distance, an evil smile crept up at the edge of Wang Tung's lips. In the blink of an eye, a brick appeared in his hand, and he smashed it at Fei Ning's sneak attack. Fei Ning didn't take it to heart when he saw Wang Tung's actions. He even felt disdain. What was the point of a sneak attack during a confrontation? But the next second, he was flabbergasted. Within a split second, the flying object arrived in front of him. I can't dodge. Fei Ning's pupils constricted. He realized that he couldn't catch up with his opponent's speed at all. He was dumbstruck. Bang! With a dull thud, the object slammed onto Fei Ning's head. Why is it so fast? Fei Ning's eyes rolled back. The instant this thought flashed past his mind, he lost consciousness. He fell to the ground. Silence. There was dead silence. Even the commentator got attracted by the situation on this side. He shouted, What happened? What happened just now? Arena 66, Wang Tung and Fei Ning. One hit and Fei Ning's down. What on earth happened? As the broadcast echoed throughout the venue, it caught everyone's attention. General Bay's live stream room remained quiet for some time before a large number of comments poured in. Oh my God, what happened? Fei Ning is down with just one hit. Is Fei Ning so useless? Are you kidding? Is this the standard of the 7th in rank from Jinlin University? Ha ha ha. I made a huge fortune with my 100 renminbi. 666. How much did you earn? The screens in Dragon's Den were showing the battle on Wang Tung's side. Let's slow down and replay the scene to find out what happened. The video was replayed at a much slower speed. This time, the audience finally saw a brick shimmered under the sunlight, giving off a glamorous gold glitter. It was dazzling. Then, the brick hit Fei Ning's head directly. Chapter 344, This isn't a bad sense of humor. Everyone saw the whole process on the screen. There were no shady tricks or deception. There was only one golden brick. Wang Tung threw a brick, and Fei Ning collapsed. This was how simple it was. But why did it feel so unreal? Was this the national #1 martial arts competition or a street brawl? It wasn't spectacular at all. What quick win? Shouldn't they engage in a heated fight until one party collapsed in exhaustion? What were they supposed to look at? The audience stared at the brick on the ground with weird expressions on their faces. They were caught between laughter and tears. The commentators, Zhang Jun and Su Xiao, exchanged glances with each other. The muscles on their faces twitched before they said, "Cough, cough. This match is unprecedented." Although the commentators had a wide range of vocabulary, they still needed to pause for a couple of seconds before they found the word to describe the match. Everyone smiled uncontrollably and shook their heads. This was indeed unprecedented. General Bai was extremely excited. He shouted in his live stream room, "Everyone, did you see that? Did you? Wang Tung won. He won without any doubt. It was an unprecedented win. I just knew that Wang Tung would win. You have to believe me now. Following me is the right choice." The audience in the live stream room forgot their past unhappiness the moment they saw this sudden turn of events. Many comments floated past the screen, and the atmosphere in the room turned cheerful. Old Bai, you're lucky. You found a rare gem. You got lucky." The match was short but interesting. "Oh my God, you can use a brick as a weapon?" No wonder the commentators said that it was unprecedented. Wang Tung is really sly. That's right, a sly old fox. That's right, a sly old fox. 2. That's right, a sly old fox. 3. It was human nature to be a recorder. In an instant, the same comment rolled past the screen and filled it up entirely. General Bai was elated when he saw this. He also felt that Wang Tung was a little sly, but so what? His live stream room surged in popularity. It was worth taking the huge risk to stream Wang Tung's match. Boom! Suddenly, multiple animations of rockets appeared in his live stream room. Swordsman from Abe sent 10 consecutive rockets. "I love this brick." Whiny Monster sent 10 consecutive rockets. "Wang Tung is so handsome." Amidst the multiple comments flashing on the screen, an eye-catching banner appeared abruptly at the top right-hand corner of the comment section. "What? Swordsman from Abe. Whiny Monster. Rich fellows. Boss Swordsman. Don't you like swords? Why are you a fan of bricks now? Everyone focus. I saw a whiny monster. Let's close in ours secretly and catch her." Swordsman from Abe and Whiny Monster were 2 famous spendthrifts in the live stream platform. They would send millions of yuan worth of gifts every month. Many people recognized them. The other viewers didn't expect both of them to come out because of Wang Tung. The addition of these 2 wealthy fellows made General Bai's live stream room even more lively. General Bai's smile widened. The result was better than he expected. Each rocket cost 1,000 renminbi. In total, these 2 loaded users had spent 20,000 renminbi on him. He would be able to get 10,000 after cutting the fees. This was just the start, and it was only the first match of the day. As long as Wang Tung continued gaining popularity, his live stream room would follow suit and soar on the charts. General Bai decided that he would follow Wang Tung closely. This was his money tree. He mustn't let him run away. In the arena, Wang Tung picked up the brick that had dropped on the ground and turned to look at the judge. "I won, right? All right. You won." The judge regained his senses and announced the result. Wang Tung glanced at the unconscious Fei Ning. There were 2 attribute bubbles beside him. Enlightenment *10 Spirit *16 TCH, so ordinary. Wang Tung picked up the bubbles and shook his head in disappointment. He walked down the arena. He had picked up too many attributes in the Xingwu continent, so he was starting to look down on these normal attributes. "No, I can't be like that. No matter how small it is, it still points. How could I dislike them? This is wrong." Wang Tung immediately started self-reflecting on his behavior. However, in the eyes of others, he seemed to be lamenting Fei Ning's weakness. The spectators' gazes were filled with compassion when they looked at Fei Ning again. What a poor child. He got famous after he was knocked out by Wang Tung's brick. However, Fei Ning might not like how he got famous. Would he go crazy after he woke up? The principal of Jinlin University, who was sitting on the second floor of the audience stand, felt a little awkward. He was so confident that Wang Tung wasn't Fei Ning's match a moment ago. But Fei Ning couldn't even handle a single hit from Wang Tung. The contrast was just too stark. He felt embarrassed, especially in front of the other principals and presidents. They glanced at him strangely with a smile at the edge of their lips. They were looking at him as if he was a joke. This stupid brat, does he still want to graduate? Old Yin, what do you think of the students from our school? Peng Yuanshan chirped happily. This is the first match. We can't determine yet. Also, I'm curious. When did your military academy start using a brick as a weapon? Yin Kong was unwilling to back down. The corners of Peng Yuanshan's lips twitched, but he continued. What's wrong with using a brick? Any weapon that can kill your opponent is a good weapon. Old Yin, when did you become so conservative? Do you restrain your students from using certain weapons? Not at all. I'm just surprised because this is the first time I've seen this weapon. Wang Teng specializes in many weapons. The brick is just an appetizer. Peng Yuanshan was finding excuses for Wang Teng because he found it embarrassing that he used a brick. Hence, he couldn't help but reveal some things. Yin Kong and the other bosses wondered if Wang Teng had other trump cards when they heard Peng Yuanshan's choice of words. On the other side, similarly on the second floor of the audience stand, the president of Jisun Martial House laughed until he bent forward. He didn't look like a general stage martial warrior. He found Wang Teng's match interesting and was thrilled. Good fellow, I didn't expect him to improve so much in such a short period. Yi Jisun smiled and said. Lei Zhiting had a completely new appraisal of Wang Teng now. However, he had a strange expression on his face too. He felt that he was experienced and knowledgeable, yet he had never seen a martial warrior using brick as his weapon. When he heard Yi Jisun's exclamation, he nodded lightly and said, based on his execution speed, this young lad is worth watching out for. What a surprise, said the president of Balian Martial House, Wu Yan. Unfortunately, he's from a military academy. If not, I'd have signed a contract with him. Mr. Ma from Alibaba shook his head in disappointment. This child. Li Xiaomei heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Wang Teng winning the match. At the same time, she complained a little. Either way he won. Wang Shengwu didn't mind at all. He just smiled happily. On the other side, Lin Chuan and her roommates exchanged glances with one another. They found this result a little unexpected. Lin Chuan suddenly felt that Wang Teng's move seemed a little familiar. She had seen it somewhere before. Or at that time, she finally remembered. Wang Teng had used the same move when he helped her take care of the gangsters who came to demand money from her family. She smiled and shook her head. This fellow is addicted. Chuan, I think I need to apologize to him, Su Wantong said seriously. Why? Lin Chuan asked in surprise. I tease him so much in the past. I feel a little scared when I see him like this, Su Wantong said fearfully. Let's see if you still dare to tease other people. Tian Xiaoxiao laughed heartily at her roommate's plight. It's all right. He isn't so narrow-minded. Lin Chuan also laughed. You don't understand. Guys hold grudges, Su Wantong replied. Wang Ting didn't know what everyone was commenting on him. He just felt that there was no need to use a stronger skill. So he smashed the brick at his opponent. Well, who asked Fei Ning to act stupidly by coming close to him? It was hard to not win so easily. As for a bad sense of humor, there was no such thing. I'm a serious person. I don't have any bad sense of humor. Also, I'm kind. I use brick and not swords or blades because I didn't want my opponent to suffer any wounds. I'm thinking of my opponent. At this moment, Wang Teng completely ignored the massive bulge on Fei Ning's head. Since he had nothing to do, Wang Teng decided to look at the other competitions. Coincidentally, the screen moved to a different arena, and Zhang Jun's voice sounded from the loudspeakers. After Wang Teng, Ji Xiaoming also used one move to defeat his opponent from the Capital Military Academy. We can see that Ji Ziyuming's sword skill is brilliant. His execution is as fast as lightning, giving no chance for his opponent to retaliate. Once the sword stopped at his throat, the student from Capital Military Academy could only admit defeat. It was only a single move, but it was splendid, as expected of the hot candidate for the championship title. Yes, that was spectacular. Ji Ziyuming's sword skill is stunning. I hope that we can see more of his amazing sword skills as the competition progresses, Su Xiao smiled and added. Below the arenas, Wang Teng's eyes shimmered when he saw Ji Ziyuming's performance. However, hearing the commentator's explanation, he pouted involuntarily and said, "This fellow is such a show-off. This is just the first match, but he's already putting on an act." Many people started screaming Ji Ziyiming's name in the audience stand. Their pitch was worse than the dolphins. The screams came from many different sides of the audience stand. One could tell how frightening Ji Ziyiming's female fans were. He felt so jealous. Many other male competitors were also feeling envious. They were bound by a common hatred for Ji Xiaoming. They decided that they must give him a tough time in future matches. Whether they could win or not wasn't part of their consideration. Chapter 345 Leitang Physique matches continued in the arena. Wang Teng and Ji Xiaoming were the earliest to finish their matches, much faster than the rest of the competitors. In fact, they were the most relaxed participants in the entire competition. They finished their first match and beat their opponents easily. Not many people could do this. Ji Xiaoming went down the arena and saw Wang Teng standing not far away. He glanced at him before shifting his gaze away, walking directly past him. Wang Teng smiled without minding him at all. He sat down casually in the resting area and turned to look at the arena fights. Ren Qingcong and his opponent had just stepped on the arena. A lot of spectators were focused on this arena as many people were paying close attention to him. After all, he was Leitang Martial House President's direct disciple. This identity allowed him to be eye-catching wherever he went. Many people wanted to know how powerful Ren Qingcong was. Wang Teng also looked at him from afar. He glanced at Ren Qingcang's opponent and felt a little disappointed. Under his spiritual sight, he could see the person's ability directly. He was just a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. He couldn't force Ren Qingcong to display his full strength. Similarly, he could tell that Ren Qingcong had reached the 6-star soldier level. But his battle ability could only be confirmed after the actual combat. All right, a little is better than none. Let's wait and see. Wang Teng shook his head. The judge announced the start of the competition. Ren Qingcang's opponent made the first move. He used a bat leaks as his weapon and didn't dare to underestimate Ren Qingcong at all. The moment he attacked, he used his ultimate move. Gold rays congregated on the blade of the axe as he slashed it furiously at Ren Qingcong. The golden axe ray came surging towards Ren Qingcong. The expressions of the people below changed when they saw this move. Even from afar, they could feel how sharp and frightening this axe ray was. Even a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior would be chopped in half if the axe struck his body. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He stared intently at Ren Qingcong, waiting to see his reaction. In the arena, Ren Qingcong watched his opponent calmly as he came towards him. He stood firm on the ground as if he didn't see anything. The golden axe arrived above his head and slammed down on him in the blink of an eye. Ren Qingcong had many fans, too, especially female fans. After all, he had the looks and the ability. He was on par with Ji Xiaoming in popularity. They had different styles, and everyone had different preferences. Some young ladies fancied a cool and domineering boss like him more. At this moment, the young ladies closed their eyes involuntarily. They couldn't bear to see the result. They were afraid of seeing Ren Qingcong getting chopped into two. It would be gruesome. Clang! Suddenly, a metallic sound echoed in the arena. What was that? This isn't the sound of an axe hitting a human body. Everyone couldn't help but look up. Their pupils constricted, and astonishment filled up their faces. Ren Qingcong remained calm. One of his hands was raised high up, using his palm to grab his opponent's bat leaks. His opponent was exerting his whole strength. His face even turned red, yet he still couldn't move a single inch. The commentator timely broadcasted the match on the big screen, attracting the attention of all the audience. Zhang Jun shouted, "An astonishing scene has occurred in Arena 37. Participant Ren Qingcong grabbed his opponent's bat leaks with his hand. This is shocking. I'm not sure if everyone saw the scene just now. Let's do a replay. From this replay, we can see that Ren Qingcang's opponent executed a mighty move, but Ren Qingcong only used one hand to destroy the attack. Then he grabbed the axe with his bare hand. He flipped through the information in his hand before continuing. Our data states that the president of Leitang Martial House, Lei Jinting, has a unique skill called Leitang Physique. It trains your body with the Leitang mace, allowing your body to become as hard as iron. The other commentator, Su Xiao, took over the speech. I got it. Ren Xingcong must have practiced this skill and is already at a high stage. This is why his physical strength is so powerful. While the commentator was speaking, Ren Xingcong had already started his retaliation. He didn't employ any battle techniques. Instead, he purely used his physical strength and kicked his opponent off the arena with a sweep of his leg. The entire process was relaxed and casual, as if he was just warming up. The result was as expected. The judge announced Ren Xingcong as the winner. Wang Tung's eyes lit up in the resting area. Lei Tang physique. He muttered in his heart. This was a physique training scripture with a lightning element. Ren Xingcong is a lightning element martial warrior? That's great. Wang Tung lacked a lightning talent. He didn't have the capability to fight with the lightning element general stage martial warrior Shun Tuxiong from the Xingwu continent, but he could get some benefits from this Ren Xingcong. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a great idea. His gaze turned sinister, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. Thinking about it, between Lei Tang physique and the 8-level devil scripture, which one was more powerful? As he pondered on it, Wang Ting suddenly noticed 2 attribute bubbles dropping in the arena when Ren Xingcong made his move. Lightning Force * 20 Metal Force * 35. Wang Tung's gaze shifted. He evaded the other martial warriors as he swept the bubbles towards him. He picked them up. The 2 attribute bubbles merged into his body instantly. He's a lightning element martial warrior. Wang Tung smiled happily as he glanced at Ren Xingcong occasionally. He decided that he must stick close to his young man and not miss any lightning attributes dropped by him. At the same time, he finally realized that the national number 1 martial arts competition was an excellent opportunity to pick up attributes. The entire Dragon's Den was a huge attribute bubble manufacturing factory. Numerous talents congregated in this place. When they dueled, all kinds of attribute bubbles would drop on the ground. This time, he could earn a huge fortune. If he was lucky, he might even pick up some rare attribute bubbles. That would be amazing. As the competition progressed, more and more attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Tung silently released his spiritual power to pick them up. Earth Force * 15 Water Force * 20 Spirit * 10 Flaming Sword Presence * 25. Wang Tung's gaze froze. Someone had enlightened their flaming sword presence. This was a good attribute to nurture his flaming sword conscious. His flaming sword presence had already reached the 9th level. He only needed enlightenment or some points to advance to the conscious stage. Hence, the more flaming sword presence he got, the more helpful it would be for his sword conscious. Chapter 346 Splat. It was widely known that it was harder to enlighten conscious as compared to presence. Only 1 out of 100 martial warriors could achieve presence enlightenment. On the other hand, 1 out of 100 martial warriors who had achieved presence enlightenment could attain conscious enlightenment. This was how hard it was to enlighten one's sword conscious. Wang Tung was only a step away from achieving this state. His enlightenment had reached the Emperor realm, so his comprehension was strong. He had picked up many flaming sword presence along the way, so it was only a matter of time before he reached conscious enlightenment. Thinking about it, he already possessed 2 conscious. One was the Ape King Fist conscious, while the other was the overflowing Rain Blade conscious. Time trickled away. Wang Tung didn't have any other matches in the morning, so he spent the remainder of his time in the resting area. However, he did pick up many attribute bubbles. It was a fulfilling morning. On the other side, Peng Yuanshan couldn't stand looking at him anymore. Yes, Wang Tung had won his match easily, and that made him proud, but he felt anger boiling in his heart when he saw Wang Tung's lazy and relaxed posture. This little brat doesn't remember what I said. Before the start of the competition, he reminded the students to watch other competitors' matches if they had the time so that they could understand their opponents better. This would help them in their future duels. Yet, this fellow didn't listen. Their school was under immense pressure when they decided to send a freshman for the competition. If Wang Tung couldn't get a good ranking, he wouldn't suffer the humiliation alone. The entire university would go down with him. In the resting area, Wang Tung suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Someone seemed to be cursing at him. He couldn't help but look around him, muttering under his breath, "I wonder who's cursing me?" Hanju and the others had finished their matches too. Some of them had been watching other candidates' matches all this while and only walked over to the resting area during the halftime break. This was the exclusive resting area for Huanghai Military Academy. As the students walked over, they saw Wang Tung sitting there peacefully, looking at his stance. "Have you been sitting here ever since you finished your match?" asked Hanju with a strange expression. "Of course. What else?" Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. Wan Baiqiu helplessly said, "Have you forgotten what President Peng told us? He asked us to observe other candidates' matches. Even if the president hadn't said it, it's still beneficial for you to understand your opponent before you compete with them. Don't worry. I watched Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingkang's matches." Wang Tung waved his hands indifferently. Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingcang, Han Zhu, and the others were stunned. They felt like shouting out their complaints in Wang Tung's face. Those two are the popular candidates for the championship title. What's the point of looking at them? Even Han Zhu felt that he wasn't their match, so he had to take a step back and watch Luo Cheng and the other candidates at his level. Yet Wang Tung directed his attention to Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcang. They knew that Wang Tung won his match with flying colors, but he was still a huge distance away for the championship title. Fighting for number one was unrealistic. "Cough. I think you should watch other participants," Hanju couldn't help but remind him. Wang Ting knew what they were thinking from their expressions. However, he couldn't tell them that he was actually very powerful, right? After all, they wouldn't believe him. So what was the point of asking for a snub? He smiled and nodded before changing the topic. "How was your fight?" Hanju sighed in his heart when he saw Wang Tung's uncaring attitude. He didn't continue his nagging and replied instead, "Not bad. We were lucky and didn't meet any powerful opponents. We won without getting injured. Not bad. We're still in our prime state. If we get injured, it will affect future matches," Wang Tung replied. "There will be injuries in a martial arts competition. We'll need to see who's our opponent in the afternoon," Hanju said. As the audience chatted, the morning duels finally came to an end. The contestants left the scene, and the audience walked out of Dragon's Denver. Everyone was happily discussing the morning matches. The atmosphere was lively. In the afternoon, Wang Tung and his friends went to their hotel for lunch and rested for more than an hour. Before the afternoon match started, Peng Yuanshan gathered everyone and said, "You did well this morning. Maintain this spirit. However, you should know that the morning matches were just warm-ups. Their main purpose was to eliminate the incompetent players who were just there to make up the number. The ones now left are all capable martial warriors. Things will get more and more difficult." The students understood his reasoning and nodded gravely. "Let's go." Peng Yuanshan glanced at Wang Tung, but decided not to say anything. He waved his hands and guided everyone into the venue. As for Wang Tung, he would have to rely on himself to see how far he could go. Peng Yuanshan could remind him once or twice, but he couldn't remind him for life. Hence, there was no point in saying too much. The Dragon's Den was once again packed with people. The enthusiasm of the audience remained as hyped as ever. The image of the two commentators appeared on the screen. Zhang Jun opened his mouth and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Let's not waste any time and start our afternoon competition immediately. In the morning, we saw many intense fights, but I have to remind all of you that those were just appetizers. The real excitement begins in the afternoon." A cheer erupted from the audience. They felt that the competition in the morning was already exhilarating, but the commentator now told them that the real show was about to begin. Did he think that they were easy to fool? If the afternoon matches weren't as thrilling as the morning ones, they would pull the commentator out and throw him on the streets. However, they had to admit that their curiosity was ignited by the commentator's words. "All right, let's look at the big screen." The list of the duels appeared on the screen. Wang Tung found his name and looked at his opponent. Instantly, his expression turned strange. His opponent's name was Shi Hui, and he came from Jinlin University. Do I have some sort of grudge with Jinlin University? Wang Teng felt speechless. On the second floor of the audience stand, Peng Yuanshan couldn't help but look at the president of Jinlin University's Martial Arts Academy. He had a weird look on his face. Old Yin, who do you think will win this match? He asked. Yin Kang's lips twitched. He thought about it carefully before replying with confidence. Shi Hui is in the top 3 of our academy. Wang Teng might be strong, but unfortunately, Shi Hui will be the winner. I admire your confidence, Old Yin, Peng Yuanshan said. Let's wait and see. Yin Kong scoffed. Below them, Wang Teng and Shi Hui walked into the arena. The judge announced the start of the competition. Shi Hui looked at Wang Teng, who was empty-handed. He said, "There's no need to hide your brick. It's impossible to ambush me. I'm not as stupid as Fei Ning." Wang Teng. This fellow appeared confident and fearless, but his vigilant gaze had betrayed him. Wang Teng wanted to laugh. However, he felt that he should respect his opponent. So he forced back his laughter. Shi Hui had watched Wang Teng and Fei Ning's duel. Wang Teng's attack was swift and fierce, while Fei Ning was too close to him. Hence, he couldn't evade the brick in time. Learning from his fellow student's mistake, he widened the distance between him and Wang Teng continuously while circling his opponent. He was looking for a loophole. Wang Teng just stood on the spot. Even when Shi Hui went behind him, he didn't move. He didn't seem worried that Shi Hui would launch an attack at him from behind his back. Old Yin, this Shi Hui from your school is very steady, Peng Yuanshan teased. A single move can determine a win during the martial arts competition. It's normal for Shi Hui to spend more time searching for a loophole. Yin Kong said indifferently. Peng Yuanshan didn't reply. He knew that Yin Kong was right, but he just wanted to tease his old friend. In the arena, Shi Hui circled Wang Teng thrice, but he still didn't make his move. General Bai had already focused his camera on Wang Teng's match. The livestream room was very cheerful. Haha, could it be that Shi Hui doesn't dare to attack because he's scared of Wang Teng's brick? Why is one of the top 3 of Jinlin University so timid? Shi Hui says, bullshit, I'm not timid. I'm just being careful. Why do I find Shi Hui a little perverted? Pervert, stop walking in circles. Long live the golden brick. Long live the golden brick. Long live the golden brick. Finally, Shi Hui couldn't stand the stalemate anymore. He opened his mouth and said impatiently, "Why aren't you attacking?" "I'm waiting for you to attack," Wang Teng replied helplessly. "Shi Hui, I'm waiting for you, and you're waiting for me? Mate, we're in a martial arts competition. Let's not play this boring game of waiting. Can you be more serious?" At first, he wanted to wait for Wang Teng to make his move because he was afraid of his brick. However, Wang Teng was even more patient than him. He put up a perfect show of him not moving if my enemy doesn't move. What the F **K? Shi Hui had never felt so frustrated. Before they even exchanged a move, he already felt helpless. Damn it, have a taste of my blade. Shi Hui couldn't control his emotions anymore and dashed out. A frightening blade glow congregated around his blade as he slashed it at Wang Teng from a distance. Third-level blade presence. He used his most powerful attack immediately, wanting to defeat Wang Teng as soon as possible and prevent him from making any move. Boom! The blade glow surged towards Wang Teng with a powerful force of presence. Nice. Cracks started appearing on the sturdy ground in the arena, as if it was going to shatter into pieces. So powerful. The spectators focusing on this match were astounded. Was this an attack of a martial warrior? How could it be so powerful? There was no way an ordinary person could survive this move. Swoosh! Suddenly, a faint sound of air being split apart was heard amidst the glaring blade glow. The ordinary people couldn't hear it, but Shi Hui could. A delighted smile appeared on his face. You finally made your move. He raised his blade and swept it in front of him. Clang! When his blade hit a metallic object, Shi Hui was certain of his win. Once he knocked this golden brick away, Wang Teng would be at his mercy. He had no chance of winning. But the next moment his expression froze. Why is it so heavy? He felt an unbearable and scary force hitting his blade. His blade flew out, and the shiny golden rectangular object smashed on his face splat. Chapter 347 Play to the Gallery, a Clown. Splat. A crisp and clear sound lingered in the air until long after the performance ended. A shining golden brick had smashed right in the middle of Sure Hugh's face. It slid down slowly. Bang! The brick landed on the ground, leaving a long red mark on Sure Hugh's face. It added some color to his pale face. Sure Hugh's expression could be described in one word: disbelief. He was dumbstruck. He started to lose his vision and fell backward. A 4-star, soldier-level martial warrior couldn't withstand the strike of a brick. Only those who enjoyed this special treatment understood how heavy this beautiful brick was. Will they get a concussion? Silence. The venue turned eerily silent. No one knew how to express their current emotions. As they looked at Sure Hui, they sympathized with him in their hearts. During the National No. 1 martial arts competition, on this grand and famous occasion, he got slapped in the face by a brick. He might be traumatized for life. Fortunately, he wasn't the first one. Of course, he wouldn't be the last one either. The atmosphere in General Bay's live stream room was exuberant. 2333. I'm dying from laughter. Wong Tung has an evil sense of humor. Long live the golden brick. This isn't a bad sense of humor. He's just plain evil. Ha ha ha. I need some time to laugh. What a poor thing. The red mark on his face is horrendous. He will probably remember it for life. Why does it have to be Jinlin University? Why do they have to suffer the pain? At this moment, a rocket animation appeared in the live stream room. A banner floated across the screen. Swordman from Abe sent 10 consecutive rockets. I really love that brick. Can you ask Wong Tung if he's willing to sell it? Whiny Monster sent 10 consecutive rockets. Whiny Monster is a fan of little brother Wong Tung now. Kicking Mountain Nan Kindergarten with my leg sent 20 consecutive rockets. One word: spectacular. The appearance of these wealthy IDs rose everyone's enthusiasm. The atmosphere was lit up again. Oh my God, even the kindergarten boss is here. Boss, do you accept orphans in your kindergarten? I'm 3 years old and proficient in arts, music, calligraphy, and chess. You could take me for one steam bun. Are you a young girl? If not, go away. The kindergarten boss has spoken. One word: spectacular. The kindergarten boss has spoken. One word: spectacular. The kindergarten boss has spoken. One word: spectacular. The same sentence was repeated over and over again. General Bai beamed with joy as he watched the reaction of his audience. The number of viewers in his live stream room had skyrocketed these 2 days. This huge rise wasn't the small jumps that happen normally. He was riding on the National No. 1 martial arts competition in Wong Tung's wave. But if he managed to retain 1/3 of the new viewers as his fans, it would be a magnificent gain for him. Furthermore, he had a unique commentary style, allowing him to gain much popularity in the past. That was why 1/3 was a safe estimate. There were 2 things to look out for during a martial arts live stream. First, the commentator's style must be attractive, and second, the martial art competition must be interesting. General Bai grabbed the opportunity at the right time. He had the potential to soar in popularity. At this moment, commentator Zhang Jun's voice echoed throughout the Dragon's Denver. What did I just see? Wong Tung used his brick to achieve another win. Oh my, this is dramatic. Pardon me, but I can't tell anything from his move. What's his true power? How strong is he? Is this luck? Honestly, I'm highly anticipating his future matches. I suddenly feel that Wong Tung might be a black horse. Su Xiao smiled and commented, let's wait and see. On the second floor of the audience stand, Yin Kong felt his cheeks hurting. Before the match, he had boasted that Sure Hui would definitely win. Now he lost miserably. Again. Why? Even a top 3 member from his university wasn't Wong Tung's match? This brat was strange. Very strange. Many people noticed something, but they couldn't confirm their thoughts. They wanted to see Wong Tung's cultivation level, but they couldn't detect an ounce of force in Wong Tung's body. All their efforts were in vain. The other university principals took pity on Yin Kong. If this was a normal match, it wouldn't matter if he had lost. He was weaker than his opponent. so they had nothing to say. However, Jinlin University sent 2 talented students, and they both met this sly little fox Wang Tong, who smashed their faces with his brick 2 times consecutively. It was indeed a little embarrassing. If it happened again, Jinlin University might become the joke of this competition. Peng Yuanshan didn't dare tease Yin Kong anymore. He felt that Yin Kong was like a ticking bomb. If he rubbed him the wrong way, he might explode at any moment. At a time like this, it was better not to try your luck. He would keep his joy to himself. On the other side, Su Wantong felt even more guilty. She looked at Lin Chuan pitifully and pleaded, "Chuan, let me treat you all after the competition. I must make Wang Tong forgive me for my past mistakes. I was young and immature. I know my errors now." Tian Xiaoxiao hugged her stomach and laughed. It wasn't easy to see her sharp-tongued roommate suffering a setback. Lin Chuan was caught between laughter and tears. She hurriedly consoled her roommate. "All right, they'll call him out for a meal after the competition and be your mediator. Promise?" Su Wantong asked immediately. "Yes, promise." Lin Chuan felt speechless. Wang Ting didn't do anything except participating in a competition. He might not even remember what her roommate had said in the past, but she still got frightened by him. Su Wantong had always been a bold lady, but this time she had hit a steel plate. Below the arena, Ji Xiaoming and Rin Qingsong were watching Wang Tong's match too. However, they seemed a little scornful. A student from the first university, standing beside Ji Xiaoming, said, "This Wang Tong seems quite powerful. He's able to defeat his opponent in one move." "This isn't pure luck," another participant from the first university added. "He's just playing to the gallery," Ji Xiaoming said calmly as he listened to their discussion. He closed his eyes to take a rest. "Of course, he can't be compared with you." Everyone laughed. On Ren Qingkang's side, people were similarly commenting on Wang Tong, especially since many of them knew that Wang Tong had joined Jisun Martial House. Leitang Martial House and Jisun Martial House had always been competitors. Wang Tong might not be representing Jisun Martial House this time, but if they fought with them, they couldn't prevent others from comparing the 2 martial academies. "I heard that Wang Tong signed an SSS contract," someone suddenly said. "An SSS contract?" Others exclaimed in surprise. "That's the highest grade contract. It looks like Jisun Martial House has high hopes for him." Rin Qingkang's gaze flickered for an instant before turning calm again. "Brother Qingsong, what do you think of Wang Tong?" Someone turned and asked Rin Qingsong. "No need to care about him. He's just a clown." There was a small smile at the edge of his lips. He seemed to be looking down on Wang Tong, or rather, he didn't care about him at all. Chapter 348. This fellow is infuriating. The situation in the arenas changed every minute. Wang Tong's match was filled with joy and fun, but in some areas there was blood and ruthlessness. These images were all magnified and displayed to the audience through the big screens in the middle of the venue. At this moment, in one of the arenas, an unpopular young martial warrior who didn't come from a famous institute was fighting ferociously. His opponent was a student from Ning City University. Ning City University was situated in the south, and it was one of the top 20 universities in the country. This student had experienced actual combat before. He wasn't a young and delicate newbie. Anyway, newbies wouldn't participate in this competition. It was an intense struggle. You might think that this is just a battle between Ding Rong and Kai Xingping, but it's actually not. It's also a match between self-taught martial warriors and university-groomed martial warriors. Many people are watching this match. All along, self-taught martial warriors and university-groomed martial warriors had always been in a competitive relationship. Some people say that university-groomed martial warriors take up too many resources. This is unfair for self-taught martial warriors. Others say that this is reality. Ability is the voice of martial warriors. In terms of contribution, university-groomed martial warriors contribute more even though they have more resources. They deserve it. All in all, this is an ongoing debate with no conclusion yet. The audience was lost. Martial warriors. Contribution? They didn't understand any of it. They only knew that martial warriors enjoyed high status and excellent benefits. but they never wondered why they were given the privileges. From the looks of it now, there were many things unknown to the public. All right, going back to the competition, we can see that Ding Rong and Kai Xingping are on par. Following the commentator's words, the battle between these two young lads entered the final stage. Ding Rong was holding a battle blade. His every single strike was sharp and vicious. Kai Xingping was suppressed by him due to his crafty moves. Kai Xingping's weapon was a spear, and he used it to knock Ding Rong's blade away. The spear was like a viper flying out of its hole. It stabbed at Ding Rong's heart. Ding Rong tilted his body and slashed his blade at Kai Xingping's throat before he had the time to retract his spear. Kai Xingping felt goosebumps on his head. He took a step back instinctively. Slash! The blade glow slit the air inches away from his neck. The sharp blade aura cut his skin, and blood started seeping out of his throat. Feeling the injury on his neck, Kai Xingping broke out in a cold sweat. If he were a little slower, he would have been beheaded. Ding Rong didn't relent at all and charged towards him. Their weapons kept colliding, letting out arcs everywhere. Kai Xingping was already exhausted. He kept raising his spear to block his opponent's attack. His hands were numb from the vibrations, and his skin started to crack. After some time, Kai Xingping finally found a chance. He forced Ding Rong back and threw his spear out. Ding Rong wasn't just harsh on others. He was brutal to himself, too. Facing Kai Xingping's attack, he just tilted his body and allowed the spear to penetrate his chest. One of his rib bones broke. Kai Xingping wanted to pull his spear back, but he suddenly realized that Ding Rong had nipped it under his armpit. Ding Rong smiled hideously, flinging his battle sword out. Slash! Kai Xingping wanted to retract his hand and abandon his spear, but it was too late. The next moment, fresh blood spurted in the air, along with a scream of agony. Through the big screen, the audience was able to see this scene clearly. Ding Rong had chopped Kai Xingping's arm. His blood sprayed at least 3 meters away. It was a gruesome scene. Amid defeat, a leader from Ning City University lashed out from the second floor of the audience seat. However, Ding Rong didn't care. He kicked Kai Xingping's chest, even though he was screaming in pain. Kai Xingping flew off the arena. The judge hurriedly announced Ding Rong's win. The medical personnel waiting at the side rushed over. If he was saved in time, he might be able to keep his arm. On the second floor, the leaders of Ning City University had grim expressions. They snorted, but they didn't say anything. Everyone was flabbergasted. How did this happen? Shouldn't the national #1 martial arts competition be a sports competition? When did it become so violent and bloody? Many people didn't understand the reason, giving rise to a huge commotion. The commentator's voice finally rang out. This is how martial warriors fight should be. Martial warriors walk the formidable path. A martial arts competition isn't a performance. It's a real battle. Why does it have to be like this? Because martial warriors have to face many dangers. Once they walk out of this competition, they will need to face the brutality of life. The audience was confused by the commentator's words. Some were puzzled, while others didn't understand at all. However, no matter what, the competition had to continue. The following competitions were even more intense. The audience saw many tragedies play out on the big screens. The people on the screen were covered in blood or had broken arms and legs. The spectators' faces turned pale with fright, and an uproar shook the skies above the Dragon's Denver. This was just a competition. Why did they have to resort to such cruelty? When did this turn into a life-or-death struggle? Everyone was dumbstruck. The impact of these images had rendered them speechless. In the past, they had a limited understanding of martial warriors. Their only source of information about martial warriors was the internet. However, many gory scenes, or even news about martial warriors were restricted content. Ordinary civilians didn't have access to them. But the restriction had been loosened now. For instance, ordinary people were allowed to view the national #1 martial arts competition so that they could personally view these ghastly scenes. This was to let everyone know what a martial warrior represented. This is so scary. Tian Xiaoxiao's face turned white as she muttered to herself. What else? This is the real martial warrior's world, said Su Wantong. Tian Xiaoxiao looked at Su Wantong silently. Then, she glanced at Lin Chuan and was surprised. Chuan, don't you find it scary? My father was a martial warrior. Lin Chuan gritted her teeth and replied. Tian Xiaoxiao and Su Wantong were stunned. They thought that Lin Chuan came from an ordinary family. They had no idea that her father was a martial warrior. Why didn't she mention it in the past? They exchanged glances with each other before observing Lin Chuan's expression. In the end, they didn't probe further. At the same time, on the other side of the audience stand, Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei went silent. They knew that the martial warrior's world was full of dangers, but they had a deeper understanding of it after the competition today. Now, they understood the grim reality behind the glamorous front of martial warriors. Blood, cruelty, death. These harsh words flashed past their minds. When they looked at Wang Teng's figure again, their gazes were filled with worry. Wang Teng was used to these scenes, though. He had experienced worse battles. Compared to them, the brutality in the arenas was nothing. Time passed slowly. Wang Teng returned to the resting area again after his match ended. He sat down in a corner and secretly collected all the attribute bubbles scattered around Dragon's Den Fire Force, *10 Water Force, *5 Enlightenment, *12 Metal Sword Presence, *10 Metal Sword Presence? Wang Teng wondered to himself. This attribute bubble had caught his attention. It was another sword presence attribute. Wang Teng already possessed a metal sword presence, but it was only at the 7th level. He was still a distance away from enlightening his metal sword conscious. He never expected to receive this sword presence in a competition. After collecting the attribute bubble, he felt that he had a deeper understanding of his metal sword presence. Are there any more? Wang Teng retraced the path of his spiritual power and found the arena where the metal sword presence came from. He looked in that direction and saw a familiar figure battling in the arena. This person was none other than his senior sister Wan Baiqiu. During this trip, Wang Teng had gotten familiar with Han Zhu, Wan Baiqiu, and the other seniors. Hence, when he saw her match, he stopped to take a look. The metal sword presence came from Wan Baiqiu's opponent. Wang Teng had some impression of this young man. He was the young master of the Qinyuan sect, Zhao Yuanwu. Holding a long sword in one hand, he exuded a fierce metal sword presence. Rays of golden sword aura intertwined in the air and draped over Wan Baiqiu like a huge net, leaving bloody wounds on her body. Wang Teng couldn't help but frown. Wan Baiqiu wasn't Zhao Yuanwu's match. However, his senior sister was a proud lady. Even at this stage, she refused to admit defeat. Zhao Yuanwu is already at the 5-star soldier level. Senior sister has no chance of winning. Wang Teng sighed and shook his head. He observed Zhao Yuanwu's cultivation level using his spiritual sight. In the arena, Zhao Yuanwu remained expressionless and said calmly, "Admit defeat." Wan Baiqiu didn't reply. Instead, the long whip in her hand flashed like water waves as she twirled it around. It formed the shape of a python when she lashed it out at Zhao Yuanwu. "Humph, you overestimate yourself." Zhao Yuanwu sneered, bright golden rays congregating at the tip of his sword. He slashed his sword out. The python was beheaded instantly. Wan Baiqiu's long whip got chopped into two from his attack. Zhao Yuanwu continued his victorious pursuit and executed another attack. Wan Baiqiu was startled. She evaded hastily, but it was too late. She had no choice but to set up a defensive wall with her force. The attack hit the barrier like a speeding truck. Blood dripped down from her lips, and she flew backward by the momentum. Bang! Wan Baiqiu slammed violently on the ground. She vomited another mouthful of blood. Her aura was weak, and she couldn't get up. Despair flashed past her eyes. She opened her mouth and wanted to admit defeat. "I admit _11 boom." Unexpectedly, someone kicked her on her back. Splurt. Wan Baiqiu leaned back. Her face turned pale, and blood flowed out of her mouth uncontrollably. Zhao Yuanwu, Han Zhu, and the others were watching the match too. When they saw this scene, they were infuriated. They glared at Zhao Yuanwu like daggers. "She hasn't admitted defeat yet." Zhao Yuanwu smiled as he looked at them. He raised his leg and stepped on Wan Baiqiu again. Boom! Wan Baiqiu vomited blood and fainted. Useless. Zhao Yuanwu smiled in contempt. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fair sex. Instead, he wiped his shoes on Wan Baiqiu's back and said coldly, "You should have admitted defeat sooner with this little ability of yours. Why did you waste my time? You were just asking for a beating." Bastard. His words ignited flames of anger in the other students' hearts. Wang Ting also stood up gradually and squinted. There was a vicious glint in his eyes. This fellow is infuriating. Chapter 349. Zhao Yuanwu has turned crazy from all the practices. Once Wan Baiqiu was heavily injured and lost all her fighting capacity, the judge announced Zhao Yuanwu as the winner. The medics dashed out and carried Wan Baiqiu away for treatment. The audience witnessed everything through the big screens. They commented angrily, "Zhao Yuanwu is inhuman. How could he treat a lady like this? He's barbaric. That lady wanted to admit defeat. How can he do that?" Everyone's impression of Zhao Yuanwu dropped to rock bottom. They detested him for his disgusting actions. However, Zhao Yuanwu didn't give a hoot. He calmly walked down the arena under everyone's stare. All the students from Huanghai Military Academy went to take a look at Wan Baiqiu, except for Han Zhu and Wang Teng, who remained at the scene. Han Zhu took a step forward and blocked Zhao Yuanwu's path. Zhao Yuanwu looked at him indifferently. "Move." She didn't have the energy to continue fighting. Why did you have to injure her so badly? Han Zhu clenched his fist tightly as he squeezed out the words through his teeth. "Umph." Zhao Yuanwu snorted. He remained expressionless even when Han Zhu was questioning him. He said with disdain, "Injure her badly? Are you always so naive? I was kind enough not to take her life. If this was a war, who would care about her life? If she isn't powerful enough, she should have admitted defeat at the start. What's the point of being stubborn? You should thank me for helping her to understand reality." Han Zhu turned speechless from anger. This person was outrageous, shameless, audacious. Han Zhu had never been so infuriated at someone. He couldn't control the anger in his heart, and it was about to explode. "Do you want to hit me?" Zhao Yuanwu stared at Han Zhu and smiled. "You could try." Han Zhu was on the verge of losing his temper. Force surged out of his body and congregated on his fists. Zhao Yuanwu lowered his head and stared at Han Zhu's fists, a smile appearing on his face. "We'll meet in the arena one day as we progress." A calm voice suddenly appeared behind Han Zhu. At the same time, someone placed his hand on Han Zhu's shoulder. "Wang Teng." Han Zhu regained his composure, and the force in his hands dissipated gradually. "I know you." Zhao Yuanwu turned and glanced at Wang Teng. He smiled calmly. "Do you think that you will continue to advance in the tournament?" "Huh? Who knows?" Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Zhao Yuanwu stared at Wang Teng for a few seconds. "If I meet you during the competition, they'll let you know that your small little tricks are nothing." He walked past the two of them after he finished speaking. Wang Teng and Han Zhu didn't stop him, staring at his back as he left. Then, they returned to the resting area to take a look at Wan Baiqiu. "Zhao Yuanwu isn't an easy person to deal with," Han Zhu said to Wang Teng gravely as they walked. "Yes." Wang Teng nodded. However, he didn't comment further. Although Zhao Yuanwu was arrogant, Wang Teng wasn't afraid of him. After all, he was more powerful than him. If they really met in the arena, Zhao Yuanwu would be the one getting tormented. They soon arrived at the infirmary. Peng Yuanshan and the other heads were present, too, as well as the students. The medical personnel had already finished the treatment. Wan Baiqiu was still unconscious, and her injuries seemed serious. "That bastard, how can he be so vicious?" Another young lady in their team complained angrily. "He's an impudent guy. He did it on purpose," Han Zhu said. "He's powerful, though," Diu said pensively. Silence pervaded the room after that. Suddenly, Peng Yuanshan opened his mouth and asked, "Han Zhu, are you confident of winning if you fight with him?" "President." Han Zhu looked at President Peng and replied seriously, "They'll do my best." "Good. Don't embarrass Wang Hai." Peng Yuanshan nodded. Then, he left with the other heads. In the afternoon, the list of the matches was displayed on the screen. Wang Ting scanned through it and saw his name. He shook his head as his opponent wasn't Zhao Yuanwu. What a pity. He sighed secretly. He searched for Zhao Yuanwu's name on the list. Suddenly, his gaze paused, feeling startled in his heart. Zhao Yuanwu versus Han Zhu. He didn't meet Zhao Yuanwu, but Han Zhu met him. Han Zhu's ability. This is a little difficult. Wang Teng frowned slightly and sighed again. With the help of his spiritual sight, he knew that Han Zhu was at the 5-star soldier level. However, he was still some distance away from Zhao Yuanwu. Furthermore, Zhao Yuanwu was the young master of the Qinyuan sect. He had a strong background and foundation. Han Zhu couldn't win in this aspect. They could only rely on their combat prowess. Wang Teng was in deep thought as he walked to his arena. This time, his opponent was from the first university, and it was a lady. This attracted everyone's attention. Would Wang Teng be able to continue his winning streak? His next opponent was from the first university. Based on her information, she was one of the top 5 martial warriors in the university. General Bai aimed his camera at Wang Teng's arena again. He whispered to his viewers, "My dear bosses, who do you think is stronger, Mao Na from the first university or Wang Teng?" Various replies floated across the screens. The first university is very powerful. I hope to see Wang Teng win again, but this might be a difficult match for him. For some reason, I feel that Wang Teng will win. The Brick Maniac, the invincible presence. Haha, Brick Maniac. General Bai had a sudden thought. He asked again, if Wang Teng is stronger than Mao Na, do you think he will use his brick on her? Everyone was stunned by his question. Use the brick. General, are you a devil? You are destined to remain single. How can you knock a lady with a brick? Why do you even have this thought? How can he bear to hit this pretty young lady? Even if he's stronger than her, he'll take care of her. Who knows? Have you forgotten about Zhao Yuanwu? What if Wang Teng is a martial arts maniac like him? That's true. That lunatic. Zhao Yuanwu, sitting in the Qinyuan sect's resting area, suddenly sneezed. He felt puzzled in his heart. The viewers in the live stream room continued guessing. Without a doubt, their interest was piqued. They were anticipating Wang Teng's upcoming match. The judge blew the whistle, and the match officially started. Mao Na paced around the arena slowly, holding a dagger in each of her hands. The blades of the daggers gave off a cold glint while her own gaze was calm and deep. She looked like a spirit. Wang Teng stood in his original spot leisurely as he sized up Mao Na with interest. This lady wasn't weak. She was most likely quick and agile. Judging from her weapons, she should be specialized in close combat. She was looking for a chance to attack. Suddenly, Mao Na moved. Her body turned into lingering shadows, and she disappeared on the spot. When she appeared again, she was already behind Wang Teng. Her daggers were like the blades of a mantis. They shot towards her opponent's temples at the speed of lightning. Chapter 350, The Brick Maniac, The Invincible Presence. Many people were stupefied when Mao Na suddenly made her move. Her speed was too fast for their eyes, and she was a level above ordinary martial warriors. In a blink of an eye, she arrived behind Wang Teng. The audience cried in alarm when they saw the daggers inches away from Wang Teng's temples. There was an uproar in General Bai's live stream room. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! That speed! Is she even human? Wang Teng is in danger! At that instant, Wang Teng suddenly squatted. The 2 daggers cut through the empty air. Astonishment flashed past Mao Na's eyes. Her long leg shot up like a catapult as she kicked Wang Teng, who was squatting down. Bang! The air around her erupted. This was proof of how powerful the kick was. Since Mao Na seemed to specialize in agility, no one expected her strength to be powerful too. The next instant, her kick made contact with something. She looked down and noticed that Wang Teng was grabbing her calf with his bare hands. If a normal martial warrior had stopped the kick with his hands, his arms would have been destroyed. Yet Wang Teng grasped Mao Na's leg firmly while still squatting. He didn't even need to move. Mao Na squinted. She had trained her strength especially, so in this aspect, she was much stronger than martial warriors of the same level. However, Wang Teng managed to block her kick effortlessly. Suddenly, she sensed a strange feeling coming from her calf. "You've trained your leg well," she heard the young man speaking in a joking tone. "Pervert." Mao Na's expression underwent a huge change. Wang Teng was pinching her calf. "Let go of your hand." She leaped into the air as she swept the other leg at Wang Teng's head. "You sure are a ruthless young lady. All your attacks are aimed at my lethal points." Wang Teng shook his head. He exerted strength on his hand and swung Mao Na away. Naturally, her attack ended in failure. Mao Na twirled her body in midair. She pointed her toes and tapped lightly on the ground, not making a single sound. Su Wantong wore a strange expression as she said, "Why do I feel like he's teasing Mao Na?" "That fellow." Lin Chuhan bit her lips. "Little brother Wang Teng is so naughty. How dare he tease other bitches before he teases me?" Tian Xiao complained furiously. "Lin Chuhan, Su Wantong." The two young ladies stared at Tian Xiao helplessly, finding her thoughts a little dirty. In the arena, after Mao Na landed on the ground, she didn't take any breather. She left behind afterimages and dashed towards Wang Teng. She directly targeted his face this time. Green force enveloped the daggers in her hands, forming sharp, green-colored blade rays. She stabbed, slashed, swept, and chopped with her daggers as they danced in the air. To outsiders, they became green rays of light. This scene appeared alarmingly dangerous. Yet, Wang Teng just stood in the same spot and tilted his body left and right slightly. He shifted his head a little and managed to evade and neutralize every single attack. Mao Na couldn't injure him at all. General Bai stared at them with his mouth wide open. He was dazzled. He didn't know where to look as the two martial warriors exchanged blows with each other. Mao Na's ability was universally acknowledged, so no one was surprised by her prowess. But they had a completely new impression of Wang Teng now. He was able to handle the powerful attacks with ease and dodge them without much effort. Wang Teng seemed relaxed and calm throughout the battle, showcasing his strength to everyone. In a single battle, he changed other people's impressions of him. They felt that he wasn't as indecent as his past performances. At the same time, General Bai's live stream room was hectic. 666 1. Wang Teng doesn't seem weak at all. I'm filled with anticipation. I think that he's putting on a show, but I have no evidence. In the arena, after the two of them exchanged a few hundred blows within a few breaths, Mao Na swept her leg and kicked Wang Teng's elbow. She made use of the backswing to retreat. Mao Na panted slightly as she looked at the composed Wang Teng. She was on her guard. Why is this fellow so powerful? She was confused. Wang Teng had won his previous two matches in an unprofessional way. Therefore, she didn't expect him to have this ability. Mao Na took a deep breath. She had already realized that it was useless to continue this meaningless fight. If she didn't execute her ultimate move, she would be the loser of this match. As this thought appeared in her mind, the force in her body surged into her daggers. The glow around her daggers became brighter and brighter, slowly taking physical shape. This is wind presence. Wang Teng stared at her, mouth agape. He knew that she was a wind element martial warrior, but he didn't know that she had enlightened her wind presence. Suddenly, Mao Na crossed her daggers and rubbed them together. The sharp blades released sparks in the air. Boom! The two balls of wind presence collided and merged together, forming a whirlpool. Sharp wind blades were spinning in the whirlpool like a grinder. If someone got sucked inside, they would suffer serious injuries without a doubt. Go! Mao Na waved her daggers while yelling. The whirlpool flew towards Wang Teng at a fast speed. This is interesting. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. However, there was no anxiety on his face. Staring at the frightening whirlpool, he raised his hand. Boom! He punched. Wang Teng didn't put up any show or make any fancy moves. It was just a simple punch. The audience felt that they had heard the roar of an ape, but no one took it to heart. They thought it was an illusion. Their gazes were fixed on the collision of the two attacks. After Wang Teng released his punch, the whirlpool paused for a second. The terrifying fist force slammed into the whirlpool, causing a loud explosion. Bang! The whirlpool erupted the next second. The wind blades crumbled into ashes under the force of the punch, vanishing into thin air. As a residual force spread across the arena, the sturdy floor shattered. Dust flew into the air and blocked spectators' view. Mao Na was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Her attack was destroyed by Wang Tung's punch? Was this a joke? How is this possible? I'm not playing with you anymore. Unexpectedly, a voice sounded beside her ear. Goosebumps appeared all over Mao Na's body, and her back broke out in cold sweat. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Feeling a strong gust of wind behind her, her expression changed. Bang! Then, she felt something slamming against the back of her head. Bastard! The impact caused Mao Na's eyes to roll back in her sockets. Before she fainted, she could feel the firm texture of the object behind her. That bastard must have used his brick to hit her head. As a lady, she had to suffer this inhumane treatment too. The dust dispersed, and the scene of the arena was finally displayed to the audience. The match had ended. Mao Na was unconscious on the floor, while Wang Tung was still standing. He had won again. However, they didn't know how he won this time. Huh, is that a huge bump behind Mao Na's head? A sharp-eyed person noticed something amiss. Then, more and more people saw the bump. It was too glaring. Mao Na was lying with her face on the ground and the back of her head facing the sky. It was impossible to disregard the huge bump right there. Is that the brick? Someone guessed. This injury must have been caused by that brick. Even if they didn't see what happened, they were sure of their guess. Wang Tung had used his brick and slammed the back of Mao Na's head. Terrifying. The brick maniac, the invincible presence. This sentence filled up the entire screen in General Bay's live stream room. 1. Chinese internet, slang meaning cool, awesome, or amazing. Chapter 351, this is definitely a brutal man. Most of the audience didn't know what had happened. The last attack had formed airwaves that swept across the entire arena, so ordinary people couldn't see what went on inside. This result was a bit unexpected. Mao Na from the First University lost to Wang Tung. Let's rewind the video and see what happened just now. The fight on the screen was played back. Everyone widened their eyes as they stared at it. The images were a little blurry, but they were able to see Wang Tung appearing behind Mao Na and smashing the brick on her head mercilessly. Bang! A dull thud came from the big screen. The spectators' lips twitched uncontrollably when they heard the sound. For some reason, they felt the back of their heads hurting. Ruthless. This young man was too ruthless. This was a vicious man. As the first live streamer to broadcast Wang Tung's matches, General Bai was attracting more and more viewers into his live stream room. It was exceptionally lively. After the round of the brick maniac, the invincible presence. The comments in the live stream room erupted again. Boom! Kicking Mountain Nan Kindergarten with my leg has sent 20 consecutive rockets. What a ruthless young man. Swordsman from Ma Bay has sent 20 consecutive rockets. What a ruthless young man. Whiny Monster has sent 20 consecutive rockets. What a ruthless young man. Hallelujah has sent 10 consecutive rockets. What a ruthless young man. Destroyer Husky has sent 10 consecutive rockets. What a ruthless young man. General Bai was elated. Another 2 wealthy viewers had joined them. These wealthy IDs would attract more viewers. Within a few seconds, more people entered his live stream room to see the rockets. The number of viewers skyrocketed. The live stream room was like a party. 2333. 1. All the bosses have agreed that this young man is a ruthless one. There are so many bosses here. Why? That brick sure is impressive. How can he bear to smash this beautiful lattice head? So cold-blooded. From now on, I will recognize Wang Tung as my boss. Boss, please accept a bow from your subordinate. 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 The live stream room got flooded with the same comment again. General Bai was laughing helplessly. These cheeky viewers were all abnormal beings. In the Dragon's Den, Wang Tung scanned the arenas with his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles on the ground. Spirit asterisk 20 enlightenment asterisk 28 wind force asterisk 76 wind presence asterisk 30 as expected. He got another round of wind presence. This was a good match. He had everything to gain and nothing to lose. In the Xingwu continent, his wind presence had already reached 9th level, just a step away from wind conscious. Increasing his wind presence gave him plenty of benefits. Instantly, a deeper understanding of wind power appeared in his mind. It was profound and interesting. Others might need many years to enlighten their presence. They were heavily reliant on their enlightenment and opportunity, but Wang Ting only needed to pick up attributes. It felt so good and refreshing. At the same time, his wind force increased too. Wind element martial warriors were rare, so he needed to grab as many attributes as he could whenever he had the chance. This was pure luck. Fortunately, this time, Lady Luck was showering him with attention. He met a talented wind element martial warrior in the competition. If he had the chance, he would find her again in the future. Wang Tung ended his match and came down the arena calmly, completely disregarding the strange gazes around him. The students from the first university were already waiting for him below the arena. They glared at Wang Tung as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. Many of the female martial warriors had ordinary looks. Therefore, it was hard to find someone who was powerful and beautiful like Mao Na. She was very popular in the first university, and many young men wanted to chase her. Among the male students who came to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition, a few of them were her admirers. Wang Tung's actions had infuriated them. They tried their best not to rush towards him immediately and beat him up. A handsome young man from the first university blocked Wang Tung's path and growled, "Let's hope we don't meet in the arena." "Who are you?" Wang Tung was speechless. He didn't know this person at all. Second in ranking from the first university, Yu Tao. The young man's voice was calm. He had a reserved arrogance around him, as if he was only second to heaven and earth. Oh, Wang Tung felt enlightened. He nodded and replied, "Oh, so you're second in rank." Second in rank. Yu Tao was stunned, looking confused and perplexed. However, he regained his senses an instant later. Wang Tung was obviously referring to him. His face turned black. The people around him held back their laughter forcefully, including the students from the first university. Mind you, Yu Tao was a male idol figure in the first university. No one dared to call him that. Wang Tung was so cheeky. Being the second in the first university was an honor. The only person above him was Ji Xiaoming. In the other universities, he would, without a doubt, be a powerful figure. But through Wang Tung's mouth, he became second in rank. Second in rank, second in rank, forever the second in rank. He was #2, but he didn't like people calling him that. "Do you know how to speak?" Yu Tao asked furiously with a cold face. "Do you know how to listen?" Wang Tung retorted. Yu Tao didn't know what to say. "Please make way." Wang Tung continued calmly. "I hope that you can continue being so arrogant in the arena." Yu Tao stared at Wang Tung indignantly. "Whatever." Wang Tung smiled. He walked past the young man without feeling anything. Honestly, the only person he felt was a challenge was Ji Xiaoming. No one else had the right to be arrogant in front of him. Yu Tao's expression turned ugly as he stared at Wang Tung's back. "This fellow is so rude," someone beside him said in an angry tone. "Let him be. They'll take care of him in the arena." Yu Tao snorted with a sinister look in his eyes. Wang Tung went back to the Huanghai Military Academy resting area. Han Zhu was waiting for his match to start, so he was sitting alone. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry when he saw Wang Tung. There are many ways to defeat your opponent. Do you have to use this unique method? I'm just used to it. Wang Tung was at a loss for words for a moment. He randomly found an excuse for himself. He couldn't tell Han Zhu that smashing the head would give him spirit and enlightenment attributes. These participants were all talented students. It would be a waste not to hit their heads. Used to it, Han Zhu went speechless, staring at Wang Tung in a daze. He didn't understand what this guy was thinking. Maybe there was a wrong connection in his brain when he was developing in his mother's womb. He said with a strange expression, "As long as you are happy." "When is your match with Zhao Yuanwu starting?" Wang Tung changed the topic. Soon, the match in Arena 12 is ending. We'll go up after that, Hanju said. 1. Chinese slang meaning laughter. Chapter 3, 52 defeated, but still standing. Be careful. Wang Teng hesitated, but in the end, that was all he said. He wanted to persuade Hanju to admit defeat if he couldn't win. However, after thinking it through, he didn't voice his thoughts. Some decisions could only be made by the person. It was not his place to interfere. Besides, a fight between men didn't need any interference. After some time, the match in Arena 12 finally ended. Hanju slowly stood up. He held his golden long rod in his hand and walked straight up the arena without speaking to Wang Teng again. On the other side, Zhao Yuanwu wore a faint smile on his face as he came forward. He was highly confident and didn't take the match to heart. They arrived at the arena simultaneously. Start. The judge announced the start of the match. Hanju didn't hesitate. He waved his long rod, and earth force congregated on it. He swung his long rod at Zhao Yuanwu. Zhao Yuanwu remained calm and composed. He held his battle sword and exerted fire force on it, knocking Hanju's rod away. He was a fire element martial warrior. The long rod and the battle sword collided without stopping, forming sparks in the air. Boom! The powerful strength behind the long rod caused Zhao Yuanwu's heart to skip a beat. He realized that he had underestimated Hanju. This strength felt like a huge rock smashing on him. It was exceptionally heavy. Every single hit caused his battle sword to vibrate. His palm hurt as the force flowed to his hand. He could already feel his skin cracking from the repeated impacts. Go away! Zhao Yuanwu's gaze turned aggressive as he evaded Hanju's attack. He then threw his attack out. Fiery red blade glow flew towards Hanju, carrying a frightening power with it. Hanju's expression turned grave, and a thick yellow glow flashed on his rod. He roared and blocked the attack. Clang! When the blade glow smashed into the long rod, violent tremors shook the arena. Hanju's expression changed. The powerful impact forced him to retreat involuntarily. Stomp! 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 Wherever his feet landed, they formed shallow pits on the hard arena floor. Blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. He had suffered internal injuries from this attack. Zhao Yuanwu followed up his victory with hot pursuit, swinging his blade at him. Hanju blocked his advances while retreating. His face had turned pale by now. Soon, he was forced to the edge of the arena. The injury to his organs had become more serious after the round of attacks. This wasn't good. How can you take revenge for others with this little ability? Zhao Yuanwu recognized Hanju's strength, but he didn't go easy on his words. He still scoffed and mocked the other party. At the same time, his attacks became more vigorous. Hanju gritted his teeth, and a sharp glint flashed past his eyes. He stopped defending even though the blade auras were lacerating his skin. He waved his long rod, disregarding his injury, and started battling with Zhao Yuanwu, replacing defense with offense. The two of them fought from the edge to the center of the arena. After a few seconds, they had exchanged multiple blows. Despite fighting with all his might, Hanju was still at a disadvantage. Boom! A severe collision of forces resulted in a loud explosion. Hanju flew out and landed on the ground. He stabbed his rod into the floor and forcefully stopped himself from moving back. However, he still vomited blood and stumbled to regain his footing. He shifted his center of gravity closer to the ground and stomped the floor until it cracked. Finally, he stopped. The blade injury in front of his chest was exceptionally glaring. Fresh blood was flowing out, and his skin was badly mutilated. It was a serious injury. Hanju wanted to continue fighting, but he felt weak all over. His vision was turning black. He clenched his long rod, not wanting to fall. Then his head dropped, and he lost consciousness. Zhao Yuanwu strode forward, wanting to continue his barrage of attacks. Wang Teng's expression underwent a huge change. He was prepared to rush up and stop him. At that moment, the judge blocked Zhao Yuanwu's path and said expressionlessly, "He has fainted. You won." Zhao Yuanwu squinted at the judge. Then, he snorted and gave up his advance. Sigh. Many people in the audience were focusing on this match. Once the battle ended, They were finally able to let out the breath they had been holding. Amazing. Intense. This match was an eye-opener for many people. Han Ju and Zhao Yuan's dramatic battle gave them the impression that this was a match between two real men. It was fierce and violent. They couldn't help but feel anxious for them. Even though Han Ju lost, no one felt that he was weak. On the other hand, all of them silently acknowledged Han Ju's powerful ability. His strength exceeded a majority of the participants they had seen so far. As expected of a top university, Han Ju from Huanghai Military Academy isn't weak at all. Of course, Huanghai Military Academy is a famous military academy in our country. What a pity. He lost to Zhao Yuanwu. I hope someone will teach that unbridled fellow a lesson. In the Capital Military Academy resting area, Luo Chung looked at the figure half kneeling on the arena and shook his head. He felt pity for Han Ju. I'm afraid Huanghai Military Academy won't be able to fight with us anymore after this defeat, a participant from Capital Military Academy said. If Han Ju is able to fight his way into the finals in the revival rounds, we might have a chance to meet them again, another person said. I hope that they won't be dispirited. Luo Chung folded his arms in front of his chest and said calmly. A dispirited opponent wasn't a good opponent. On the second floor of the audience stand, Peng Yuanshan remained expressionless while the other five heads looked stern. They stood up slowly. I'm going down to take a look, Tong Hu said with a grim face. Let's go together. Su Jing and the other three heads walked down one after another. Old Peng, your strongest student has lost. I'm afraid your ranking will be affected. Yin Kong, the president of the Martial Arts Academy in Jinlin University, gloated in his misfortune. In a competition, victory and defeat are common. We can fight back in a competition next year. Huanghai isn't afraid of losing, Peng Yuanshan replied calmly. Also, there are revival rounds. With Han Ju's ability, it's not difficult for him to make a comeback. You're right. Yin Kong smiled. He didn't continue speaking, though. They weren't enemies. He knew when to stop during a verbal dispute. In the arena, the medical personnel wanted to bring Han Ju down for treatment, but they met an awkward situation. They couldn't move Han Ju. Han Ju's hand was glued to his long rod, which had penetrated deep into the floor of the arena. They couldn't get out at all. The judge came forward to help upon seeing this situation. He wanted to pry Han Ju's fingers open and take the long rod out. But he couldn't move Han Ju's fingers, and the long rod remained firmly stuck. The judge was a 5-star, soldier-level martial warrior. He used all his strength, but to no avail. His face turned a little pink. What's wrong? The audience was puzzled when they saw this, questioning each other. It looks like Han Ju gripped his rod fiercely to prevent himself from falling. He even stabbed the rod deep into the area in his last move. The judge can't lift it up, the commentator explained with astonishment. Let me do it. Wang Tung came forward. Can you? The judge was skeptical. Let me try. Wang Tung took a step and signaled the judge to move away. Then, he slowly pried Han Ju's fingers open. The judge's eyes opened wide. Chapter 353, they chose him, so they must guide him to the end. This fellow's strength is incredible. He made it look so easy. How is that possible? Did Han Ju release his grip because he subconsciously knew that his comrade was here? Yes, that must be it. The judge started comforting himself. Wang Ting didn't know what the judge was thinking. After passing Han Ju to the medical personnel, he grabbed the long rod with one hand. Don't pull a stunt. How can you lift it with one hand? The judge reminded him speechlessly. Wang Tong didn't reply to him. Strength surged into his arm, and he lifted it up. Crack! An ear-piercing sound of friction rang out as the long rod got forcefully pulled out by him. He turned and said to the judge, What did you say just now? The judge. He started questioning the world. Ha! You are very strong. The judge laughed awkwardly. The audience found the scene funny for some reason. I wonder what the judge is thinking now. This judge is funny. But Wang Tong seems really strong. I think so too. Could his ability, it's hard to say. I'm suddenly anticipating his future matches. The commentator said in surprise, Wang Tang's strength is powerful. I thought that after Han Ju lost, Huanghai had no more chances. But it looks like they still have Wang Tong. I have high hopes for Wang Tung now. The other commentator, Su Xiao, laughed and said. Because of their appreciative words, the audience's attention towards Wang Tung increased. Those that didn't care about him started commenting too. In the arena, Zhao Yuan's gaze flickered a little as he sized up Wang Tung seriously. He had personally experienced Han Zhu's power. Wang Tung was able to pry his fingers easily and move the rod. This meant that his ability wasn't lower than Han Zhu's. He might even be stronger. At this moment, he started to consider Wang Tung on equal footing. Their gazes collided in midair momentarily, but they didn't say anything. Wang Tung held Han Zhu's long rod and walked down. Pick, pick. He swept the arena with his spiritual power and picked up the various attribute bubbles. Earth Force *70 Fire Force *86 Flaming Blade Presence *35 Flaming Blade Presence. Another presence attribute. There were indeed many talents in the national #1 martial arts competition. A typical martial warrior wouldn't be able to enlighten his presence easily. Yet many participants here had achieved it. Wang Tung already possessed a 9th-level blade presence. So when the presence attribute merged into his body, he had a deeper understanding of his blade presence. By the time he walked down the arena, he understood everything. No one noticed the fiery red glow flashing past his eyes. There seemed to be flames burning in them. On the other side, Zhao Yuanwu, who was also walking down the arena, sensed something and turned to look at Wang Tung's back. He frowned and muttered to himself, "That feeling just now? Was it an illusion?" When the competition ended, everyone went back. At night, in the hotel, Peng Yuanshan gathered everyone. Wang Tung scanned the crowd. He noticed that many of his teammates were wounded. Wan Baiqiu and Han Zhu had suffered the most grievous injuries. They were still pale and looked frail. Injuries were inevitable during a martial warrior's battle. However, not many people fought fiercely and mercilessly like Zhao Yuanwu. Of course, this wasn't controllable. When two parties were on par in terms of ability, they would try their best to win, and in the process, serious injuries might occur. Peng Yuanshan noticed that everyone had arrived, so he opened his mouth and said, "Today, Huang Hai suffered a crushing defeat." Everyone lowered their heads in embarrassment. They came full of confidence. However, they weren't even halfway through the competition, but they had already had a sound beating. Wan Baiqiu. Peng Yuanshan suddenly called her name. Yes. Wan Baiqiu raised her head. Her face was white. "Do you know your mistake?" Peng Yuanshan asked. "I'm not strong enough. I shouldn't have persevered. It angered my opponent," Wan Baiqiu said. "You're wrong." Peng Yuanshan shook his head. "Your mistake is you didn't recognize the difference between your opponent and you. If it's a war and you meet an enemy who's much stronger than you should run immediately. Even if you were given an explicit order and had to fight, you should think of other methods and not collide head-on, making unnecessary sacrifices. That is useless." Wan Baiqiu's face turned paler. She went into deep thought. "Think about it properly." Peng Yuanshan didn't continue. He told everyone to recuperate properly before waving his hand and asking them to leave. However, he kept Wang Tung back. In the room, Peng Yuanshan and the other 5 heads stared at Wang Tung intently. In a competition, victory and defeat were common. This was what Peng Yuanshan had said earlier in the day. But if there was a choice, who wanted to lose? Now, all of them placed their hopes on Wang Tung. "Heads, please don't look at me like this. I'm not gay," Wang Tung suddenly said. Peng Yuanshan. "Tong Hu, Su Jing, what do you mean by you're not gay? What do you think we want to do?" Peng Yuanshan and the others had a breakdown, feeling tired in their hearts. Why did they have such an abnormal student in their university? Suddenly, they remembered that they were the ones who had spent much effort to get him into their school. So this was the consequence of their doings? Since they chose him, they must guide him until the end. After a moment of silence, Peng Yuanshan gathered his shattered mentality and pieced them back together. Then he said, "How confident are you in this competition?" "Do you mean the ranking?" Wang Tung touched his chin and asked. "Oh, what do you have to say?" Peng Yuanshan asked with interest. He thought that Wang Tung would give an ambiguous answer. He didn't expect him to ask this question. Tong Hu and the others looked at Wang Tung curiously too. 100% for third place. 90% confident of getting second. As for the championship, probably 80%, Wang Tung replied confidently. Tong Hu and the others were speechless. This fellow sure knew how to boast. He spoke about the top 3 rankings so casually, and the confidence was frighteningly high. He was even 80% certain on getting the championship title. Are you sure you're not playing with us? Are you sure? Even Peng Yuanshan didn't believe him. He rubbed his forehead and asked in a tired tone. He realized that speaking to Wang Tung was quite exhausting. This fellow never followed the script. Actually, I was afraid of scaring you all, so I didn't say that I'm 100% confident on getting first place. Wang Tung chuckled humbly when he noticed the heads and the president getting stunned by his words. Chapter 354 Senior, I will be gentle. In the room, Peng Yuanshan turned silent while Tong Hu and the other heads glanced at one another. They had already asked Wang Tung to leave. Do you believe what that brat said? Peng Yuanshan sighed and asked. He doesn't have a reason to lie to us. Tong Hu frowned as he replied. It will be great if it's true, Su Jing said. The principal might be clearer on this, but she will only come during the finals. Peng Yuanshan shook his head. Never mind. Having some hope is not bad. It looks like our Huang Hai isn't defeated yet. Wang Tung returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. He didn't care what Peng Yuanshan and the heads were thinking. His gaze shone as he recalled his gains after participating in the national #1 martial arts competition. He was deep in thought. Upon recalling the move Mao Na made today, he felt particularly enlightened. Mao Na had merged the 2 wind presences and turned them into a tornado. It was a powerful move. Her method had inspired him. He had many presences now, including 2 conscious. Maybe he could try and merge them together. If I can merge them, the result might be formidable. For instance, if I merge wind presence and flaming sword presence, I might get a flaming sword tornado. Wang Tung was excited. He started deducing in his heart. The knowledge he received from Mao Na's wind presence in the morning floated into his mind. It allowed him to gain some understanding of the merging method. First, Wang Tung decided to merge his presences. If he succeeded, he would move on to merging his conscious. The more powerful it was, the harder it was to merge them. That was mostly the case. He played out the process in his heart and felt that it wasn't too difficult. Hence, he stood up and went to the training room. A benefit of this hotel was its well-equipped facilities. The walls and floor of the training room were enhanced with runes. Besides providing a higher resistance towards damage and impact, it was also soundproof. Of course, the construction cost wasn't cheap. Most hotels didn't have the capital to do this. Wang Tung stood in the training room. To start out, he added a layer of earth force to protect his hands. Then, he gathered wind presence in one hand and slowly twirled it. As for the other hand, he stuck out 2 fingers. Sword aura intertwined around his fingers. Then, the 2 forces gradually got closer. Bang! A small eruption occurred in the training room. At the instant the forces made contact, they exploded. Wang Tung's expression froze. To hell with not too difficult. He didn't even do anything, yet they exploded at a single touch. Fail! What a tight slap in his face. Furthermore, no one slapped him. He slapped his own face. How painful. Fortunately, he was cautious and protected his hands with earth force. In addition, he didn't use much force when he attempted to merge the 2. The power was limited, so he didn't hurt himself. Wang Tung furrowed his brows. He contemplated his actions and realized something. He was combining 2 different types of presence, while Mao Na had merged 2 wind presences. There was a huge difference in their methods. If he followed Mao Na's method to a T, it would be a miracle if he succeeded. There was a strong repulsion between the 2 different forces. They might start fighting with each other if they were in the same area, much less trying to combine them. Wait, in the same area. Wang Tung suddenly thought of something. There were multiple forces in his force nucleus. However, they were in harmony with one another with the help of the system. Wang Tung closed his eyes and calmed down his heart. He started feeling his force nucleus. His eyes remained closed for half an hour. Half an hour later, when he slowly opened his shut eyes, There was a confident glint in them. He was extremely confident for his next try. Once again, he gathered two presences on each of his hands, one wind and one fire, and pushed them together slowly. His eyes were shining. He would definitely succeed this time. Bang! Explosion. Why did it explode again? Why? He had already understood the crux of the problem. He then found a way to let them live in harmony. Why did they still explode? Wang Tong was puzzled. This was another slap in his face. He felt his cheeks getting swollen. I don't believe that I can't do it. He vowed to himself. He gathered his wind and fire presence and made another attempt. Bang! 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 3 hours later, Wang Tong laid on the floor with his arms and legs spread out. He felt like killing himself. This is too difficult. Why is it so difficult? He couldn't find a reason at all. Wasn't he a genius in martial arts? His confidence had taken a severe hit. He felt so inferior that he was starting to question his life. After a few seconds, he crawled up stubbornly. He would never admit defeat. Then, bang, bang. The entire night, explosions kept occurring in Wang Tong's training room. It only stopped past midnight. The following day, everyone gathered in the restaurant for breakfast. Why are your dark eye circles so obvious? Hanju suddenly asked. Before Diu could open his mouth, the students from Donghai University walked past them. Someone asked the same question. Yunfan, why are your dark eye circles so obvious? The person beside Xiao Yunfan asked. Don't ask. Some idiot was playing with explosives in the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep properly, Xiao Yunfan said furiously. Wang Tong. Degree C degree 111, __ you too? Hanju and the others looked at Diu strangely. Diu nodded in frustration. That's so inconsiderate. Is he one of our competitors? Is he trying to use this method to affect your condition? The Donghai University student asked. Who knows? You better hope that I don't find out who he is. If not, it'll hit him until his parents can't recognize him, Xiao Yunfan replied before walking away. Wang Tong, smiley face. They finished breakfast and went to the Dragon's Denver. The competition would start at 8 a.m. The name list for the morning matches flashed on the screen. Wang Tong versus Xiao Yunfan. Wang Tong laughed immediately. What is this called? Do enemies always meet? The battle between an elder and a cute newbie? So far, the competition had been smooth sailing for Xiao Yunfan. He didn't meet any strong opponents and arrived at this stage without any obstacles. He even defeated a candidate from the first university. This made him extremely confident. Even though he knew that Wang Tong had defeated Mao Na, he still felt that he could win. Once they arrived in the arena, he smiled and said, Junior Wang Tong, I didn't expect us to meet each other. I didn't expect it either. Wang Tong smiled, feeling elated. Don't worry. We are both from Donghai, so we'll be gentle, Xiao Yunfan waved his hands and said. In the audience stand, Su Wantong glanced at Lin Chuan. Xiao Yunfan versus Wang Tong. Is this fate? I think that it's fatal attraction, Tian Xiao muttered. Shut up. Lin Chuan and Su Wantong glared at her. I wonder if Wang Tong is Xiao Yunfan's match. Lin Chuan was a little worried. In the arena, the judge announced the start of the match. Xiao Yunfan was very confident in himself. He said calmly, Junior Wang Tong, you can make your move first. I won't be polite then. Wang Tong smiled. He didn't stand on ceremony. After he finished speaking, he darted out and headed straight for Xiao Yunfan, hurling his fist at him. The audience started commenting on this scene. Wang Tong is too full of himself. Donghai University's Xiao Yunfan isn't weak. He won't stand there and wait for him to hit him. As expected, he lacks battle experience. Xiao Yunfan thought to himself with contempt as he looked at Wang Tong charging towards him. He raised his fists and punched Wang Tong. He said that he would show mercy, but in the actual fight, he didn't hold back at all. He exerted all his strength and wanted to finish Wang Tong with a single punch. A mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Hanju was already defeated. If he defeated Wang Tong, he wouldn't have to worry about the other participant from Huanghai. It meant that Donghai University could turn the tides for the next 3 years. Bang! The next second, a terrifying explosion erupted when the two fists collided. Xiao Yunfan's expression froze. His fist seemed to have hit a towering mountain. frightening force surged towards him, causing him to fly back. He was already vomiting blood in midair. Wang Tung moved and appeared above Xiao Yunfan. He gave him a sinister smile and said, "Senior, it'll be gentle." Xiao Yunfan was confused. This sentence is so vague. Do you have to sound so loving when you say it? Before he could complain, he saw it. He saw the golden brick smashing down on his face. It enlarged in front of his eyes. No, no. Xiao Yunfan screamed bitterly in his heart. Chapter 355. Normally, he'll take care of ladies after a round of beating. Xiao Yunfan laid in the arena, unconscious. His face was severely bruised and swollen, and his body was still twitching slightly. The surroundings were quiet. The audience was silent. The judge stared blankly at Xiao Yunfan and stood in silent tribute for 3 seconds. What a poor child. The other contestants from Donghai University had gathered below the arena. At first, they came to watch Wang Tung get beaten up, but the result was reversed. Xiao Yunfan. How unfortunate. He was the leading figure of Donghai University, yet he lost completely. Everyone found the result unreal. The script wasn't right. Shouldn't Wang Tung be defeated? Shouldn't Xiao Yunfan win? The students from Donghai University lost their voices, their eyes filled with bitterness. Donghai University still lost to Huanghai Military Academy in the end. In the audience stand, Su Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao were also silent. Honestly, this result was out of their expectations. Xiao Yunfan was a famous figure at Donghai University. Everyone had placed their hopes on him and thought that he would be able to squeeze into the top 10. However, he got beaten mercilessly by Wang Tung. Who was Wang Tung? He was a freshman, the top scholar for the martial arts exam in Donghai this year. He was renowned in Donghai, a model example of the counterattack of a bottom feeder. Ever since he became the top scholar, everyone felt that he should be highly talented in martial arts. But the thing was, he actually won in a duel between a freshman and a fourth-year martial arts student. Was this even possible? There was a 4-year gap between them. How talented did he have to be to leap over this gap? Shouldn't you be happy? Su Wantong gave a bitter smile as she looked at Lin Chuan. I should be, but Xiao Yunfan is our university's representative. I can't be happy after knowing my school got defeated. This is complicated. Lin Chuan frowned and replied, That's right. I didn't even dare to cheer for little brother Wang Tung earlier. I was afraid they would call me a traitor, Tian Xiaoxiao said. Forget it. We have no control over this anyway. Let them fight among themselves. Su Wantong waved her hands. After the match ended, the commentator's voice resounded in the stadium. This battle between Donghai University and Huanghai Military Academy has ended in a surprise. Xiao Yunfan lost to Wang Tung, and Huanghai Military Academy has emerged as the winner. Their match was spectacular. However, the injury on Xiao Yunfan's face is a little serious. Someone, please take him down for treatment. The audience was caught between laughter and tears. The commentator couldn't bear to see his swollen face either. The leaders from Donghai University, sitting on the second floor of the audience seat, suddenly felt a tinge of regret. They should have snatched Wang Tung if they knew this was going to happen. Based on his current performance, it was worth paying any price to get him. Regret. As Wang Tung defeated more and more opponents, many people had started to take notice of him. Even more, these competitors weren't nobodies. They felt that he might not be here purely for the experience. Hanju might have lost, but Wang Tung could progress further. His attacks might be a little strange and indecent, but one couldn't deny his ability. Earth Force *58 Spirit *36 Enlightenment *48 Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles Xiao Yunfan had dropped before walking down the arena. He went to Wang Hai's resting area and sat down quietly to continue his attribute picking business. His spiritual power spread around the venue, pulling all the huge and transparent bubbles as they rolled and bounced over. Water Force *35, Wood Force *66, Spirit *25, Enlightenment *20. Just as Wang Tung was focused on picking up attributes, a pair of long legs appeared in front of him. They looked a little familiar. He raised his head and followed the legs up. When he saw the person, He blinked and smiled involuntarily. "Beautiful lady, what business do you have with me?" Mao Na touched the back of her head and said expressionlessly, "You're vicious." "Not at all, not at all." Wang Tung laughed awkwardly. Mao Na looked at the irritating face in front of her and took a deep breath to calm herself. She said, "I still have to thank you for not treating me like Xiao Yunfan." "Of course. I normally take care of ladies," Wang Tung replied shamelessly. Mao Na took another deep breath before spilling out 2 words, "Get lost." "Huh." Wang Tung smiled in embarrassment. Suddenly, he saw a scene appearing on the big screen. "The second in rank from your school is fighting with Zhao Yuanwu. He came to speak up for you yesterday. I think he's your admirer." Second in rank. Mao Na wanted to leave, but she stopped in her tracks upon hearing this sentence. She turned and looked at the screen. "Oh, it's you, Tao." She felt speechless, her expression weird. Second in rank? She could imagine how infuriated Yu Tao would have been yesterday. It looks like he's not Zhao Yuanwu's match. Wang Tung's expression changed slightly as he looked at the match playing on the screen. Mao Na couldn't be bothered to scold Wang Tung anymore. She hurriedly looked at the arena, and her expression turned grave. Yu Tao is strong, but he still can't beat Zhao Yuanwu. It looks like he is hiding his ability. This is the first time the sects are joining this competition. Many candidates from the sects have performed well, and Zhao Yuanwu has stood out among them all. Usually, Wang Tung appeared as if he wasn't watching the matches, but he was aware of the overall situation. Since they enter the competition, it means they want to fight for resources. The members of the sects have to go on the battlefield too. "It's understandable," Mao Na said. "However, Zhao Yuanwu is too brutal. It's all right if he was on the battlefield, but this is an internal competition." Wang Tung didn't reply. He just watched Zhao Yuanwu and Yu Tao's match with interest. Boom! Continuous explosions rang out in the arena. It was a fierce match. Yu Tao tried his best, but he couldn't defeat Zhao Yuanwu. A fiery red light flashed past the screen, almost blinding the viewers. It was glamorous. Yu Tao was thrown out by the blast. His chest had split open, revealing the white bones underneath. Fresh blood was spurting out of his mouth without a stop, and his face was as white as a ghost. He had lost. "This is 9th level Flaming Blade Presence," Mao Na exclaimed with a grim expression. She wasn't the only one. Many people at the scene were looking at Zhao Yuanwu absent-mindedly. They were stunned by his blade attack. Why is Zhao Yuanwu so powerful? Even Yu Tao from the first university isn't his match. He's really strong. Only Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong might have a chance against him. Many people started comparing Zhao Yuanwu with Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong. They felt that he had a chance to fight for the top 3. Below the arena, Wang Tung's gaze flickered. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he looked at the gigantic attribute bubbles floating in the arena. Pick. Flaming Blade Presence, *126 Fire Force, *88 Good People. You're all good people. Chapter 356. What monster is this? Flaming Blade Presence, *126. As the Flaming Blade Presence merged into his body, relevant knowledge surged into Wang Tung's mind. The streams of information collided and intertwined with each other, flashing through his mind like sharp blades. Then, he felt a qualitative change occur as a force more potent than Blade Presence was born. Flaming Blade Conscious. Wang Tung's Flaming Blade Conscious was completed. If Zhao Yuanwu knew that his Blade Presence had lent a helping hand to the birth of Wang Tung's Blade Conscious, he might die from anger. Mao Na, who was standing beside Wang Tung, suddenly sensed something. She turned her head and looked at Wang Tung. However, she only saw his calm expression. There was nothing amiss with him. That feeling earlier seemed to be her illusion. She felt puzzled in her heart, staring at Wang Tung's face for a long time. "Why are you looking at me? Am I too handsome?" Wang Tung asked. "There's a boogie in your eyes," Mao Na said expressionlessly. Wang Tung. Mao Na disregarded Wang Tung and walked away arrogantly. Wang Tung shook his head and shifted his gaze back to the arena. He picked up the attribute bubbles Yu Tao had dropped. would force asterisk 50 spirit asterisk 8 enlightenment asterisk 14. The morning matches soon ended. Everyone went back to the hotel for lunch and waited for the afternoon matches to start. In the afternoon, the competition continued. The list of matches was shown on the screen. Wang Tung versus Zhao Yuanwu. The moment this match was revealed, many people were astounded. Surprise flashed across their faces. Wang Tung met Zhao Yuanwu. There would be a good show to watch later. Many schools and factions were keeping an eye on Wang Tung. They felt that this was the furthest Wang Tung could go. Between him and Zhao Yuanwu, he would definitely lose. They didn't approve of Zhao Yuanwu's actions, but his performance had been eye-catching all along. He might even be on par with Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcang. Also, no one knew if he had other hidden abilities or trump cards. The expressions of the students in the Huanghai resting area changed slightly. They looked at Wang Tung and opened their mouths. In the end, all they could say was, "Try your best." "Don't worry." Wang Tung stood up with a gentle smile at the edge of his lips. He walked to the arena without showing any distress. Lin Xuan felt worried for him. This is troublesome. Wang Tung actually encountered a ruthless fellow like Zhao Yuanwu. "I wonder if little brother Wang Tung can withstand him," Tian Xiaoxiao said. "I hope he won't be stubborn." "Zhao Yuanwu is a savage." Su Wanong shook her head and said. None of the three ladies thought that Wang Tung would win this match. Based on Zhao Yuanwu's past performance, they knew that he was a mighty contender for the championship title. Ordinary martial warriors weren't his match at all. The two young men stood in the arena. Zhao Yuanwu looked at Wang Tung with contempt. "You still have time to admit defeat if you don't want to get beaten like your seniors. You seem very confident." Wang Tung looked at him calmly. Zhao Yuanwu frowned when he saw Wang Tung's composed manner. He shook his head and said, "Why do I have to act personally every time? People like you refuse to be convinced until you're faced with the grim reality." The judge beside them blew his whistle. "Start." Wang Tung and Zhao Yuanwu exchanged glances with each other. Then they disappeared simultaneously. Boom! They cut across the sky like a pair of scissors cutting white silk before colliding together. The lingering shadows of fists and blades intertwined in the air and dazzled the spectators. The audience could only see faint shadows colliding and separating continuously in the arena, creating a thunderous echo. "They're so powerful." The audience widened their eyes in surprise. This match was on a completely different level compared to the matches before. Wang Tung is on par with Zhao Yuanwu. They were flabbergasted, especially with the strength Wang Tung had displayed. He was a worthy rival of Zhao Yuanwu. He wasn't at any disadvantage at all. This was totally unexpected. General Bei's live steam room experienced a few seconds of silence before comments erupted like a volcano. "Oh my God, what did I just see? Wang Tung is so powerful." Wang Tung never used his full strength before. He only showed it when he met Zhao Yuanwu. Exhilarating, impressive, amazing. Most people here were attracted by Wang Tung's brick because they found it interesting. But now, the stark contrast between his serious and interesting fighting styles enchanted them even more. From the initial interest, they had turned into his fans. On the second floor of the audience stand, Peng Yuanshan smiled. "Good riddance." The other heads looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Their understanding of Wang Tung's ability was refreshed time and again. This felt invigorating for some reason. Yin Kong, the president of the Martial Arts Academy of Jinlin University, was dumbstruck. He completely lost his cool. How is this possible? Was Wang Tung really a freshman? How could he be so strong? How did Huang Hai groom him? Yin Kong felt frustrated in his heart. He should have fought harder to get Wang Tung into their school. Well, it was hard not to regret now. Wang Tung used his bare fist to destroy all the flaming blade attacks Zhao Yuanwu threw at him. The 8-level devil scripture trained the physical body, making it indomitable. Even if Wang Tung did not have any weapons, Zhao Yuanwu wouldn't be able to hurt him. Despite looking like a normal human with an average body, he seemed tall and towering at this moment. He was like an ape that had gone berserk. He strode forward, suppressing Zhao Yuanwu's raging attacks. Everyone felt their blood boiling with excitement as they watched this scene. Zhao Yuanwu was infuriated. He had never received such treatment ever since the start of the competition. He was always the one who gave other people a thrashing. Yet, he was the one getting trashed now, by someone whom he had never taken a heart to boot. Moo! There was no way he could stomach this humiliation. Zhao Yuanwu bellowed in rage, and a ferocious blade presence erupted from his body. He waved his blade and swung it at Wang Teng. The terrifying flaming blade presence swept through the arena. Roaring flames attempted to swallow Wang Teng and burn him to ashes. I was waiting for this move. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Wang Teng's lips. At the same time, a battle blade appeared in his hand, and he swung it down. An equally formidable flaming blade presence exploded from a blade. It collided with Zhao Yuanwu's blade presence like a tsunami. Boom! The flames burst and soared into the sky. Two gigantic blade glows started corroding one another. In the end, Wang Teng's blade glow won and chopped Zhao Yuanwu's blade aura into two. How is this possible? Zhao Yuanwu widened his eyes in disbelief. In his stupor, he couldn't dodge in time and got hit by the blade attack. At that moment, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. He flew back abruptly and vomited a mouth of blood in midair. Zhao Yuanwu was defeated. The audience found this incredible. Wang Teng's blade presence is close to blade conscious. Some people saw through his attack, and the conclusion left them thunderstruck. Blade conscious was much more powerful than blade presence. It was harder to understand too. Yet, Wang Teng was close to enlightening his blade conscious. How old was he? What kind of monster was he? Wang Teng had merely revealed a fraction of his ability, but it was enough to make everyone's jaws drop to the floor. They found it unbelievable. He was only a freshman, but he was a worthy opponent of a talent like Zhao Yuanwu. He even won against him, displaying incredible talent. Everyone was mind-blown. Chapter 357. What the F***? This fellow snatched the weapon of the 8 arms devil general. Zhao Yuanwu was thrown off his feet by Wang Teng's attack and slammed to the ground. However, the powerful impact forced him to continue moving back. Slash! Zhao Yuanwu made a prompt decision and stabbed his battle blade on the floor. After taking 3 steps back, he finally managed to stop his retreat. Splurt! He vomited another mouthful of blood. Zhao Yuanwu's face was pale. He lowered his head and looked at the blade wound on his chest. This scene was extremely familiar. He had done the same thing when he attacked Hanju. Wang Teng was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Ha! Zhao Yuanwu started laughing in a low voice. This is getting more and more interesting. He raised his head suddenly and stared at Wang Teng opposite him. There was an evil red glint in his eyes. I underestimated you. Wang Teng squinted as he stared back at Zhao Yuanwu. This wasn't the tone of a loser. Did Zhao Yuanwu have other methods to turn the tide around? What trump cards do you have? Execute all of them. He'll let you lose wholeheartedly, Wang Teng replied calmly. Zhao Yuanwu sneered. I plan to leave this for Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingtsong, but I guess I have to use it on you first. As he spoke, the red glow in his eyes got brighter, and the blood in his body started churning. His veins were squirming like little snakes. This is Wang Teng frowned. Zhao Yuanwu seemed to be using a secret skill that allowed him to release his potential. Wang Teng had read about such secret skills before. All of them had severe repercussions. One might suffer a deficiency of qi and blood, as well as the exhaustion of force. On the serious side, their veins and muscles would rupture, and their potential could be impaired. This meant that their future in the martial arts world would be destroyed. But the greater the implications, the bigger the benefits. For instance, you could increase your strength multiple times. Boom, boom, boom. Many explosions came from Zhao Yuanwu's body. His muscles were growing at a visible speed. The wound in front of his chest appeared to have healed due to the squeezing of the muscles. The blood on his body evaporated because of the high heat, disappearing in an instant. The audience saw this scene clearly through the big screens. Many people gasped in shock, especially ordinary people. They had never seen anything like this. Zhao Yunwu had gotten weak after suffering Wang Tung's attack. How did he gather his strength in such a short time? His aura also seemed more powerful than before. It was unimaginable. The commentator's voice immediately resonated in the venue. He spoke in excitement. Zhao Yunwu hasn't lost yet. He seems to have used some secret skill that makes him more powerful than before. Will he be able to turn defeat into victory? The sect leader of Qianyuan's sect, Zhao Zhixing, said with a change of expression, Yunwu is too impulsive. Even if he loses, there are still the revival rounds. There's no need to use our tyrant blood secret skill. You can't blame Yunwu. Who thought that this Wang Tung possessed such a powerful ability? Who knew that he had been hiding his power all along? How can Yunwu accept getting defeated by him? The third elder from Qianyuan's sect replied, It's normal for a young man to be competitive. Yunwu has never met any obstacles in his life. Once he suffers a defeat, he will definitely lose his cool. Another old man chimed in. This was the second elder from Qianyuan's sect. There are many talents from the universities. Besides Ji Xiaoming and Ren Xingcong, Wang Tung is also eye-catching. Universities are the proper route now. Sects are outdated. Zhao Zhixing couldn't help but sigh. The second elder and the third elder glanced at each other. In the arena, boom! A terrifying force spilled out of Zhao Yuan's body. Die! Zhao Yunwu exploded in anger, his blood boiling as he charged towards Wang Tung. The entire arena seemed to be shaking under his heavy footsteps. He arrived in front of Wang Tung in a blink of an eye and chopped his blade down. Slash! Flames engulfed his blade, distorting the air around it because of its heat. Wang Tung blinked. He raised his blade to block the attack, but Zhao Yunwu didn't let him go. The blade rained down on Wang Tung again and again, forcing him to step back. Bang, bang, bang. Whenever the two blades collided, sparks flew everywhere. Wang Tung noticed a nick on his blade after multiple clashes. Cracks were starting to appear too. His blade was going to break. Zhao Yuan's attacks are too fierce and swift. We can only see his lingering shadows. Wang Tung seems to be on the losing end here. Are the tables going to turn? Zhang Jun's voice rang out at this moment. Wang Tung appears to be in a bad state. The other commentator, Su Xiao, continued. The moment her voice faded, a clear sound rang through the big screen. Crack! The next instant, the audience noticed that Zhao Yunwu had forcefully broken Wang Tung's battle blade with his violent attacks. The blade shattered into pieces and scattered on the floor. Let me see how you're going to block me now. A hideous expression flashed across Zhao Yuan's face. He swung his blade right at Wang Tung's forehead. Many people closed their eyes involuntarily at this scene. Lin Xuan's face turned pale. Wang Tung's win was almost certain, but then this accident happened. No one had expected this turn of events. Peng Yuanshan squinted as he stared intently at the arena. Everyone held their breath, feeling anxious for Wang Tung. Clang! At this moment, a dull sound resonated in the arena. It sounded like something hitting a solid and thick metal board. But this wasn't right. Zhao Yunwu was stunned. He looked ahead of him. A gigantic pitch-black weapon had appeared in Wang Tung's hand at some point. Everyone regained their senses and quickly looked at the arena. Their gazes landed on the weapon unconsciously. What is that? Everyone stared at the strange weapon absent-mindedly, Zhao Yunwu included. It looked like a blade and a sword, and it was humongous. They didn't know such a strange weapon even existed in this world. Too flamboyant. This is devil-patterned black gold. The important figures at the scene were able to discern what material this weapon was made up of. This was a divine weapon made of devil-patterned black gold. And a huge piece, too. Some big shots started swallowing their saliva. Their eyes were glistening. F***K. What a waste of rare materials. This is a crime. This piece of devil-patterned black gold was large enough to make multiple normal-sized weapons. However, it was only used to forge the weird-looking weapon in Wang Tung's hand. What a waste, what a waste. Why do I find that weapon a little familiar? The president of Jisin Martial House, Yi Jisin, muttered to himself. Have you forgotten about the war a year ago? That 8 arms devil General Zur's weapon looks like this, Lei Jinting said unconsciously. After he finished speaking, he realized what he had said. His eyes widened as he looked at Yi Jisen. F***K. This fellow snatched the weapon of the 8 arms devil general. Chapter 358. I've disliked you for some time. This was a rude shock for Yi Jisen and Lei Jinting. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, without moving. They were utterly dumbstruck. Who is this 8 arms devil general you're referring to? Mr. Ma couldn't help but ask when he heard their discussion. The two principals immediately regained their senses. Yi Jisen said, the 8 arms devil general, Zurs, is one of the general stage martial warriors from the 8 arms devil race. It was Mr. Ma's turn to drop his jaws. Thunder roared in his mind once he understood the 8 arms devil general's identity. He found it unbelievable. Wang Tong snatched a general stage martial warrior's weapon. This joke isn't funny at all. Mr. Ma laughed awkwardly. I think we're right. Old Yuluk, the words MOK are carved on the weapon. This is the name of Zur's weapon. Lei Jinting took a deep breath before he opened his mouth. Oh my God. Yi Jisen focused on the weapon from afar. General stage martial warriors had keen eyesight, so he was able to see the 2 words instantly. How did he snatch it? Mr. Ma asked in disbelief. Who knows? Yi Jisen shrugged. What a mysterious young brat. Lei Jinting lamented. While they were discussing this matter, the atmosphere in the arena froze for a second. Then, Wang Ting opened his mouth. Continue chopping. Chop all you want. You won't have to compensate even if it breaks. Really, I'm not lying to you. Zhao Yuanwu. As he gazed at the weapon, a sense of helplessness surged into his heart. F***K. How was he supposed to chop that? The next moment, Zhao Yuanwu flew into a rage. He felt that Wang Tong was playing with him. His attacks bordered on mania. His secret skill had a time limit, so he must finish the battle as soon as possible. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Tong fought with Zhao Yuanwu with MOK in his hand. Explosions kept resounding whenever their weapons met. Very soon, Zhao Yuanwu realized that cracks were starting to appear on his battle blade. Every dog had its day. This time it was his. Zhao Yuanwu's expression changed. He knew that he couldn't win with strength, so he retreated abruptly. He panted as he said, You should be proud that you forced me to this state. Boom! A formidable blade aura swept across the arena, and flames covered the sky. A 10-foot-long flaming blade glow shot up into the air. Everyone looked at the sword glow with amazement. They were dumbfounded. Wang Tong remained calm, though. No one noticed the flames burning in the depth of his eyes. A flaming blade was getting restless in him. It was itching to get out of its sheath. On the other side, Zhao Yuanwu was enveloped in flames, looking like the son of fire. He stood there with a battle blade in one hand, majestic and arrogant. Big Dipper, flaming blade. He waved his blade violently. The 10-foot blade glow descended from the sky like a dragon. Flames pummeled towards Wang Tong, attempting to swallow him. Wang Tong is in danger. This was what everyone was thinking. Lin Chuan bit her lips tightly. Her hands had turned white because she was clenching them too tightly. Sky rank, low-class battle technique. Peng Yuanshan jumped to his feet. He stood at the edge of the audience stand and looked down. One boom. At that moment, a terrifying force of presence erupted from Wang Tong's body. Fire rose from the ground and spiraled up into the sky. Clang! A fiery glow slowly revealed itself from the flames, like a blade leaving its sheath. The blade glow cut right through the horizon. The flames from Zhao Yuanwu's attack were attracted and merged into the blade glow, turning into fertilizer for the formation of the blade glow. If Zhao Yuanwu was the son of flames, Wang Tong was the king of fire. Everyone had to bow down to the king. Clang! A deafening sound of a long blade unsheathing shook the spectators. Blade conscious. Flaming blade conscious. Wang Ting no longer hid his ability. He released his flaming blade conscious. All of this happened within a few seconds. When Zhao Yuanwu's blade glow was inches away from his head, Wang Tong finally moved. In a split second, The growing blade, conscious, unraveled itself entirely and split the air into two. Zhao Yuan's blade glow was destroyed. Peace resumed. Silence. There was only silence. It felt as if the flames and blade glow had never appeared. Only the scars on the arena floor and the burnt patches proved that the scene they just saw wasn't a dream. The audience had turned dumb from astonishment. They couldn't recover their thoughts for a long time. Phew! Someone sighed, and the entire dragon's den finally woke up again. The clamor almost tore the place down. Incredible! Is this how frightening a real martial warrior can be? Is this attack done by a human? Ji Xiaoming had watched the entire match from the First University's resting area. At the start, he didn't care, but he slowly started paying more attention. Now he was amazed. He couldn't help but sigh. Blade conscious. He had no choice but to take Wang Tong seriously now. Mao Na touched the back of her head as she exclaimed, "I didn't know he was so powerful. It looks like my defeat wasn't unjustified." Yu Tao's face was pale. He felt bitter in his heart. He wanted to teach Wang Tong a good lesson in the arena for Mao Na's sake. Now, he felt fortunate that he wasn't given a chance. If not, he would have died a terrible death. He lost to Zhao Yuanwu, and Zhao Yuanwu lost to Wang Tong. As Zhao Yuanwu's defeated opponent, he didn't have the right to teach Wang Tong a lesson. On the other side, Ren Xingtsong watched the match without any expressions on his face. However, an eerie glint flashed past his eyes, and he snorted. Yi Jisun was baffled. It's astonishing how this young man could enlighten his blade conscious at such a young age. What a pity. I should have asked him to represent my Jisun martial house. Don't even think about it. He will definitely represent Huangheim Military Academy. Why would he choose you? Lei Zhiting mocked. Even so, he's still a part of my Jisun martial house. The SSS contract is proof of my foresight. I'm not as stingy as you. You didn't even want to give an SS grade contract. Yi Jisun rebutted. Mr. Ma didn't know whether he should laugh or cry when he saw the two important figures bickering like two aunties in the market. Zhao Yuanwu stood in the arena covered with wounds. His body was full of blade marks, and blood was oozing out of them. Splurt! He vomited a mouth of blood. He couldn't believe he had lost. In an instant, he turned berserk and shouted madly, "How is this possible? How could I lose to a clown like you? This is impossible." The long blade in his hand was already broken. He stumbled, but was still unwilling to admit defeat. He dashed towards Wang Tong, waving his broken blade haphazardly. His expression was forlorn and bitter. You could tell that this was a massive blow to him. "Why do you have to do this?" Wang Tong placed his hands behind his back and shook his head. His eyes were filled with compassion. After Zhao Yuanwu came closer, he slowly pulled out his hand from behind his back. The shining golden brick in his hand dazzled everyone's eyes. "Stop!" A shout came from the audience stand. Wang Tong was slightly stunned. However, he still smashed the brick down without any hesitation. Bang! The brick slammed on the face. He had especially aimed at the face. Bang, bang, bang. After some time, Wang Tong stood up gradually and flicked his hair. He let out a long sigh. "I've disliked you for some time." Chapter 359, Model Youth. Dead silence. The audience stared at Zhao Yuanwu. They couldn't recognize his face anymore, so their expressions turned weird. That arrogant and unbridled Zhao Yuanwu was bruised and swollen at the moment. He looked like a pig's head. The before and after difference was too glaring. But for some reason, they felt refreshed. A majority of the audience was suppressing their laughter. They felt invigorated. Wan Baiqiu and Mao Na even burst out laughing, not giving a hoot about Zhao Yuan's identity. He deserves it. Only an evil person can deal with an evil person, Mao Na said amid her laughter. Yu Tao touched his face unconsciously. Once again, he felt fortunate that he didn't meet Wang Tong. He mustn't meet him in the future either. If he did, he would turn into a pig's head. The consequences were too frightening. Ji Xiaoming felt his lips twitching. Suddenly, he didn't want to compete with Wang Tong anymore. Anyone that met him would turn into a pig's head. Even though he was confident in himself, he still felt his head turning numb. Scary. Show off. Rin Qingtsong pouted in contempt. However, his furrowed eyebrows exposed his true thoughts. That brick left an ineffable trauma in many people's minds. Even though they hadn't experienced it personally, they were still scared. They knew that it wouldn't feel good to get beaten like Zhao Yuanwu. Lin Chuan heaved a long sigh of relief, and a tinge of red gradually appeared on her pale face. She could finally relax. She was really frightened when Zhao Yuanwu executed that 10-foot-long blade glow. Thinking that the match would end with Wang Teng getting heavily injured, she almost fainted from fright. However, another reversal happened, and Wang Teng still won in the end. This fellow sure likes to scare people. Lin Chuan looked at the young man below a little angrily. Little brother Wang Teng is so strong. Even Zhao Yuanwu couldn't beat him, Tian Xiaoxiao said with an infatuated expression. Lin Chuan, he likes to flirt and steal ladies' hearts too. Indeed, he's very powerful. Zhao Yuanwu is the representative of all the sections. Yet he still lost to Wang Teng. Su Wantong sighed. Another round of rocket rain occurred in General Bay's live stream room, and numerous comments flashed past the screen. 666. Superb. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling with my phone. I really want to bow to him. This is a real powerhouse. Zhao Yuanwu can only stand at the side. Amazing. I'm going crazy over Wang Teng. The Brick Maniac, the Invincible Presence. The Brick Maniac, the Invincible Presence. The Brick Maniac, the Invincible Presence. There was a ruckus in the live stream room. Many people had become Wang Teng's fans after that fight. They wished that they were at the competition venue so that they could experience the heated battle personally. In the arena, Wang Teng glanced at the audience stands. Someone had asked him to stop just now, and the voice came from that direction. A middle-aged man was standing on the edge of the audience stand on the second floor. He was glaring at Wang Teng. Wang Teng smiled at him, disregarding him completely. This was a national #1 martial arts competition. What would he do to him? Also, he had Huang Hai supporting him. Would the man dare to pester him? At the other end of the audience stand, Peng Yuanshan also stood at the edge and stared at the middle-aged man expressionlessly. His gaze was fixed on the other party. Although the man was indignant, he didn't dare to act. In the end, he snorted and flicked his sleeve before returning to his seat. After Wang Teng retracted his gaze, he scanned the attribute bubbles in the arena. There were many of them. He immediately picked them up. Fire Force *140 Advanced Stage Fire Talent *12 Big Dipper Flaming Blade *1 Enlightenment *36 Spirit *42. As the bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, his eyes started shining like diamonds. Good stuff. That was a lot of Fire Force. But most importantly, after the Fire Force entered his body, Wang Teng achieved a breakthrough. He had reached the 6-star soldier level when he was in the Xingwu continent. He wasn't far off from the 7-star soldier level either. During the competition in the Dragon's Den, the contestants dropped a sizable number of attribute bubbles, including Fire Force. While he collected the attributes, it allowed him to get closer and closer to the 7-star soldier level. Finally, Zhao Yuan's 140 points of Fire Force helped him to overcome the obstacle. The 7th Force nucleus on his spine lit up. Fire Force surged into the nucleus. Achievement unlocked. 7-star soldier level. Fire Force, 60 out of 5,000 7-star. This breakthrough was a little sudden, catching Wang Teng off guard. He felt a little complicated in his heart. He silently advanced while watching the competitions. Wasn't this a little too simple? It was already atrocious for him to participate in this national #1 martial arts competition as a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Yet he advanced again. Yes, the use of the word "yet" was accurate. But this wasn't the main point. The main thing was, how were the other contestants supposed to play when he was a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior? Right now, if Peng Yuanshan and the heads asked him how confident he was, Wang Teng would tell them, probably 120%. Even 120% was too little. You should say 180%, but he was a humble guy. A person must be humble. Wang Teng always kept this sentence in mind. He was a humble person. There were 12 points of advanced stage fire talent, too. His fire talent was already at the advanced stage, so his fire talent strengthened when the attributes merged into his body. There were also many enlightenment and spirit attributes. It was worth the effort smashing the head. Hey, it was very tiring. His reputation was ruined along the way, though. Everyone probably felt that he was a bit mental. He always hit his opponent until their faces were swollen. He didn't hit ladies as badly, but he smashed their heads too. Honestly, Wang Tung didn't want to do this. He wanted to be a model youth who was decent, righteous, honest, and normal. Hey, this Big Dipper flaming blade seems powerful. It was a sky rank, low-class battle technique. Not bad at all. A stick figure wielding a blade appeared in his mind. Flames circled around the figure, and the flaming blade glow-slit through the air. It was formidable. In an instant, Wang Tung understood the technique. This was indeed a powerful blade battle technique. He lacked a fire element blade battle technique, so this skill filled up the gap perfectly. With his flaming blade conscious, the force of this move would increase multiple times. After picking up the attributes, Wang Tung felt refreshed. He glanced at Zhao Yuanwu amiably. He suddenly felt emotional. Zhao Yuanwu was his lucky star. He had helped him to enlighten his blade conscious and break through to the 7-star soldier level. While at it, he also gave him the sky rank low-class battle technique. Was there a better person than him? Once the judge announced Wang Tung's victory, the medical personnel came up and carried Zhao Yuanwu on the stretcher. Thank you for your hard work. You must treat him properly. Wang Tung looked at the medical personnel sincerely. The medical personnel were confused. What was Wang Tung doing as his opponent? Was this the kindness of the winner? No. Suddenly, they understood his intention. He wanted them to treat Zhao Yuanwu so that he could beat him up again. He was a devil. Chapter 360, Top 16. When Wang Tung walked down the arena, he felt that the medical personnel were looking at him strangely. However, he didn't have the time to think about their gazes. The medical personnel carried Zhao Yuanwu away as if they were hiding from him. He didn't even see their eyes clearly, so he couldn't understand their real intention. Feeling a little confused, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It probably wasn't anything important. The competition in the afternoon ended quickly. However, many people were still talking about Wang Tung and Zhao Yuanwu's match with interest. I feel that their match isn't at the same level as other contestants' matches. Yes, they're so powerful. I heard their battle was a contest between 5-star soldier-level martial warriors. 5-star soldier-level martial warriors are able to form wings with their force. They can fly in the air. It's a pity we couldn't see it. Force wings. I've never seen them before. Martial warriors are so powerful. They can even fly. Sigh, in the past, I had a chance to become a martial warrior too. Stop boasting. Uncle, you're almost 50 years old. Stop dreaming. The crowd flooded out of the dragon's den, and their noise soared up the sky. Everyone was exhilarated. Some even turned red in anger as they engaged in a heated argument. The whole place was lively. Wang Tung and the other students returned to the hotel. Along the way, his teammates stared at him as though they were looking at a ghost. Enough. You have been ogling me for the entire journey. Haven't you seen enough? Wang Tung glared at them. He couldn't stand it anymore. No one would feel comfortable getting stared at like a monster. Cough. Hanju coughed awkwardly. He said, "Are you really a freshman? Or did you stay back for 3 years?" Wang Tung was speechless. Look at this, look at this. Is this something you should be asking? Stay back for 3 years? Was he so useless? If I had stayed back for 3 years, you would have recognized me, Wang Tung retorted. You're right. Hanju regained his senses, feeling that he had asked a stupid question. In that case, calling you brat a monster is not an exaggeration. Even a humble man like Hanju was cursing out loud. One could tell how stunned he must be. Senior, if you slander me again, I'll pull you into the arena to fight with you, Wang Tung said indifferently. Underscore winky face. 1 brick. A drop of sweat fell from Hanju's forehead. He smiled in embarrassment and said, "Ha ha, Junior Wang Tung. How can you be a monster? You're so handsome." I made an indiscreet remark just now. Please don't take it to heart. Wan Baichio. Do you? Everyone. They had never seen Han Zhu acting so shamelessly before. Ha! Wang Tung scoffed. Either way, Junior Wang Tung, thank you for helping me take revenge, Wan Baichio said earnestly. You don't have to. I didn't like Zhao Yuanwu either, Wang Tung waved his hands and said. Wan Baichio smiled, remaining quiet. There was no need to be too explicit about certain matters. After dinner, Peng Yuan Shan gathered everyone. He opened his mouth and said, fight to your heart's content during the competition. The school will help you with other matters. Don't worry. He waved his hand after he finished speaking and dismissed everyone. All right, go back and have a good rest to prepare for tomorrow's matches. Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know why their president had suddenly said that sentence. After leaving the room, they went back and got some rest. Unlike his companions, Wang Tung was smiling happily. Peng Yuanshan was referring to the afternoon competition. He knew that he didn't have to worry about the Qianyuan sect anymore. Huang Hai would help him deal with them. This was how confident he could be when he had powerful support. Huang Hai Military Academy was powerful, and its alumni were scattered across all the important military departments in the country. Many of them held real power. Some were also in the business industry and had become leading figures in the business world. In terms of power, how many factions could fight with them? Qianyuan sect didn't have a chance of beating Huang Hai. Even if the Qianyuan sect was furious, they had to swallow their anger. The next day, the competition continued. Another 2 days passed. The competition was in full swing. Wang Tung continued to maintain his winning streak. Whenever he met an opponent, he would smash their heads with his brick, further cementing his position as the brick maniac. The following day, the Dragon's Den was packed with people, and the atmosphere remained as bustling as ever. As the finals approached, the audience got more and more enthusiastic. At 8 a.m. sharp, the screen didn't display the list of matches like usual. Instead, the commentator's voice rang out in the stadium. We're finally at the stage of finalizing our top 16. Everyone was shocked. For the past few days, they had watched the competition with much interest. They didn't realize that the knockouts were already here. The top 16 consists of Ji Xiaoming from the First University, Ren Xingtsang from Leitang Martial House, Luo Cheng from Capital Military Academy, Wang Tung from Huanghai Military Academy, Zhao Yuanwu from Qianyuan sect. The commentator announced all the names of the top 16 candidates. Every time he called a name, the screen would display the image of the student. Finally, all 16 students appeared together on the screen. Ji Xiaoming, Ren Xingtsang, and Luo Cheng were in the first row, while Wang Tung was the first of the second row. This arrangement was based on the past performances and battle results of the contestants. Although Wang Tung was placed in the 4th position after Ji Xiaoming and the other 2 candidates, it was already a high rank. After all, he was the youngest among all the contestants. No one even imagined that he could reach this state. Yet, Wang Tung's performance each time caused everyone to look at him in a new light. Victory all the way. No defeat at all. Even though he was a little cheeky and indecent, he still astounded the audience. Some even felt that he was a potential contender for the championship title, the 4th person after Ji Xiaoming and the other 2 hot favorites. Zhao Yuanwu might have lost to Wang Tung, but his overall battle results were enough to put him in the top 16. It was also worth mentioning that Han Zhu was among the top 16. He was at number 13, not that low a ranking overall. If he performed well during the rest of the competition, his ranking might improve. There was a chance that he could squeeze into the top 10. If he did, Huang Hai would have 2 students in the top 10. That would be an outstanding result. I'm sure everyone feels impatient after I introduce the top 16 candidates. Now, let's start with our finals. Everyone, please look at the big screen. After the commentator finished speaking, the images of the top 16 students on the screen got jumbled up and randomly grouped together. Finally, everything stopped moving. The audience held their breaths as they looked at the big screen. Wang Tung wasn't worried. He raised his head slowly after the images stopped. It was a random allocation, so he didn't care who he met. But when he saw the name of his opponent, he was still stunned. Wang Tung versus Luo Cheng. His opponent was Luo Cheng from Capital Military Academy. From a certain point of view, This was the battle between the top two military academies in the country, Huangheim Military Academy and Capital Military Academy. Chapter 361 knows how to play the game Huangheim Military Academy versus Capital Military Academy. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. This was no longer a competition between two students. All along, everyone had placed Huangheim Military Academy and Capital Military Academy in the same category. One in the north, one in the south. North and south. The hidden meaning and representation behind the two schools were complex and couldn't be explained in a few sentences. From the start, everyone was already anticipating the collision of the two military academies. Their wish was finally granted. But everyone thought that Hanzhu would be Huangheim Military Academy's representative. It was changed to Wangtung now. Even so, their anticipation didn't dwindle. Instead, more hopes were placed on Wangtung. The first round of matches between the top 16 was soon confirmed. The other hot favorites didn't meet each other, though. Wangtung and Luo Cheng's match was the highlight. Let's welcome our top 16 participants to step forward. Your arenas will be there. Commentator Zhang Jun's voice resounded in the venue. There were 9 arenas in the middle of the Dragon's Denver. There was a bigger one in the center, while the other 8 circled around it. The 8 arenas were higher than the other arenas, so they were conspicuous. The middle arena was the highest, showcasing its special status with its height. The final match will be held there. The participants were split into 8 groups. They will be fighting in the surrounding 8 arenas. At this moment, Wangtung and Huangheim Military Academy gradually stood up from the Huangheim Military Academy's resting area. They walked to the middle of the Dragon's Den. Wangtung followed the arrangement and came to Arena 8. On the other side, Luo Cheng leaped and tapped his toes on the ground, lightly landing in the arena. Wangtung pouted. Although Luo Cheng looked like a serious man, he was still a youngster. He liked to show off every now and then. However, he was dishonest. I don't mind if you put on a show for others, but why are you doing it secretly? Your acting is so obvious. I'm smart enough to see through your act. At the same time, the other top 16 contestants arrived at their arenas. They got ready for the fight ahead. As the participants stepped on the arenas, the atmosphere turned tense. The fight could be triggered at any moment. Just as the judge was about to announce the start of the matches, Luo Cheng suddenly raised his hand. Wait, huh? The judge looked at Luo Cheng involuntarily. He asked, "What do you want to say?" The big screen also gave him the honor of showing his full face. After all, this was the leading figure of Capital Military Academy. In the national #1 martial arts competition, he was the face of Capital Military Academy. Even though Ji Xiaoming and Rin Xingcong were hot favorites, he was also a powerful contender for the #1 title. Furthermore, in this competition so far, no one was able to force Luo Cheng to release his full potential. He might be hiding some surprises up his sleeves. Right before the competition was about to start, Luo Cheng from Arena 8 suddenly raised his hand. What does he want to do? Zhang Jun's baffled voice echoed in the venue. Everyone started talking in low voices. Is he going to admit defeat? That's impossible. You're overthinking. What do you think he wants to do? How should I know? Just wait and see. In the arena, Luo Cheng looked at Wangtung and opened his mouth. I'd like to ask for the big arena. The big arena. Everyone turned silent. The commentator repeated Luo Cheng's words like a loudspeaker. Luo Cheng wants the big arena. F***K. What's the big arena? That's right. Can you explain it? Most of the ordinary people didn't understand what the big arena was. They were confused and kept whispering to each other. The 2 words weren't hard to understand, but in this situation, they didn't know what they represented. Cough. The commentator coughed awkwardly before hurriedly explaining. When the participant feels that their arena can't allow them to display their full capability, they can ask for a large-sized arena. Normally, only extremely confident contestants will make this choice. They have to be 5-star soldier level and above too. We all know that 5-star soldier level martial warriors can escape the bind of the earth and fly into the sky. It looks like Luo Cheng is taking his match with Wangtung very seriously. Everyone was enlightened. I see. so the match will be exciting. Both of them have reached the 5-star soldier level. That means that they might fight in the air. Zhao Yuanwu is a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior too. Why didn't he choose the big arena? He looked down on Wang Tong. Zhao Yuanwu's face turned black when he got mentioned for no reason. He was already furious after losing to Wang Tong. Yet, these people were exposing his scars continuously. Who could bear with this? Ji Xiaoming and Ren Xingcong couldn't help but stare at Luo Cheng. They were surprised. This was a quiet fellow, but he knew how to play the game. The application for the big arena won't be approved so easily. The leaders who are supervising this match are discussing this matter. Let's wait for their decision, the commentators said. On the platforms, the important figures were exchanging silent whispers. A few minutes later, they arrived at a conclusion. All right, the result is out, the commentators said. Luo Cheng's application is approved. Now, let's invite the 2 participants off the arena for a break. We'll proceed with your match after the other 14 participants finish theirs. Wang Tong shook his head. So troublesome. However, he still walked down the arena, not thinking too much about it. The big arena was just another venue for his match. It didn't matter to him. The other matches continued normally. Wang Tong found a random seat after he went down and started watching the matches happily. Ji Xiaoming and Ren Xingcang's matches were exceptionally exciting. As expected of the hot favorites of this competition, they were powerful. Everyone was in the top 16, but their abilities trampled other contestants. They didn't take long to end their matches. They didn't even need to display their full strength. Wang Tong was a little disappointed. He picked up the attribute bubbles they dropped. Metal Force *50, Earth Force *68, Lightning Force *46, Fire Force *60. The Metal Force came from Ji Xiaoming, while the Lightning Force belonged to Ren Xingcong. Their elements were obvious. Wang Tong ignored them and watched the other matches. Hanju's opponent was Chao Chihe from Jinlin University, their leading figure in fact. It was a fierce fight. The 2 contestants were pretty even. Mind you, the students from Jinlin University weren't weak. The first few got tormented by Wang Tong until they questioned their lives, but fortunately, Wang Tong didn't fight with any more Jinlin University students after that. They managed to keep some of their dignity. The president of Jinlin University's Martial Arts Academy sighed in relief. Without a doubt, he knew that Chao Chihe would get smashed by the brick too if he had met Wang Tong. Thank God. Chapter 362. Duel in the Sky. Hanju and Chao Kai's contest lasted for half an hour. They were equal in power, so the battle was even more intense. Finally, Hanju won. They were both in tatters, but Chao Chihe collapsed first. The last person standing emerged as the winner. Peng Yuanshan gave a rare smile. Huanghai Military Academy was in a good position. When Hanju lost to Zhao Yuanwu, he thought that Huanghai had lost completely. Unexpectedly, Wang Tong turned the tide around, and now, Hanju fought until the end too. This was an excellent result. Peng Yuanshan was elated beyond words. On the other hand, Yin Kang's expression turned ugly. F***K. He evaded Wang Tong, but they still lost to Hanju. Did Huanghai have something against them this year? Yin Kang felt frustrated. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his head hurt. The matches in the arenas ended progressively. Zhao Yuanwu was injured, but he had recuperated for 2 days and was still going strong. He won his match. The commentator's voice rang throughout the Dragon's Denver. All right, the other contestants' matches have ended. Please move aside. We'll arrange the big arena now. After he finished speaking, the participants retreated to the outskirts of the stage under the guidance of the staff. Boom! A loud sound was heard below the Dragon's Denver. The ground vibrated as the space between the various arenas rose gradually until they reached the same height. Besides the arena, right in the middle, the other arenas had turned into a circular platform surrounding the middle arena. Oh my God! Everyone exclaimed in astonishment when they saw this scene. So this was the big arena. Now let's invite the 2 participants, Wang Tong and Luo Cheng, on stage, the commentator shouted. The atmosphere got lit up in an instant. The audience was electrified. Wang Tong's gaze shone when he saw the garish operations. He He raised his feet and stepped on the staircase. He stepped into the arena at the same time as Luo Cheng. "I know you." Luo Cheng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Huh." Wang Ting looked at him in confusion. "My master mentioned you before," Luo Cheng said, a clever glint flashing past his eyes. Wang Ting was startled. He wondered who this young man's master was. Why was he talking to himself and making him confused? Luo Cheng. The two of them turned silent, and the atmosphere felt awkward for a moment. Why didn't this person follow the script? Shouldn't he ask who his master was? Luo Cheng felt speechless. In the end, he had no choice but to continue. "My master is the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop, Xiao Nanfeng." "Oh, it's him." Wang Ting finally remembered. Xiao Nanfeng had spoken to Dan Taixian about this matter before. In the past, he was on the lookout for the participants who might be Xiao Nanfeng's disciple. However, he couldn't find him, so he thought that the other party hadn't come. As the competition progressed, he threw this thought to the back of his head. He didn't expect Luo Cheng to be Xiao Nanfeng's disciple. The two of them finally met under these circumstances. Interesting. They exchanged glances with one another, letting off sparks in the air. Suddenly, a figure flew over from afar. The person stepped on the air and floated above the arena. Riding on air, 7-star soldier level. Everyone exclaimed in surprise when they saw a formidable character suddenly appearing in the air above the arena. This entrance was a little grand. For most ordinary people, this was the first time seeing such a powerful presence. They were feeling over the top, their eyes overcome with yearning. Flying in the air was always a dream of mankind. Although they could make use of airplanes in this modern society, there were too many restrictions. They weren't like powerful martial warriors who could disregard gravity and stand in the air using their own power. Who wouldn't be envious of this ability? He'll be your judge for this match. The 7-star soldier-level martial warrior in the air said, "Are you ready?" The two youngsters didn't even glance at the 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. They just nodded calmly. Irritating little brats. The 7-star soldier-level martial warrior felt speechless. He pouted and went straight to the point. "In that case, the match starts." Boom, boom. Two waves of pressure gushed out of their bodies, and their auras kept rising. 3-star soldier level, 4-star soldier level, 5-star soldier level. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, force wings spread behind their backs. A pair of watery blue elegant wings congregated behind Luo Cheng. They flapped slowly as they lifted his body off the ground. As for Wang Ting, fiery red flames rose from the ground and spiraled in the air around him. Finally, they turned into a pair of crimson fire wings. Gusts of strong wind blew in the arena, and their hairs danced. The crimson fire wings flapped a few times, and Wang Ting rose into the air. He stared at Luo Cheng straight into his eyes. The judge couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw this. He felt emotional. This was a stunning young generation. The audience was flabbergasted. They were in awe. Astonishment, longing, envy, and many other emotions gathered on their faces, mixing together into a complex mess. In the arena, the two young men flapped their wings. Then, they turned into rays of lights and shot towards each other. Boom, boom, boom. Intense collisions resonated in the venue. The two lingering shadows exchanged blows and smashed against each other repeatedly, giving birth to loud explosions. They were moving too fast and kept changing their positions in midair. If the arena wasn't big enough, they wouldn't have been able to release their full potential. Boom! Suddenly, a figure plummeted towards the ground. It was Luo Cheng. He was thrown down by Wang Ting's punch. He slammed heavily onto the arena with an enormous bang. Amidst the dust, Luo Cheng wiped the blood off the edge of his lips. There were no emotions in his eyes, though. He tapped his foot on the ground and charged towards Wang Ting once again like a flash of blue lightning. A spear had appeared in his hand at some point. It gave off a cold glint as he soared into the sky. Wang Ting stood in midair. His gaze remained unchanged as he casually stuck out a finger. Slash! A fiery glow shot out from his forefinger. Scorching sky finger. Luo Qing's expression changed. The next instant, the fiery glow accurately landed on the tip of his spear. Luo Cheng felt the spear tremble like a leaf in the wind. His arm turned numb from the vibration, and he almost lost his grip. What a powerful attack! This is a finger battle technique. Luo Qing's expression turned grave. He moved his body and retreated far away. Then, he stopped and stared at Wang Teng with vigilance. Wang Teng probably executed a finger battle technique just now. This kind of battle technique is rare. I feel ashamed to say this, but I've only seen it a few times. This is an eye-opener for me too, the commentator said loudly. Wang Teng didn't use the scorching sky anger again. Instead, he took out MOK and waved at Luo Cheng provocatively. He must win this match with flying colors. He must trample Luo Cheng entirely. This was the only way to let Luo Cheng know that Dan Taixian was better than Xiao Nanfeng. Similarly, as his disciple, Luo Cheng was not his match. Chapter 363, Ice Element. Double Element Martial Warrior. Luo Cheng furrowed his brows slightly when he saw Wang Teng's action. This was a provocation. He squinted his eyes into a narrow slit. The wings behind him trembled, and he bolted towards Wang Teng, leaving only his shadows behind. Wang Teng remained calm. He held MOK and turned into a beam of light, hurling himself at Luo Cheng. Boom! When their weapons collided, frightening bursts of forces erupted from the center. The explosions rumbled throughout the entire dragon's denver. The two young men stepped on the air. One was covered with blue force, while the other had flames spiraling around him. The blue and red balls of lights kept slamming into each other. So powerful. Both of them are amazing. This is even more exciting than Wang Teng and Zhao Yuan's match. As expected of the leading figure from Capital Military Academy, not many people can stand beside him in terms of ability. The audience was astounded, but they still opened their eyes wide and watched the competition with rapt attention. They were afraid that they would miss a splendid scene, so they didn't even dare to blink. The two young men kept changing their positions in the gigantic arena. Every time they moved, they would fight from one end to the other. The audience didn't know where to look. Sometimes, they couldn't follow their speed at all and lost sight of the two competitors. Wang Teng held his enormous weapon as he floated above the arena. He had been accumulating his power for some time now. He swung his weapon back before smashing it aggressively at Luo Cheng. A terrifying force erupted in an instant. Bang! A huge sound shook the arena. Luo Qing's expression changed entirely. He plunged to the ground like a shooting star. Boom! The entire arena vibrated. There was a deep hole on the spot where he landed, with cracks all around it. They spread out like a spider web while Luo Cheng laid in the middle with his arms and legs spread out. Two gasped. Everyone's jaws dropped. How terrifying. They didn't know Wang Teng was so violent. How could he be so rough? He should be gentler. However, unlike others, stars appeared in the eyes of the ladies at the scene. Being savage wasn't a bad thing. The stronger you were, the greater your sense of potency. Although he looked like a pretty boy on the surface, he was a real man inside. Twice the experience? This was perfect. As for Luo Cheng, what a poor thing. This was his second time crashing on the ground, right? His posture was a little disheveled. They could tell that it was painful. Even the hard and sturdy ground of the arena had cracked. The power behind this throw could be imagined. However, Luo Cheng climbed up tenaciously while shaking his head. He was kneeling on one knee. His spear was lying on the ground, and his head was lowered, so no one could see his face. Boom! Suddenly, a greater force surged out from his body. It climbed higher and higher. Below the arena, Ji Xiaoming, who was sitting down and watching the match, straightened his body uncontrollably. This power. A somber expression appeared on his face. This was the first time he had felt a sense of threat from Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng was a good opponent, but currently he was only curious about one thing. Who will be the last one standing in this match? After all, they could only meet him if they lasted until the end. Ren Qingtsong remained expressionless. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if he didn't care. He might give off an I'm invincible aura all the time, but he didn't let go of any details during the match. In the arena, as Luo Cheng's aura rose exponentially, the temperature around him started dropping. After some time, ice crystals appeared around him, slowly increasing in number. A few seconds later, snow began floating in the sky. The audience gasped and looked at the sky in bewilderment. It's snowing. No, it's not snowing. Luo Cheng created the snow with his force. Luo Cheng doesn't have water force. This is ice force. Ice element. Double element martial warrior. The commentator's voice was heard immediately. This is astonishing. Luo Cheng is an ice and water force double element martial warrior. He can fight with a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior without losing out. Everyone was startled. No one had expected this situation. Indeed, the national #1 martial arts competition was a congregation of extraordinary talents. As the matches progressed, the participants revealed their trump cards one by one. Ordinary martial warriors were nothing compared to them. On the other side, Han Zhu was worried. He said in astonishment, Luo Cheng is a double-element martial warrior, and his ice force is at the 6-star soldier level too. Wang Teng is in danger. Peng Yuanshan and Tong Hus expressions turned grave. When they looked at Luo Cheng, who was now the center of attraction, they couldn't help but feel anxious for Wang Teng. Was he able to beat Luo Cheng? Yi Jisun said, I remember that Luo Cheng is Xiao Nanfeng's disciple, right? His disciple? He hides it really well. Lei Jinting snorted. Then, he gave a sinister smile. It looks like Wang Teng has no chance of meeting Ren Qingsong. Maybe not. Yi Jisun glanced at Wang Teng's composed expression and shook his head slowly. He's Chief Commander Xiao's disciple? This is the first time I'm hearing this, Mr. Ma said in surprise. At this moment, Wang Teng was staring at Luo Cheng below him. He was a little stunned. He never knew that Luo Cheng possessed ice force. Also, it seemed to have reached 6-star soldier level. He had ice force too. Furthermore, he got it the moment he became a martial warrior. However, ice element martial warriors weren't that common. Thus, his ice force didn't see much improvement. It was still at the 3-star soldier level. Compared to his other forces, it was lagging way behind. Hence, when he saw Luo Cheng executing ice force, a glint appeared in his eyes. Maybe he should cheer secretly for a while. Wang Teng looked at Luo Cheng as if he were an ice force ATM. Go ahead, release it to your heart's content. Let the ice force rain on me like a storm. Wang Teng furiously suppressed the urge to smile. Luo Cheng was confused. Why did he seem excited for no reason? He thought that Wang Teng would be dumbstruck or, at the very least, surprised. Then, he would turn grim. Yet, his expression was entirely out of his expectations. He suspected whether Wang Teng had some unique fetish. 1. Senior Luo Cheng, are you done? If you're done, let's fight quickly. I'm getting hungry from waiting. The fire wings behind his back flapped slowly, allowing him to stay in the air. Luo Cheng. He finally understood why everyone said that Wang Teng was cheeky. Can you not talk about irrelevant things on such an important occasion? Especially eating. This is a martial arts competition. Please be more serious. Luo Cheng took a deep breath and pushed these distracting thoughts out of his mind. The watery blue wings behind his back had changed into a pair of ice wings. They fluttered, and he turned into a ray of cold blue light, zooming towards Wang Teng with bone-piercing coldness. Chapter 364. Who could resist this glory? Cold air swept through the entire sky. The flames around Wang Teng grew stronger as he floated in midair. Swoosh! Within a blink of an eye, Luo Cheng darted in front of Wang Teng. Boom! As he pushed his spear out, an icy blue glow cut through the air and pierced towards Wang Teng. The audience could feel the chill penetrate their bones. They shivered uncontrollably and hugged their clothes tightly. 6-star soldier-level martial warriors were able to change the temperature within a certain radius around them. The discovery left the ordinary people reeling in shock. However, Wang Teng wasn't the least bit affected. against the roaring flames. His expression appeared as calm as the surface of a serene lake. He raised Mo Quebec. The flames towered behind him, giving off a terrifying presence. Boom! The next moment, flames enveloped the whole sky. A sword glow cut its way out of the flames and shot out. Earth-rank sword skill. Cremation. The sword aura clashed with the spear aura, giving off an earth-shaking explosion. One ice and one fire. Mutual restriction. Both of them refused to budge. Oh my god. Wang Tung managed to receive Luo Cheng's attack forcefully with his 5-star soldier-level battle ability. They are equal in combat prowess. The commentator exclaimed in surprise. Wang Tung had only displayed 5-star soldier-level abilities until now, so everyone assumed that he was at the 5-star soldier level. Moreover, the 5-star soldier level was already frightening enough. After all, he was only a freshman. It had been a mere half-year since the university entrance exam ended. Imagine him rising from the 1-star soldier level to the 5-star soldier level in this short time. What kind of monster was he? If he exceeded this realm, the word monster wouldn't be enough to describe him anymore. This brat, Zhao Yuan's expression was dangerously eerie. When he executed his secret skill, he was only half a step to the 6-star soldier level. He thought that he could fight for the top 3 with his trump card, but before he even entered the top 16, he was already defeated by Wang Tung. He knew that the half-step 6-star soldier level was still a huge distance away from the real 6-star soldier level. However, Wang Tung was able to stand his ground under Luo Cheng's attacks. This proved that he was much more powerful than him, and he didn't win based on pure luck. I don't believe you can beat a real 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Zhao Yuanwu scoffed, feeling jealous in his heart. Bang! The ice and fire merged in the air, no one giving way to the other. Luo Cheng and Wang Tung collided once again. Luo Cheng's expression turned grave. He had employed all his strength as well as his final card, his Ice Force. In most cases, an ordinary 6-star soldier-level martial warrior would have lost to him already. However, Wang Tung had blocked his attack with ease. He seemed relaxed even. They fought for more than half an hour, but there was still no winner. This intense match had stupefied the audience. These two youngsters were damn powerful. Pant, pant. After all that heated struggle, Luo Cheng was panting like a dog. He stared at Wang Tung with disbelief in his eyes. This doesn't make sense. Everyone said that he didn't have many rivals in his generation. Yet here stood someone with a lower level than him who was able to fight him toe-to-toe. Even more, the man was younger than him. Damn it, were they lying to him all this while? Luo Cheng started questioning his life. He took a deep breath. It's all right, I just have to win this match. If I get defeated by someone with a lower realm, we'll be humiliated. This didn't just affect his face. It would affect his master's dignity too. Hence, he could not and must not lose. He, Luo Cheng, wouldn't lose here. Boom! A dense chill erupted from his body, and snowflakes fell from the sky. A layer of ice had formed on the ground under the freezing temperature. Spear conscious. Earth-rank battle technique. The startling dragon spear. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated around the entire dragon's denver. The instant Luo Cheng thrust his spear out, snowflakes rolled together and congregated into an ice dragon. The lifelike dragon head looked majestic and terrifying. Wang Tung let out a long breath, and his expression turned a little serious. He could not underestimate this attack. In an instant, flames soared into the sky. It was like a volcano erupting from its slumber. The temperature rose instantly and melted the ice around them. Clang! The impact between a blade and a sword shook the audience's eardrums. The glow of a blade and a sword penetrated the clouds, and multiple wisps of sword and blade auras burst forth. They intertwined as if they were dancing in the air. Wang Tung had executed his extreme flaming sword presence, which was close to reaching the conscious level, and his flaming blade conscious simultaneously. The force of the sword and blade. The roars of the sword and blade. Glaring red lights lit up the entire sky. Slash! He swung Mo Quebec. The blade and sword glow lunged at the ice dragon as if they had received a command from the emperor. Roar! The ice dragon looked up to heaven and roared. It wanted to freeze the flames with its chill. Slash! 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 Wang Tung's eyes widened as he pushed him down. The fiery red blade and sword aura merged together and streaked towards the head of the ice dragon. Bang! The atmosphere in the dragon's den seemed to have frozen instantly. The eyes of the audience almost popped out of their sockets when they saw the fantastical scene. Crack! Suddenly, a loud and clear sound entered everyone's ears, jolting them awake. A striking crack had suddenly appeared on the giant dragon's head. Then, amidst the stunned gazes, the crack grew bigger and bigger. Crack, crack! Loud cracks resounded without a stop. Luo Cheng's expression changed drastically, and he retreated at the fastest speed. Boom! At that moment, an even louder explosion sounded. The huge ice dragon shattered into fragments. It was brutally chopped into pieces. Flames swept through the arena. Bang! Luo Cheng was still a step too late. He got hit by the overflowing force from the impact and smashed on the ground. The ice on the ground melted and evaporated, leaving no traces. Instead, burnt marks appeared on the ground alongside the sword and blade marks. It was a long trail of destruction, presenting a ghastly sight to the audience. A few moments later, the flames also faded away. Luo Cheng was in a bedraggled state. His body was covered with blade and sword marks. He staggered as he tried to get up, but vomited a mouth of blood instead. He looked up at the sky. However, his vision was blurred by blood, so he couldn't see clearly. He raised his long spear and pointed it at Wang Tong in the sky. I won't be defeated. Luo Cheng's voice was hoarse. He refused to accept his defeat. Then, he collapsed on the ground. The entire dragon's den turned silent when they saw Luo Cheng falling. Many people glanced at the young man standing straight and tall in the sky with the fire wings flapping behind him. There were too many emotions on their faces. Astonishment, disbelief. The next second, a horde of people stood up in unplanned unison and gave him a standing ovation. Gradually, more and more people stood up. Applause sounded until it submerged the entire dragon's den. Ji Xiaoming and Rin Qingsong raised their heads in surprise, feeling dumbfounded by this scene. Wang Tong was able to gain the recognition of the whole stadium. What an honor this was. Even though Ji Xiaoming didn't like other people pursuing and flattering him, even though he viewed this as trouble, he was still moved. Who could resist this moment of glory? Chapter 365. Mysterious Elder. The enormous dragon's den was filled with applause, and the cheers were all for one person. When the competition started, many of them didn't even know Wang Tong. They didn't specially come to see him either. However, they were in awe after today's match. Wang Shenghua and his wife felt proud and emotional when they saw everyone cheering for their son. All eyes were fixed on their child as he stood on the stage of the biggest competition in the country. He had set the world on fire. There was nothing that could make them prouder. Lin Chuan felt a little absent-minded as she looked at the familiar figure. He was usually cheeky and playful, but during crucial times, he could always dazzle the crowd. He was destined to be in the limelight. At the same time, 3 people were standing at the peak of Dragon's Denver. If Wang Tong could see them, he would recognize 2 of them. They were Xiao Nanfeng and Dan Taixian. At the moment, they were standing behind an elder who was wearing a dark green long gown that covered his scrawny body. They had been here for a long time and watched the entire match. However, no one noticed their presence, not even the general stage martial warriors sitting below. This child is interesting. The elder suddenly smiled gently after the match ended. You're flattering him. Dan Taixian smiled and said, You have good foresight. The elder said, Are you planning to let him enter the Black Sparrow troop? Yes. I'm sick of this position. Based on that brat's speed of progression, he will be able to reach my level soon enough. At that time, they'll let him take over, Dan Taixian replied. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at Dan Taixian in astonishment when he heard this. Aren't you afraid that your subordinates will refuse to acknowledge him? The elder asked. They can battle it out. This position belongs to the person with a harder punch anyway, Dan Taixian said indifferently. You're right. However, strength isn't enough to convince the public. You must have military exploits too, the elder said. That's why I'm sending him to the Black Sparrow troop. It will give him experience and sharpen his edges, Dan Taixian replied. The elder nodded. He turned and addressed Xiao Nanfeng. Your disciple is good too. It looks like you have spent much effort grooming him. Thank you for your compliment. He's still lacking. Xiao Nanfeng was overwhelmed by the unexpected compliment. Don't belittle yourself. There are many outstanding youngsters in this generation. If you groom your disciple properly, he will be the mainstay of our nation in the future, the elder said. Yes, I won't disappoint you, Xiao Nanfeng said excitedly. All right, I'm tired. I'm going back first. The elder yawned and disappeared on the spot with a flash. He came and left without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Dan Taixian and Xiao Nanfeng bowed in the direction where the elder disappeared. How is it? Xiao Nanfeng, my disciple's not bad, right? Dan Taixian smiled with delight. Xiao Nanfeng snorted and disappeared into thin air. He felt frustrated, so he didn't want to reply to Dan Taixian. After the elder left, the general stage martial warriors in the Dragon's Den finally noticed the two people standing at the peak. Soon, they realized that these two auras were familiar. It's them. Yi Jisun raised his head in surprise. They came, Lei Jinting said. Who are they? Mr. Ma asked curiously when he saw their expressions. The chief commanders of the Crimson Tiger Troop and the Black Sparrow Troop. Yi Jisun smiled. It's them. Mr. Ma was flabbergasted. The applause lasted for a long time. The commentators started speaking. Wang Tung has won the match. He beat his opponent with a higher realm than him. This is mind-blowing. Wang Tung slowly floated down from the sky as he listened to the commentator praising him. The wings behind him dissipated, and he landed in the arena. He scanned the stage and picked up multiple bubbles. Water Force *76, Ice Force *132, Advanced Stage, Ice Talent *1 Spirit *20 Enlightenment *36. Wang Tung was elated. 132 points of Ice Force. Why did he play with Luo Cheng for such a long time? He wanted to get more benefits from him. In the end, his efforts weren't wasted. The other most important attribute was the Advanced Stage Ice Talent. Talent was the main reason Luo Cheng reached the 6-star soldier level at such a young age. Martial arts cultivation and hard work were indeed important, but if his talent wasn't high enough, he would need more time to reach his current stage. A hardworking person with amazing talent would naturally require less time. Wang Tung had intermediate stage ice talent before this, but it was changed to advanced stage ice talent now. His attributes were getting better and better. He would yield twice the results with the same effort when he cultivated his ice force in the future. After the judge announced the result, Wang Tung glanced at Luo Cheng worriedly. This was the favored child from Capital Military Academy. He hoped that this competition wouldn't give him a huge blow to his confidence and affect his speed of advancement. After all, the stronger he became, the more attributes he would drop. Han Zhu and the others clustered around him after he walked down the arena. You are seriously a maniac. Han Zhu punched Wang Tung's chest. Hey, don't injure our potential champion. Wan Baiqiu pushed him away in disdain. Ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Come on, let's go back and rest. You will probably have to face Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcang now, Han Zhu said. In the afternoon, the losers in the morning were reshuffled and given new opponents. Even if they were heavily injured, they still had to enter the arena unless they gave up. Fortunately, the competitors had powerful support behind their backs. They didn't go stingy on high-class dawn and medicines, so most of them were able to recover with a few hours of rest. For instance, Zhao Yuanwu originally needed to recuperate for a long time after using the secret skill, but within a few days, he was able to return to the arena, alive and kicking. Wang Tung didn't care about the rankings of these people, though. The competition continued the second day. The 8 participants would be split into 4 teams. Wang Tung was stunned when he saw the names on the big screen. His opponent was a lady. After Mao Na, this was the second lady who had landed in his hands. The lattice expression changed when she saw her opponent. Mao Na's match was still fresh in her mind. She got slammed on the back of her head by the brick. It was painful and embarrassing to watch. Wang Tung, can we reach an agreement? Asked the lady cautiously. Wang Tung looked at her in confusion. Let's have a proper fight. Please don't use your brick, the lady said. Oh, Wang Tung understood. He nodded and said, Don't worry, it'll be gentle. All right, thank you. The lady felt at ease. In the next second, she became stern and stood in position. Let's start. A few minutes later, bang! A dull thud was heard. The lady rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. The lady, damn it, didn't you say that you won't use the brick? Chapter 366. Wang Tung versus Ji Xiaoming. Wang Tung looked at the lady lying below his feet and shook his head. A lattice chest was never in proportion with her intelligence. Don't you know every man is a liar? One you will suffer if you don't understand this truth. This is a free lesson for you. Wang Tung almost got touched by his own kindness. How can I be so outstanding? There aren't many compassionate people like me in this era. 2 Spirit *12 Enlightenment *10 would force *66. Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles and left. Honestly, there were only a few people whom he took seriously among the top 16. The other contestants were no doubt powerful, but they were still a distance away from the ones in the first tier. The top 4 matches took place in the morning. Wang Tung advanced successfully. Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingsong didn't spend too much time either in entering the top 4. The last person would be decided between Luo Cheng and Zhao Yuanwu. In the end, Zhao Yuanwu lost. In front of a true 6-star, soldier-level martial warrior, much less an equally talented 6-star, soldier-level martial warrior, the difference of 1 star was like a chasm. Not everyone could defeat someone with a higher level like Wang Tung. Thus, after losing to Wang Tung, Zhao Yuanwu suffered another painful loss. The top 4 were decided very soon. The other 3 were expected, while Wang Tung made his entrance as a black horse. Even until now, many people were recollecting the pleasant memories of his previous match. When the crowd dispersed, everyone was still engaged in heated discussions. The top 2 will be decided in the afternoon. I wonder who will be fighting for the number 1 title in the end. I think Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingsong have higher chances. Who knows? Wang Tung has been looking relaxed so far. I don't think he has displayed his full strength yet. Now that I think about it, that seems to be the truth. When they returned to the hotel, Han Zhu asked, You will be meeting Ji Xiaoming or Ren Qingsong in the afternoon. Are you nervous? Based on Han Zhu's ranking, he would enter the top 10. Hence, he was in a good mood and even started teasing Wang Tung. What's there to be nervous about? To me, he's just a normal opponent, Wang Tung said calmly. How daring of you. Those 2 are the hot favorites for the title. How can they be compared to ordinary contestants? Wan Baiqiu was speechless. You flatter them too much. If you peel away their flamboyant shell, they're just normal people. They will be defeated too. Wang Tung shook his head and replied. The students from Huanghai Military Academy glanced at one another. They felt that his words made sense, but it still sounded weird. Fine, you're right. You're the handsome one after all, Han Zhu said. One Wang Tung. Everyone, the entire nation was talking about the competition. When friends met each other on the streets in the afternoon, they didn't ask, have you eaten? Instead, they greeted each other with, have you watched the martial arts competition? Or, who do you think will be the champion? The competition was trending on the internet too, and the topic regarding the champion rose to the top. All the celebrities' rumors had to move to the side. The national number 1 martial arts competition had become the main discussion topic for the public. In the afternoon, the Dragon's Den was jam-packed. There were no empty seats. It was filled with people to the brink. The commentator began the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to welcome the finale of this competition. Now, we need to determine the contenders for the champion title. From Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingsong, Wang Tung, and Luo Cheng, who will emerge as the winner. Let's wait and see. All right, enough with the talk. Let's start the competition. Please look at the big screen. When his words ended, the match list appeared. Wang Tung versus Ji Xiaoming. Luo Cheng versus Ren Qingsong. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. My opponent is Ji Xiaoming. He stood up and walked to the arena. Ji Xiaoming. The girl fans went crazy when they saw Ji Xiaoming screaming at the top of their lungs. Ji Xiaoming's popularity was frightening. Wang Tong felt the corners of his lips twitching. He would never admit that he felt a little jealous. That brat isn't even as handsome as me. Tian Xiaoxiao kept swaying her head from left to right. What should I do? Oh my god, Ji Xiaoming is so handsome. However, I should be firmly supporting little brother Wang Tong. Lin Chuan. Can you have a bottom line? Su Wantong held her forehead. All right, they'll stand firmly on little brother Wang Tong's side. Tian Xiaoxiao resolutely nodded with a serious expression. In the arena, Wang Tong and Ji Xiaoming walked up to the stage and stood still. Ji Xiaoming was like a sword. His eyebrows, eyes, lips, all his features were as sharp as a sword. Even a stranger could tell that he was a swordsman at one glance. One with his sword talent. He must have enlightened his sword conscience. Wang Tong wondered to himself as he looked at his opponent. Ji Xiaoming held his long sword and turned to look at the judge. Please bring up the big arena. No one was surprised by his request. The decision arrived quickly as well, and the big arena was activated once again. All right, we can have a proper match now. Ji Xiaoming smiled at Wang Tong. At first, I thought that Ren Qingsong was the only person who needed my attention. After some time, I realized that you're not bad either. We were wrong. Cut the crap. Let's start. Wang Tong cut him short. Ji Xiaoming's gaze froze. All right. Boom. His aura exploded as he strode forward. The long sword in his hand turned into lingering shadows as it danced in the air. As expected, his sword skill was exquisite. Wang Tong remained cool as a cucumber. He grabbed him okay and chopped it down. No matter how skillful your sword skill is, I have my way of breaking it. Boom! Force erupted like a volcano. Ji Xiaoming was forced to retract his sword to evade the attack. Ji Xiaoming had to retreat in the first round. The audience rubbed their eyes. They found it unbelievable. No way. Ji Xiaoming has never failed in his sword attacks, but he suffered a setback because of Wang Tong. Did Ji Xiaoming underestimate his opponent? Wang Tong gained the upper hand in the first round. It looks like this will be an exciting competition. Ji Xiaoming fighting. After forcing Ji Xiaoming back, Wang Tong moved and disappeared on the spot. He bolted towards Ji Xiaoming and swung MOK down ruthlessly. Ji Xiaoming's expression changed. However, he didn't retaliate. Instead, he aimed his sword at Wang Tong's heart, using an attack as his defense. If Wang Tong didn't abandon his attack, both of them would be injured seriously. He wasn't stupid. A glint flashed past his eyes. He hurled MOK back and punched his left fist out, aiming straight at Ji Xiaoming's face. Ji Xiaoming's expression changed again. He pushed his palm out. Bang! Once the fist and palm collided, force gushed out. The powerful impact caused both of them to retreat a few meters. They exchanged glances with each other and released their wings. An instant later, only flashes of their figures were visible as they soared into the sky, engaging in an even more intense battle. Chapter 367. The Sword from the Sky. They continued fighting in the sky. Ji Xiaoming turned into a gleaming ray of sword glow, and it was almost impossible to stare at him. But to everyone's amazement, Wang Tong remained composed even when facing Ji Xiaoming. He held his divine weapon, MOK, and used it to execute all the blade skills and sword skills he had learned. His skills were as exquisite as Ji Xiaoming's. Everyone stared at him with utmost concentration. They didn't want to miss any exciting scenes. As expected of a sword prodigy, his skills are as impressive and triumphant as ever. There may not be another person in the younger generation who is able to reach this stage of proficiency. The commentator paused before continuing. However, we can see that Wang Tong's sword skill is profound too. He's executing both sword and blade skills. This means that his blade skill is as adept as his sword skill. What a stunning talent. This is a battle between two ultimate talents. Boom! The two figures moved back. Ji Xiaoming's expression didn't change. He focused his gaze, and the sword glow blossomed. The deathly strike. Earth rank battle technique. A sword glow sped towards Wang Tung's vital point at the speed of lightning. From afar, only a glaring ray of light could be seen. It was chilling. Wang Tung felt that he was locked in. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't evade the sword. This was an extremely fast move. Yet he wasn't afraid. He had a similar skill in his arsenal. Shadow Assassin's sword skill. Earth rank battle technique. He would give him a taste of his own medicine. Slash. The swords flashed past, and all traces of the attacks disappeared. It was as if they never happened. Ji Ziyiming's expression changed slightly. Wang Tung was the first person who was able to block his attack with a sword move. It meant that his sword skill was on par with him. It looks like Ji Xiaoming has met his match, the commentator said. Mao Na and the other students sitting in the First University's resting area were startled. Oh my God, he blocked Ziyiming's sword. That brat is a monster, Yu Tao said bitterly. On the other side, in Wang Hai's resting area, Han Zhu and the other students were elated. We have a chance. I never imagined that one of the U.S. could defeat Ji Xiaoming, Wan Baiqiu exclaimed. Entering the top 3 and fighting for the championship. Are we able to enjoy this glory, too? Diu asked. Based on the current situation, it's entirely possible. Again, Wang Tung waved his hand at Ji Xiaoming. Impudent. Ji Ziyiming's expression turned grim. A sharp and fierce aura seeped out of his body as he pressed towards Wang Tung with his invisible sword presence. Boom! The air around him suddenly started making cracking noises. It was compressed to the maximum. Slash. Wang Tung remained indifferent, though. He released his own sword presence and tapped the tip of the sword lightly. However, he managed to slash a hole in his opponent's sword presence. Ji Ziyiming's expression changed, suddenly feeling helpless. All his skills were useless in front of Wang Tung. He felt exasperated. Clang! The long sword in his hand gave off a ringing sound, as if comforting him. Ji Xiaoming shuddered. His expression turned resolute again, and his gaze became as sharp as his sword. I've been learning sword skills all my life. This is my most powerful attack. If you can block it, you win. His voice spread out gradually as he shot towards the sky. Wang Tung raised his head uncontrollably. In a blink of an eye, Ji Xiaoming had turned into a small black dot. He could feel that as Ji Xiaoming climbed higher, the aura around him got more and more concentrated. The president of the Martial Arts Academy of the First University, Ji Huayong, stood up with his hands behind his back. He walked to the edge of the audience stand and looked up at the sky. This was the decisive move. Ji Xiaoming was the leading figure of the First University. If he lost to Wang Tung, it meant the loss of the First University. Ji Xiaoming flew into the air and is climbing higher and higher. What is he planning to do? Zhang Jun asked curiously. He seems to be executing his most powerful attack. I think he's converging his presence, Su Xiao replied. Converging presence. This is not an ordinary move, Zhang Jun said. The audience chatted loudly as they fixed their gazes at the sky. Some of them even held their breaths, looking even more nervous than the competitors. Wang Tung clasped him okay and squinted. Suddenly, a light flashed across the sky. Then he saw an enormous sword glow falling from the sky. This attack is very powerful. Wang Tung's expression turned grave. He could feel the 3-level sword conscious in this attack. Ji Xiaoming had compressed all his sword skills into this one move. It wouldn't be an easy task to receive it. If he wasn't careful, he might lose this match. This was an emergency. He didn't even have time to think. Wang Tung arrived at a conclusion instantly. He released his 6-star soldier-level power. Boom! The next second, a formidable force surged out of his body. Wang Tung swung MOK upwards. Flaming Blade Conscious. Overflowing Blade Conscious. 2 Blade Conscious were hurled out simultaneously. A blue sword glow and a red sword glow circled around each other as they shot up the sky. Wow! Ji Huayong just sat down, only to stand up again instantly. He was dumbfounded. 2 types of Blade Conscious. It wasn't his fault. For an average person, enlightening one conscious was difficult enough. Yet Wang Tung had managed to enlighten 2. Even more, These were two conscious with entirely different attributes. The difficulty level was even higher. Anyone would be flabbergasted. The blue and red blade glows seemed to have turned into two dragons as they charged towards Ji Ziyuming's sword aura. Boom! The blade and sword collided in the air, and deafening clashes shook the audience's eardrums continuously. The sword glow was above, and the blade glow was below. None of them were willing to give way. They were moving towards mutual destruction. Slash! However, Wang Teng still had some reserve strength. He pulled out MOK and fired his extreme sword presence. The sword presence instantly shattered the balance. Boom, boom, boom. Amid scary explosions, force wreaked havoc in the dragon's Denver. After the airwaves subsided, the scene in the arena was finally revealed to the public. A figure was leaning against his sword, half kneeling on the ground. It was Ji Xiaoming. Gasp! There was a huge commotion. Ji Xiaoming was hurt. They looked at the other end of the arena. Wang Teng was standing there silently with MOK in his hand. Although his clothes were a little messy, he wasn't hurt. The winner was apparent. You lost. Wang Teng looked down at his opponent and said calmly. Ji Xiaoming raised his head abruptly. He wanted to speak, but instead, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Splurt. He was dejected and depressed. He staggered before pulling himself up, walking down the arena in distress. I lost. Just like he said, if Wang Teng caught his attack, he would win. Because this was his most powerful attack. Since he couldn't defeat Wang Teng with his most powerful move, there was no use fighting anymore. The audience was dumbfounded. Ji Xiaoming had admitted defeat voluntarily. When they looked at Ji Ziyuming's back view, they only saw despair and loneliness. He was a talent whom everyone thought highly of, yet he still lost. Ji Xiaoming was extremely popular at the start, as everyone believed that he would walk until the end. No one had expected this result. Chapter 368. A physical duel, Wang Teng won. There was a massive uproar in the Dragon's Denver. This result was out of many people's expectations, especially Ji Ziyuming supporters. They never imagined that he would lose to Wang Teng. Some of them couldn't accept this result. However, most of the spectators were yelling Wang Teng's name, cheering for him, and congratulating him. His performance had captured the hearts of many people. Formidable warriors would be respected and admired wherever they went. There was no doubt about Wang Teng's power. In General Bei's live stream room, a wealthy ID sent 100 rockets at once. All the viewers started commenting in astonishment. Oh my God, Black Horse, he's the ultimate Black Horse. Wang Teng is amazing. He managed to defeat Ji Xiaoming. This is a rising star. These are the thoughts of ordinary people. Martial warriors, on the other hand, noticed many more things. For instance, Wang Teng was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. For instance, he possessed water force. For instance, his water element blade conscious was enlightened. Every single discovery shocked them even more than the last. Wang Teng had exposed many cards in this match. On the second floor of the audience stand, Ji Huayang heaved a long sigh and sat down on his seat dejectedly. The first university lost. They lost to Huangheim Military Academy. It was hard for him to accept this result. But could he blame Ji Xiaoming? No. He knew that Ji Xiaoming had tried his best. It was just that Wang Teng was a rare breed. Talents like him were like a Qilin's horn, but no one could do anything if they met him. He couldn't reprimand Ji Xiaoming. Ji Huayang turned and looked at Wang Teng standing in the arena. What a stunning talent. If the first university had managed to pull him into their school at the start, this match wouldn't have occurred. The honor of the champion would still belong to the first university. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Peng Yuanshan and the other heads were elated. Honestly, they didn't expect Wang Teng to win. This was a huge and joyful present for them. At first, they felt that getting into the top 10 would be an achievement. Yet not only did he enter the top 10, but he also climbed all the way to the top 3. The top 3 and the top 10, this was a huge difference. Also, it looked like they had the chance of bagging the championship title. Peng Yuanshan was a composed person, but when he saw that their school had the chance of snatching the championship title, his heart started pounding. After the match ended, Wang Tung walked down the arena. Ren Xingcong and Luo Cheng's match started. They were both at 6-star soldier level, but Ren Xingcong was more powerful. He only used 10 minutes to win the match. Luo Cheng was thrown out of the arena, and he fainted. When Wang Tung looked at the figure bathing in lightning, his expression turned grave. Leitang physique is indeed a powerful physical skill. Ren Xingcong seemed to have felt his gaze. He turned and looked at him with a cold smile at the edge of his lips. Wang Tung smiled. A glint flashed past his eyes. That marks the end of today's matches. The final winners are Wang Tung and Ren Xingcong. Tomorrow, we will find out who's the champion among these two. Who do you think will emerge as the #1 martial warrior of the younger generation this year? The anticipation for tomorrow's match is at an all-time high. The commentator finished speaking, and the audience started to leave the Dragon's Denver. The next day, the Dragon's Den was filled up bright and early in the morning. This was the final day of the national #1 martial arts competition. It was the most important day, too. The champion would be born today. There were only Huanghai Military Academy and Leitang Martial House in the competition zone. Sitting in the resting area of Huanghai, Wang Tung's expression was calm and composed. Even when the match was about to start, there were still no ripples in his heart, even if his opponent was Ren Xingcong. Suddenly, he heard footsteps beside him. He looked up. "Master!" It was Dan Taixian. "I feel at ease seeing how calm you are." Dan Taixian smiled and said, "What's there to worry about? It's just a competition," Wang Tung replied indifferently. "That's how my disciple should be," Dan Taixian said. Peng Yuanshan and the others felt speechless when they saw their reaction. Their worry was for nothing. These two people weren't anxious at all. On the other side, Ren Xingcong was standing beside an elder sitting in a wheelchair. "I didn't expect the Wang family to groom such a talent." The elder suddenly opened his mouth and said, "He's quite gifted, but it'll still defeat him." Ren Xingcong said confidently, "So what if you defeat him? He's still young. He will rise in the future, given enough time." The elder shook his head and said, "Death and injuries are common in the arena." A malicious glint appeared in Ren Qingcang's eyes. The elder hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Act according to your ability. The Ren family has to rely on you." While they were conversing, Wang Tung noticed this elder too. "It's him." Wang Tung immediately recognized the elder as Grandpa Wang's archenemy. What a surprise to see him at the competition today. Interesting. Will he die from anger if I defeated his grandson, whom he's so proud of? Wang Tung scoffed, feeling no compassion towards this elder. This was a man who hated his grandfather until the end of the world. He yearned to destroy the Wang family. In his past life, he was the one who forced the Wang family onto the path of destruction. Even though the two lifetimes were different, the hatred was still the same. 8 a.m. sharp. The time has arrived. May the two contestants enter the central arena. The commentator's excited voice resounded in the entire Dragon's Denver. Him going up. Wang Tung got to his feet and walked towards the center arena. Soon, Wang Tung and Ren Xingcong took their spots on the opposite sides. They stood facing each other. Ren Xingcong suddenly raised his right hand and moved it across his neck like a knife. Wang Tung squinted when he saw this action. As a reply, he raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what Wang Tung wanted to do. At that moment, a finger popped up from the fist. The middle finger. Ren Qingcang's face turned black. Many people burst out laughing. Cheeky. Wang Tung was really cheeky. The judge glanced at the two competitors and felt the heated atmosphere between them. He immediately announced the start of the match. Boom! Brilliant bolts of lightning shot out from Ren Qingcang's body. He seemed to have turned into the god of lightning as he strode towards Wang Tung. Wang Tung wasn't afraid. Instead, glimmers of excitement could be seen in his eyes. He immediately used his 8-level devil scripture, and all his muscles started changing. They turned as hard as steel. He walked forward. They were some distance apart. They started with a brisk walk before turning into rays of light and colliding with an explosion. Boom! Ren Xingcong punched out without any mercy. Wang Tung replied with a fist too, fighting strength with strength. There was nothing he was afraid of. Bang! The two fists collided. Unexpectedly, both of them released another punch with their left hands almost at the same time. Boom! Another clash of fists. Force exploded. Airwaves swept through the venue. The two of them entered a battle of strength. A hint of disbelief appeared in Ren Qingkang's eyes. Wang Tung was able to take him head-on. Mind you, he practiced Lei Tang physique, which was a sky-rank physical scripture. How could Wang Tung resist him? Chapter 369. The 9 Strikes of Lei Tang. Ren Qingcang was a conceited and proud person. At the start, he looked down on Wang Tung. However, Wang Tung had managed to fight his way through the tournament and challenge him for the championship. Even Ji Xiaoming, whom he viewed as his opponent, lost to Wang Tung. How ironic. When he exchanged blows with Wang Tung, he finally realized that this young man wasn't as easy as he appeared on the surface. Even his Lei Tang physique was blocked. This was a first. He couldn't accept it. At this moment, the two young men were close at hand. Force surged out from their fists, and strength built up in their arms as they attempted to throw their opponent off his feet. However, none of them budged an inch. They were like huge rocks that had ingrained their roots in the ground. Boom! Ren Qingkang's gaze was apathetic. He suddenly bent his knees and kicked Wang Tung's chest. If his attack was successful, Wang Tung would at least lose a few rib bones. Wang Tung lifted his leg and kicked his opponent's calf. He forcefully stopped this move in midair. They immediately separated afterward. Ren Qingcang took a few steps back and stomped on the ground. He shot towards Wang Tung, leaving afterimages behind him. He appeared on the left side of Wang Tung and swept his leg towards him. Wang Tung reacted instantaneously. He blasted his fist at Ren Qingkang's kneecap. Both of them had exerted all their strength in this match, not holding back at all. Ren Qingkang's expression changed. He didn't dare to receive this punch forcefully. Lightning shone around him, and he disappeared on the spot again. He attacked Wang Tung from another direction. Speed contest? And not slow either. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows. Wind force gushed out from his force nucleus. Steps a gale. Wang Tung turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ren Qingkang's attack only hit his shadow. He squinted and turned around immediately. Almost instinctively, he raised his arm. Bang! A vicious attack landed on his arm. Ren Qingcang was forced to retreat a few meters from the powerful impact. Huh! His reaction is quite fast. Wang Tung was stunned for an instant. Then he disappeared again and reappeared around Ren Qingcang. He rained attacks on him from all directions. Ren Qingkang's expression turned ugly. He didn't dare to be careless. He would scan his surroundings vigilantly to search for Wang Tung's figure. Then, he would block Wang Tung's attacks. Bang, bang, bang. This was the sound of the collision of the physical bodies. The audience felt their eyelids jumping when they heard it. Ren Qingcang was renowned for his physical strength and impenetrable body. Even then, he was at a disadvantage. This script seemed a little weird. Get lost, Ren Qingcang roared. The lightning around his body erupted, and a pair of lightning wings blossomed behind him. He soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch his figure. What amazing speed! Wang Tung was startled. He was too fast for him to see with his eyes. Lightning slash! A cold cry came from the air before a bolt of purple lightning flashed in the sky and struck down on Wang Tung. Wang Tung squinted. His wings also emerged with wind force circling them. He accelerated his speed to his maximum and disappeared into thin air. Boom! The purple lightning struck the spot where Wang Tung was a second ago, creating a burn hole. What a formidable move. Wang Tung reappeared in the sky and looked down at the damage caused by the lightning. The edge of his lips twitched. He stared ominously at Ren Qingcang. Ren Qingcang was too quick. He kept changing his position in the air, so Wang Tung couldn't fix his gaze on him. Oomph! Wang Tung snorted as MOK appeared in his hand. He shook his wrist, and a glaring glow appeared at the tip of the divine weapon. Shadow Assassin Sword Skill. It was a speed skill, counteracting speed with speed. Slash! The swift and unpredictable sword moves forced Ren Qingtsong to stop hiding. There were even a few sword cuts on his clothes. Take one more punch. Wang Ting followed up his success with another mighty fist. Ape King Fist. Ren Qingkang's face turned black. He retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists clashed. Ren Qingkang's expression changed slightly as he flew back uncontrollably. Again, Wang Tung flew forward. He seemed to have turned into a giant ape. Fist auras rained down on Ren Qingtsong like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. The frightening fist force landed on Ren Qingtsong continuously. Boom! A figure plummeted from the sky and smashed onto the ground violently. It was a loud crash. Before the dust dispersed, the figure shot back into the sky, flying straight towards Wang Tung like a lightning arrow. Scorching sky finger. Wang Tung stared intently at him and pointed with his finger. Flames rolled out from his finger and charged towards the lightning arrow. Boom! Two rays of light clashed in midair and exploded. Ren Qingtsong, what other skills do you have? Execute all of them. Stop hiding. Wang Tung laughed loudly. Oomph! Impudent. Ren Qingtsong snorted. His gaze turned ruthless, and he stopped talking. He shifted his body and formed two similar figures. This is... Wang Tung was flabbergasted. Then he saw the 3 Ren Qingkangs splitting again into 9 Ren Qingkangs. The 9 figures turned into rays of lights as they spiraled around Wang Tung. There seemed to be multiple enemies attacking him at the same time. Sky rank battle technique. Won the 9 strikes of Lei Tang. The 9 figures surrounded Wang Tung. Suddenly, they launched their lightning attacks. Boom! 9 bolts of lightning flashed at him. The force was terrifying. Wang Tung's expression changed slightly. Even a normal 7-star, soldier-level martial warrior might not be able to withstand this move. He was extremely vigilant. He congregated force on his fist and fired it at the bolts of lightning. Ape King Fist. Fist conscious. The shadow of an Ape King towered behind Wang Tung. It was as big as a mountain. The Ape King roared and smashed its fist down. Bang! The giant ape smashed into the bolts of lightning. Explosions reverberated throughout the venue. The bolts of lightning were destroyed. The giant ape had dispersed. The impact swept across the arena, scattering all of Ren Qingkang's clones. A single figure was left behind, Ren Qingkang's body. Wang Tung raised MOK, and the flaming sword conscious erupted from the weapon. Sky rank battle technique. One Big Dipper flaming blade. A terrifying flame glow slashed towards Ren Qingtsong. Ren Qingtsong was appalled. He didn't have time to evade, so he could only execute his Lei Tang physique to its peak and use the thick lightning shield around his body to receive this attack. Boom! The dazzling fire blade dawned on him within a split second. Ren Qingtsong was engulfed in the sea of flames. He was hurtled down from the sky like a shooting star, leaving a trace of fire behind him as he crashed into the ground. Boom! The ground vibrated, and cracks appeared on it. The fire burned for a long time before a deep hole was made visible to the public. A disheveled figure lay in the hole. Silence. The entire venue was silent. Ren Qingtsong lost. The audience's jaws dropped in disbelief. They couldn't believe the result. Everyone's attention was focused on the figure floating in the air. How is this possible? Grandpa widened his eyes in shock. Ren Qingtsong, whom he placed all his hopes in, lost? And he lost to the grandson of the person he hated the most. This was unacceptable. His breathing got rapid, and he started dry coughing. Blood began dripping down the edge of his mouth. His face was pale, as if he was going to pass away at any moment. 1. Chapter 370. The sky is changing. Multiple gazes gather on a certain spot. At this moment, Wang Tung was in the spotlight. He was the most eye-catching figure at the scene. Ji Xiaoming was staring at him in a daze as disappointment crept up his face. Even Ren Qingtsong lost. The greatest blow to a favored child of God was to get defeated by the person he looked down on. Even more, the person went further than him. Ji Xiaoming grasped his sword tightly. His knuckles turned white from the force. He won. Hanju and the others found it unbelievable. They glanced at one another and didn't know how to react for a second. Wang Tung had already broken records by participating in a national #1 martial arts competition as a freshman. Now, he was going to carry the champion's trophy home too. Who could have thought of this ending? Not even Peng Yuan Shan, the person who allowed Wang Tung to enter the national #1 martial arts competition, would have imagined such glory. This was the national #1 martial arts competition. It was a dream. It was the dream of all young martial warriors. It was their aspiration. Peng Yuanshan was at a loss. He looked at the figures standing tall and alone in the arena and felt emotional. He turned to Dan Taixian beside him and asked, "Principal, did you know that he could become the champion?" Dan Taixian was stunned. She replied awkwardly, "I just wanted him to give it a try." Give it a try. It was understandable why the disciple was so indecent. His master was no better. Everyone was speechless. Yin Kong, the president of the Martial Arts Academy of Jinlin University, felt jealous and contemptuous. Look at what she was saying. She just wanted him to try, and he became the champion. Did it mean that if he was serious, he would be able to get all the championships in the world? He would never admit that he was envious. After all, they had all fought for Wang Tung before. That meant that his university had missed the chance to become #1. Yin Kong almost went berserk when he thought about this. That was a champion. He lost an opportunity so close at hand. He lost a few billion. This was the most regretful event in his life. Yin Kong felt hopeless. He was depressed. He really wanted to curse the lucky bastards from Huanghai Military Academy. On the other side, Yi Jisun lamented, "I remember that this brat possessed an ice element, right? He has been using the fire element all the time before using water, earth, and wind elements. This is a multi-element, gifted martial warrior." Mr. Ma was shocked when he heard this. He counted silently. 5 elements. Yes. Yi Jisun smiled and nodded. If he has revealed everything, he possesses 5 elements. Oh my God, Mr. Ma gasped. What a talent! He had lost his ability to speak. Then he turned to Lei Jinting and said, "President Lei, you shouldn't feel sad about your defeat." Lei Jinting, who had been quiet the entire time, smiled suddenly. "The competition hasn't ended yet." Mr. Ma was stunned. Lei Jinting looked up. The sky is changing. Yi Jisun's expression changed. He raised his head abruptly and looked up at the sky. The sky had indeed darkened. It was overcast with dark clouds, implying an impending storm. Boom! A bolt of lightning cut through the clouds and lit up half the sky with a glaring silver-white light. The spectators, who were still immersed in the competition, got a rude shock. Conduction. Yi Jisun turned serious. He looked at Lei Jinting and said, "Your disciple is crazy. For the championship, this is nothing." Lei Jinting replied in disdain. The commentator's voice resounded in the dragon's Denver. "I hear thunder." How strange. There's rarely thunder in winter. Fortunately, we already have our winner. Wait, what am I seeing? Ren Xingtsang has stood up again. He has stood up again. The commentator's voice was filled with disbelief. It caught everyone's attention, and they shifted their gazes to the figure who was struggling to get up. How is that possible? How is he able to stand again after that attack? Everyone was dumbfounded. They started chatting with each other. They thought that the winner had been decided, but the situation took a sudden change. Could Ren Xingtsang continue fighting? Did he still have a chance? How stubborn. Wang Ting looked down at Ren Xingtsang in surprise. Then, he frowned and looked up at the sky. This lightning was a little abnormal. Boom! Another thick bolt of lightning split the sky into 2, as if affirming his thoughts. This time, it struck straight to the ground. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, the lightning struck Ren Xingtsang. What is this? Wang Tung squinted, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Ren Xingtsang definitely had something up his sleeve. Ren Xingtsang got struck by lightning. Everyone was bewildered. What kind of move was this? They were still waiting to see him turn the tides after he got up. Why did he suddenly get struck by lightning? Was heaven punishing him because he did something wrong? Was that why God sent a bolt of lightning to strike him to death so that he wouldn't become the champion? All kinds of wild thoughts appeared in people's minds. Boom, boom. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Bolts of lightning lit up the sky. They linked with the bolt of lightning in the center that was connected to Run Song. It looked like a massive tree with many branches. What a remarkable scene. Amidst the lightning, Run Song raised his hands and flew into the clouds. His short hair was standing on their ends. Ha ha! Peals of laughter sounded clearer than the raging lightning. At the same time, a formidable force erupted from within the clouds. No matter how stupid the audience was, they understood that Ren Song didn't get struck by lightning, even though they didn't know how he did it. He conducted lightning to him so that he could use it. No one knew what to comment regarding this crazy move. He must be mad. Was he looking for death? No one could imagine that Ren Song would use this method to turn the tides. Wang Tung, you will never be able to beat me. Ren Kang's voice echoed in the clouds. He seemed to be staring at Wang Tung through the bolts of lightning. Stop your bullshit. Come on, show me what you've got. Wang Tung replied indifferently. Death awaits you, yet you're still so stubborn. Ren Kang's expression turned ruthless. He gathered all the lightning on his right hand. Lightning Dragon. The moment he finished his shout, all the bolts of lightning gathered and slowly turned into a giant lightning dragon. It bellowed and circled in the sky. Wang Tung's expression darkened. He could sense a tremendous threat from the gigantic lightning dragon. He used the power of nature, so this attack has exceeded his potential. This strike will probably be at the 8-star soldier level. I can only use that move. He didn't think that Ren Song would be willing to go this far. His gaze flickered as the gears in his mind spun furiously. In the end, he realized that he could only use the move he had been experimenting with. There might be no other way to block Ren Kang's advance. 1. Chapter 371. The first in his generation. The giant lightning dragon floated in the air. The rolling thunder turned into the roars of the dragons, deafening everyone's ears. The audience looked up at the sky in amazement. They would never forget this scene for their entire life. Wang Tung was staring at the dragon too. However, there wasn't any fear in his eyes. I've already come this far. Let's take the bet. He'll leave the rest to fate. Wang Tung smiled. Honestly, he was a maniac too. He closed his eyes. The images of his experiments appeared in his mind. Have you accepted your defeat? A mocking smile appeared at the edge of Ren Kang's lips. The scene was displayed on the big screen as well. Everyone felt puzzled. Did Wang Tung give up? Ren Kang's attack was indomitable, no doubt, but this was already the final step. How could he give up willingly without trying? The commentator said, borrowing strength from lightning, Ren Song has formed a lightning dragon. The power of this move is astonishing. However, Wang Tung has closed his eyes. Has he given up out of despair, or does he have a surprise for all of us? Lin Xuan grabbed Su Wantong's hand, feeling extremely nervous. She held her breath and stared at Wang Tung without blinking. Suddenly, Wang Tung opened his eyes. Wing! One low command came out of his mouth. In an instant, a gale swept up around him. It spun without stopping and blew high into the air. The fierce wind filled up the entire arena. Fire! Another shout was heard. Flames burned in the sky, swallowing the clouds around it and enveloping Wang Tung. His figure could no longer be seen. Only an endless fire tornado remained on the stage. It started from the ground and shot right up into the sky. But this still wasn't the end. Sword! Wang Tung's voice resounded in the tornado again. Clang! The sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out as the fire tornado paused for a second. Sword auras appeared immediately thereafter and merged into the tornado. The flaming tornado became more and more violent. It was getting unstable and looked as if it could collapse at any moment. But gradually, the flaming tornado and the sword aura reached a delicate balance. The sword aura spun in the tornado like a fish in the sea. Ren Kang's expression changed. He felt an unstoppable destructive power from the flaming tornado. Damn it! How did Wang Tung do it? He gritted his teeth, and ran his lightning force throughout his body. As force completed one round after another, more lightning merged into the giant lightning dragon. Thunder roared and lightning raged. Bolts of lightning struck the lightning dragon continuously, making it bigger and crazier. Slash! The veins on Rin King Kang's right hand bulged up. Cracks started to appear on his skin, and blood seeped out. He looked miserable. His face turned white as he clenched his right wrist with his left hand, forcing himself to continue. Lei Zhending's expression finally changed. He shouted in anger. Is he looking for death? His right hand will be crippled. Youngsters nowadays are crazy. Yi Jisen shook his head. However, I'm curious how Wang Teng is able to merge different attributes. He has created an unbelievable change. The impact and significance behind this move are terrifying. In the arena, Ren Qingtsung couldn't stand any longer. Lightning stopped entering the dragon, and its growth halted. With a solemn expression, Ren Qingtsung raised his right hand with much difficulty and pointed at Wang Teng. Then, he moved his hand bit by bit. Go! Ren Qingtsung bellowed in rage. His expression was hideous. Instantly, the gigantic lightning dragon spiraled and bore down on Wang Teng. On the other side, another word echoed from the flaming tornado. Blade! Suddenly, blade auras rose into the sky. Boom! The fiery tornado expanded immediately. Blade shadows tossed and turned inside as if out of control. He's too reckless. Peng Yuanshan's expression underwent a change. He jumped out his seat. Don't worry. Dan Taixian frowned and asked him to sit. He's in the middle of the tornado. A slight mistake, and he will lose his life. Are you going to just sit and watch? Peng Yuanshan asked agitatedly. As his master, I choose to believe him. Dan Taixian stared at the tornado below without blinking. She had never been so serious before. Boom! The fire tornado spun frantically. Blade and sword shadows flickered inside it. This was a terrifying firestorm. It was a success. Wang Teng did it. Roar! The giant lightning dragon roared and charged towards him. Boom! The next instant, the giant lightning dragon smashed into the firestorm. However, before it had the time to wreak havoc, it was bound in place. It couldn't move a single inch. Roar! The giant dragon howled in agony. The sword and blade auras in the tornado were lacerating its body. No matter how hard it struggled, it was unable to break free. Boom! A few moments later, the scary lightning dragon exploded and shattered into bolts of lightning. It disappeared without a trace. The residual force of the firestorm swept the arena, taking everything with it. Ren Qingtsung was the first to bear the brunt. He suffered injuries all over his body and was thrown out by the impact. He slammed forcefully on the ground. Splurt! He vomited a mouth of blood, feeling bouts of weakness overwhelm him. The powerful aura around him receded quickly like a tide. The storm slowly dispersed. Wang Teng appeared in the sky. He was panting slightly, and his face was a little pale. He slowly landed on the ground. As he stepped on the floor, he stumbled uncontrollably. This move had exhausted too much of his strength. Even with his abundance of force, he couldn't support it for long. He looked at Ren Qingtsung not far away and heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he won for real. If Ren Qingtsung could still fight after receiving that attack, he would willingly admit defeat. Just as Wang Teng's thoughts ran wild, he noticed that his surroundings were extremely quiet. He raised his head and looked around him. Everyone was staring at him absent-mindedly. The first in his generation. The commentator's voice sounded abruptly. These are the only words I can think of now. Today, at this moment, Wang Teng is the first in his generation. He deserves to be the champion. Wang Teng, the champion. One as the voice resounded in the venue, the spectators regained their senses. They stood up in unplanned unison and emptied the air in their lungs. Wang Teng, the champion. Wang Teng, the champion. Wang Teng, the champion. Thunderous applause filled up the venue. Cheers pierced through the walls of the dragon's den, attempting to shake the building to the ground. Everyone went crazy. They threw everything within their reach into the air, including their hats, clothes, and even their shoes. Wan Hanju and the other students from Huanghai Military Academy hugged one another and jumped around, shouting and cheering along the way. This seemed to be the only way to vent the excitement in their hearts. Huanghai was the champion. No one would mock them any longer. Instead, they would only be jealous. Ji Xiaoming from the First University, Luo Cheng from Capital Military Academy, Xiao Yunfan from Donghai University, Zhao Yuanwu from the Qinyuan sect. Everyone was envious. This was the attractiveness of the #1 title. The place was seething with enthusiasm. Thousands of people shouted the same name. It was a majestic and exhilarating scene. The audience gave applause and cheers to the young man in the middle of the stage. He was the first in his generation, second to none. Chapter 372. May Martial Arts Flourish. Dragon's Den. The national #1 martial arts competition came to an end. The result was unexpected for everyone, though. Wang Tung entered the finals as a black horse and earned himself the title of the champion. Even more, this was a well-deserved #1, not a fluke. Looking at the past martial arts competitions, this year had the highest number of 6-star soldier-level martial warriors. There were 4 of them: Luo Cheng, Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingcong, and Wang Tung. Most importantly, their realms weren't low at all. Even their battle ability was abnormally frightening for their levels. Normal martial warriors were nothing in front of them. That was even more so for the final match between Ren Qingcong and Wang Tung. Their performances shocked the experienced and formidable warriors at the scene. So powerful, their attacks had exceeded the limit of their realms. Ordinary 6-star, soldier-level martial warriors wouldn't be able to execute such astonishing blows. The cheers and applause lasted for a long time before subsiding gradually. Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles Ren Qingcong had dropped in the arena and walked down. Lightning Force *50 Lightning Force *45 Advanced Stage Lightning Talent *10 Lightning Force *63 Leitang Physique *1 Wang Tung's eyes got brighter and brighter as the attribute bubbles merged into his body. What a great harvest! Force, talent, scriptures, all at once. When he gained lightning talent and a sky-rank skill scripture simultaneously. What if Ren Qingcong knew this? Would he vomit blood in anger? Ha! Wang Ting didn't know about Ren Qingcong, but he was delighted for sure. Mind you, he had been eyeing Ren Qingcong's lightning talent for a long time. Ever since the start of the competition, he had been yearning for it. He had finally achieved his wish. Lightning Force attacks were extremely powerful. Wang Tung had experienced them personally during his battle with Ren Qingcong. If not, based on his 7-star soldier-level ability, beating Ren Qingcong should have been a breeze for him. Yet, he was forced to execute a move he had no confidence in. One of the reasons was because Ren Qingcong had made use of the power of nature. However, that played just a small role. The main reason was that the lightning force was too powerful. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. He had executed the move successfully this time. With this experience, it would be easier for him to execute it in the future. This was a blessing in disguise. He also gained Ren Qingcong's advanced stage lightning talent, so he possessed another formidable offensive technique now. Once he raised the level of his talent, he wouldn't be afraid of Ren Qingcong anymore. Wang Tung looked at the Lightning Force attribute on his attributes panel. Lightning Force, 130 out of 500, 2-star. There was still a long way to go. He would need to find other ways to increase his lightning force. Should he get struck by lightning? Thinking of the pain, he shuddered in fear. He would have to slowly think this matter through. Wang Tung was deep in thought as he walked down the arena. Hanju and the other students quickly gathered around him. Hanju punched Wang Tung's chest and laughed. Amazing. You became the champion. Calm down, calm down. It's nothing, Wang Tung said with contempt. Hanju, you're boasting again. Wan Baiqiu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Yi Jisun smiled. Old Lei, your disciple's still lost. Lei Zhenting shook off his exasperation. Sigh. Wang Tung is a monster. How did he manage to execute that formidable attack? Ren Qingcong's loss is justified. That's right. Wang Tung's attack was terrifying, Mistama exclaimed. He probably invented the move himself. Lei Jinting commented. Yes, I have never seen such a move before, Yi Jisun continued. The younger generation will surpass us old ones. Lei Jinting sighed. On the other side, Peng Yuanshan and the heads were brimming with joy. They couldn't hide the happiness on their faces. Wang Teng has made a great contribution. Peng Yuanshan grinned from ear to ear. We even got the #1 title. We're the biggest winner. Tong Hu rubbed his hands excitedly. Look at you, it's just a championship. What's with the fuss? Dan Taixian said calmly. Everyone, gloating. She was gloating blatantly. This was the championship title, not something you could pick up on the streets. Principal, you don't understand how hard life is. I have to squeeze resources for our martial arts students little by little from other areas. If not, with the number of students we have, many of them will have to suffer, Peng Yuanshan complained. Cough, is it so serious? Dan Taixian asked awkwardly. What do you think? Peng Yuanshan retorted. Haha, well, I made my contribution. I groomed an amazing disciple who became the champion. Dan Taixian hoarded all the honor shamelessly. Yin Kong walked away silently. After that, it was the awards ceremony. Getting into the top 10 wasn't just an honor. It represented an abundance of rewards too. Resources were necessary for martial warriors. They were the reason why they fought with their lives. A good ranking meant a bigger slice for the factions they represented. At the same time, the participants would get a generous amount of rewards. The national #1 martial arts competition has ended. May the top 10 contestants come to the main platform. The Minister of Education will be giving out the awards. The commentator's voice sounded through the broadcast system. Everyone went up the stage to receive their reward one by one. Wang Teng's number was the last. He would only go up after everyone got their prizes. Ren Xingcong came down the platform. He had suffered serious injuries in the battle with Wang Teng, so his face was pale. When he saw Wang Teng, his expression turned hideous. A malicious glint flashed past his eyes. Their gazes met in midair as Wang Teng walked past him indifferently. I will not lose to you again. Ren Xingcong moved his lips and whispered. Try it. Wang Teng didn't even look at him. He walked straight up the stage. Ren Qingkang's face turned black. Normally, he was the one who disregarded others, but he tasted his own medicine today. It was a huge humiliation to him. Wang Teng stood on the stage. A refined-looking middle-aged man walked over. He was the Minister of Education. He smiled kindly at Wang Teng as someone behind him passed him a tray. He took it and handed it over to Wang Teng. Your performance was not bad. Continue to work hard and advance to the general stage as soon as you can. The Minister of Education patted Wang Teng's shoulder and said, One general stage. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this sentence. The Minister of Education had high hopes for Wang Teng. He didn't say this to Ji Xiaoming or Ren Xingcong, yet he regarded Wang Teng with special attention. Thank you, Minister. Wang Teng took over the tray and replied, You can leave. The future is destined to be ruled by young people like you, the Minister of Education said. One after Wang Teng walked down the stage, the Minister of Education looked around him before opening his mouth again. His voice resounded in the entire venue. Everyone, the national #1 martial arts competition has been concluded. However, life is endless, and so is the martial arts path. No matter what your ranking is, even if you don't have one, I hope that you will continue to aim for the peak and walk on this path. May martial arts flourish. He cupped his fists after he finished speaking. Everyone stood up immediately and cupped their fists. They shouted, May martial arts flourish. Chapter 373. Review of the competition. Returned to Donghai. After the national #1 martial arts competition ended, the different factions left capital Xiao one after the other. Wang Teng and the students took the plane and returned to Donghai under Peng Yuanshan's lead. On the plane, Wang Teng closed his eyes and rested. In his mind, he was counting the gains of this competition. The martial art competition was a gathering for talented martial warriors, so he naturally got countless attribute bubbles. The most common bubble was the force attribute. His fire force had already reached the 7-star soldier level, but now his metal, wood, water, and earth forces had also attained the 7-star soldier level. Metal Force, 135/5000, 7-star. Wood Force, 362/5000, 7-star. Water Force, 285/5000, 7-star. Fire Force, 486/5000, 7-star. Earth Force, 96/5000, 7-star. These forces were more than halfway through the 6-star soldier level after he came back from the Xingwu continent. Using this martial arts competition, he pushed all of them into the 7-star soldier level. Many people thought that he was a 6-star soldier level martial warrior like Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcang. However, he had already broken through to a new level and advanced far ahead of them. To think that Ren Qingcang still wanted to fight with Wang Teng. If they met in the future, he would understand the despair of not being able to catch up with him. Besides the breakthrough in his realm, Wang Teng's enlightenment and spirit had also increased. Enlightenment, Emperor Realm, 102/1000, Spirit, Emperor Realm, 188/1000. Why did he spare no effort in smashing his opponent's heads with his brick during the competition? He did it for enlightenment and spirit. Many years later, when certain people recalled this year's martial arts competition, they would probably remember the fear of being knocked by a brick. For instance, Xiao Yunfan, Mao Na, Zhao Yuanwu. Speaking of this, it was a little regrettable that he wasn't able to smash Ren Qingcang's and Ji Ziyuming's heads. As gifted martial warriors, their enlightenment and spirit would probably be much higher. If he knocked them with his brick, he could pick up even more attributes. What a pity. He was too engrossed during his fight, so he forgot to grab the chance. If not, he would never let them run away. Honestly, many people wish to admire Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcang getting slapped by the brick. That scene would be beautiful to behold, especially the funny viewers in General Bay's live stream room. They waited for a long time, but the scene didn't happen. When the competition ended, they hit their chests in regret. If I get a chance, they'll do it in the future. Wang Teng promised himself. At the same time, Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcang, who were in capital Xia, shivered. They felt a chill surging towards them from a land far away. During the competition, Wang Teng had also enlightened his flaming blade conscious and completed his idea of a sword blade firestorm. His flaming sword presence, metal sword presence, and wind presence increased in power too. This would assist him greatly in his enlightenment of their conscious in the future. Wang Teng even received a fire element sky rank battle technique, Big Dipper flaming blade, and a lightning element skill scripture, Lei Tang physique. One was the ultimate battle technique of the Qinyuan sect, while the other was the famous scripture of Lei Tang martial house. Both of them were powerful battle techniques and scriptures that couldn't be bought in the market. But Wang Teng managed to get them secretly. It was a considerable gain. Next, in terms of talent, Wang Teng's greatest gain was the 2 advanced stage mutated element talents, the advanced stage ice talent and the advanced stage lightning talent. The cultivation speed for advanced stage talents was many times faster than intermediate stage talents. It was also more than 10 times faster than beginner stage talents. Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcang were hailed as geniuses because of their talents. Their cultivation speed was faster than ordinary martial warriors, and they understood things much quicker too. With these 2 advanced stage talents, his cultivation of ice force and lightning force wouldn't be slow. Wang Teng also received advanced stage sword talent from Ji Xiaoming. Ji Ziyuming's sword skills were at the peak of his generation. Naturally, he would drop many sword skill attributes. Wang Teng had had a nice harvest when fighting with him. Wang Teng felt that his understanding of sword skills had climbed up a level. The instant he touched a sword, he would have the urge to wield it. All in all, this was a worthwhile trip. The championship title was secondary. His attribute gains were the most important thing. Of course, the reward for the champion was also generous. It included 30,000 yellow rank middle-class energy stones, 1 7-star battle sword, and 1 bottle of 5-star Dan medicine. Although these things were dispensable for other martial warriors, they were expensive resources. Many hours later, the plane landed at Donghai Airport. Wang Teng and the others alighted the plane and prepared to go back to school. At the same time, Xiao Yunfan and the other students from Donghai University walked down from another airplane. They had left capital Xia around the same time as Wang Teng, but took different planes. Huanghai Military Academy had a private plane, while Donghai University didn't have this privilege. Lin Xuan and Tian Xiaoxiao were on this plane too. Su Wantong's family lived in capital Xia, so she didn't come back to Donghai since it was the winter break. Only the two of them came. After they came down the airplane, Lin Xuan beckoned her friend. "Quick, let's leave. What are you afraid of? Will Senior Xiao eat us?" Tian Xiaoxiao knew who Lin Xuan was trying to avoid so frantically. She chuckled secretly. "You don't understand. It's irritating," Lin Xuan replied helplessly. "You can bring out little brother Wang Tong. I promise Senior Xiao will not bother you again," Tian Xiaoxiao said. "Sai, who am I to him?" The image of Wang Tong standing in the limelight during the competition floated into Lin Xuan's mind involuntarily. She had always been confident and proud of herself, but she felt helpless now. "His girlfriend, of course," Tian Xiaoxiao said straightforwardly. "His girlfriend? Sai, this is not the time to talk about that. Let's leave." Lin Xuan pulled Tian Xiaoxiao and attempted to sprint away. However, reality always crushed one's wishes. At this moment, Xiao Yunfan's voice came from behind them. "Junior sister Lin." Lin Xuan wanted to cover her face and pretend that she didn't hear anything. She pulled Tian Xiaoxiao and squeezed into the crowd. Before she could walk further, Xiao Yunfan and his friends had caught up with them. "Junior sister Lin, why are you running away? Are you going back to school? We have a car waiting outside. Why don't we go together?" Xiao Yunfan didn't know that Lin Xuan was dodging him. He came forward with a smile. "It's all right. We're not going back to school. Since it's winter break, we're going back home." Lin Xuan replied awkwardly. "No problem. I can ask the driver to send you guys home." Xiao Yunfan refused to give up. "We don't want to burden you." Lin Xuan rejected his offer without any hesitation. "Lin Xuan," someone called out to her from the left of the crowd. Xiao Yunfan's expression changed instantly. He was too familiar with this voice. Even till death, he would remember it. Chapter 374. You Look Like a Devil. While Xiao Yunfan was immersed in his bad memories, happiness flashed past Lin Xuan's eyes. She turned her head. As expected, she saw a familiar figure walking over from afar. It was Wang Teng. Hanju and the other students from Huanghai Military Academy were close behind him. "So, I was right. I thought I made a mistake." Wang Teng was surprised when he saw Lin Xuan. "I went to capital Xia to watch the competition." Lin Xuan smiled and replied. Wang Teng nodded and continued. "Are you going back? I'll give you a lift." "Okay." Lin Xuan nodded and agreed immediately. "Let's go." Wang Teng turned around. Then, he pretended that he had just noticed Xiao Yunfan and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't this Senior Xiao from Donghai University? Why are you here? Looks like we are fated." "Fated your head. This was a fatal fate." Xiao Yunfan felt his head spinning as he cursed in his heart. However, in front of Wang Teng, he could only laugh awkwardly and say, "Junior brother Wang Teng, we just came back from capital Xia too. This is just a coincidence." "I see. The competition has just ended. Senior Xiao should go back and rest properly. He'll not stay and chat with you." Wang Teng was straightforward. He was too lazy to bullshit with him. You're right. I should go back and rest," Xiao Yunfan replied awkwardly. "Goodbye then." Wang Teng cupped his fists and bade farewell. Then, he brought Lin Xuan and her friend away. After they left, Xiao Yunfan's expression gradually turned hideous. From Lin Xuan's attitude, he knew that he had no chance at all. If it were others, he would persevere and fight for her. But it was Wang Teng. He had no confidence to snatch her from him. Or rather, he didn't dare do it. Come on, that brat seemed easy to talk to, but he was brutal in his actions. He remembered Wang Teng's smile at that time clearly. He said that he would be gentle, but he had smashed the brick on him mercilessly as if he were a devil from hell. TCH, why is he so arrogant? Isn't it just a championship? Who knows how he will end up in the future? Lin Xuan is our campus belle. Why should we give her to him? A student from Donghai University couldn't stand it and complained angrily. One Xiao Yunfan gave a bitter smile. Just a champion? How dare he say that? Xiao Yunfan glanced at the student beside him and shook his head slightly. This fellow was too naive. There were many important figures paying attention to the national #1 martial arts competition. Once someone became the champion, they would leave a lasting impression in their minds. This title had its value. Also, Huanghai Military Academy would place more importance on him after he won the competition. They would get him into the military in the future and might even lay out his path for him. Ordinary students like them had to mingle among the different factions for a few years before they had a chance to get a high status. If their circumstances were slightly better, they could enter an organization and progress from there. These two paths were incomparable. In terms of talent, there was nothing to compare either. Wang Tung had defeated all the younger generation talents in the country. He was the cream of the crop. Even the Minister of Education had high hopes for him and said that he could reach the general stage. What did the general stage represent? They were the most powerful bunch of people in this era. They had the highest status in society and enjoyed countless wealth and resources. The difference between them and the ordinary martial warriors was like the sky and the earth. Xiao Yunfan kept quiet, though. This student was speaking up for him. If he refuted, both parties would be unhappy. There were things he couldn't say. There were things you wouldn't understand purely through words. You would have to experience the society personally to understand them. In the car, Wang Tung asked Lin Chuan, "Why were you with that fellow?" Before Lin Chuan could reply, Tian Xiao interrupted her. "We met him on the plane. He kept pestering us. You should stay away from him. He isn't a good person," Wan Baiqiu suddenly said. "Really? I think Senior Xiao is quite a nice guy." Tian Xiao felt a little unhappy at Wan Baiqiu's words. Xiao Yunfan was their senior in university. If others talked bad about him in front of them, they wouldn't look good either. That's because you haven't seen his other side. Wan Baiqiu sneered. If you go to the Xingwu continent one day and work together with him, you will naturally understand how scheming he is. Tian Xiao hesitated when she noticed how firm Wan Baiqiu was in her opinion. "Really, what will I get from lying to you? I just want to remind you. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. Naive ladies like you will suffer terribly in his hands." Wan Baiqiu ignored Tian Xiao after she finished this sentence. "Just be careful," Wang Tung said. Lin Chuan and Tian Xiao exchanged glances with each other. They nodded and didn't rebuke anymore. Wang Tung sent Lin Chuan and Tian Xiao home. Lin Chuan glanced at Wang Tung worriedly after she got out of the car. She explained, "There's nothing between Senior Xiao and me. I met him on the plane. He kept following me." "You're afraid that he'll misunderstand you?" Wang Tung teased. "That's not what I mean. You can assume whatever you want." Lin Chuan's ears turned red, and she ran away. Wang Tung smiled and shook his head. He went back to his car and drove back to school. "Junior Wang Tung, is that your girlfriend?" Wan Baiqiu winked at him. "How envious. You already have a girlfriend in the first year. A beautiful one, too," Hanju lamented in a serious tone. "I didn't know you were like this," Wang Tung said. "Your senior is a man, too," Hanju said helplessly. "Senior's sister Wan is single. Why don't you consider her?" Wang Tung sniggered. He'll rather be single than find a boring man like him." Wan Baiqiu snorted. "Hanju." Wang Tung burst out laughing. When they reached the university, Peng Yuanshan called them over. Peng Yuanshan and the other teachers had been waiting for some time. They went straight to the topic when they saw Wang Tung. "You brought glory to our school in this national #1 martial arts competition. They'll put this in your portfolio. The competition took up a lot of time, and the new year is almost here. Go back and accompany your families. Have a happy holiday. We can talk about the future arrangements after we come back." It's the new year. Comprehension finally dawned on Wang Tung. No wonder the streets seemed busier on his way back. Everyone was smiling. The students were eager to go home. They bade farewell to one another and left the school. Chapter 375, Dad. The era has changed after leaving school. Wang Tung called a taxi and went to Deer Garden. Wang Tung gazed out the car window. Red lanterns were hanging at the side of the road. The auspicious color, red, could be seen everywhere. The pedestrians on the streets had joyful expressions on their faces, exuding peace and happiness all over. A smile crept up on Wang Tung's face as he looked at this scene. This was the reason why many martial warriors were willing to work silently behind the scene. This was a new era, but in every era, there were many people quietly pushing the time forward. Someone needed to carry the burden for society to remain peaceful. To ordinary civilians, battles and deaths were far from their reach. They couldn't see them, so they didn't know how dreadful they were. Many martial warriors would feel that their efforts had paid off when the civilians were able to live their lives properly and have an undisturbed new year. Wang Tung from Huanghai Military Academy is the champion of a national #1 martial arts competition. The driver was listening to the radio. He exclaimed, "The national #1 martial art competition is a nationwide competition. Wang Tung has really brought honor to our city by taking the championship." Wang Tung touched his nose and smiled. "Mister, you pay attention to the national #1 martial art competition too?" "Of course. Martial arts are getting more and more common, and even ordinary people like me know about them. I feel that martial arts are very important. That is why the government spent so much time and manpower to host this national #1 martial arts competition," the driver replied. "Mister, you're smart." Wang Tung was surprised. He gave him a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha, young man. You came out from Huanghai Military Academy. Are you a student there?" the driver asked. "Yes." "In that case, do you know Wang Tung?" the driver continued asking. "Yes. We are classmates," Wang Tung replied. "Wow, your classmate is so impressive. Quick, tell me more about him." Half an hour later, Wang Tung got off outside Deer Garden. Looking at the driver driving the cab away, he laughed and shook his head. He had chatted with the driver for a long time. The driver listened to him with interest and was extremely curious about martial arts. "Young Master Wang." The guard immediately let Wang Tung through when he saw him. "Thank you for your hard work." Wang Tung smiled as he greeted the guard. Then, he walked into the deer garden. It's not hard at all." The guards uncontrollably commented when they saw Wang Tung. "I heard that young Master Wang was the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. Impressive." "That's right. He is a national champion. I heard that it's not easy to win the championship. I watched the live broadcast. Oh my God, that scene was amazing. He's so powerful. Mom, I'm back." Wang Tung walked into the house and called out to his parents as he usually did. "Little Tung is back." Li Xiaomei was elated. She walked out of the kitchen and wiped her hands on her apron. Then, she pulled Wang Tung and said, "Come, let me see if you're injured." "I'm not hurt. I'm fine." Wang Tung allowed Li Xiaomei to pull him around. "That's great. Your father and I want to watch your competition." The matches were so intense. "I almost had a heart attack," Li Xiaomei said with lingering fears. "You went to Capital Xia to watch the competition?" Wang Tung was shocked. "Your mom and I came back last night." Wang Shengwo walked out of the living room. "Dad." Wang Tung greeted him. Then he smiled at Li Xiaomei and said, "It's nothing. Your son is so powerful. Who can even hurt me?" "You're still boasting," Li Xiaomei reprimanded him. However, she felt proud when she remembered that Wang Tung was the national champion. Wang Tung chuckled. "All right, have some rest quickly." He'll go back to the kitchen. Li Xiaomei returned to continue cooking. Wang Shenghua and Wang Tung sat down in the living room. "Where is Daodu?" "I didn't see her," Wang Ting asked. "She's sleeping upstairs." Wang Shenghua smiled. He whispered, "What's this national #1 martial arts competition for? Why did they showcase the competition to the public?" As expected, a smart and experienced person like Wang Shenghua immediately noticed the crux of the problem. Wang Tung hesitated before replying slowly, "Dad, the times have changed. Where is this era heading to?" Wang Shenghua frowned. "Don't worry. No matter where it's going, there will be someone clearing the path," Wang Tung said. "What about you?" Wang Shenghua asked. "Me?" Wang Ting thought for a moment before he grinned. "One day, you'll possess the strength to protect everyone. All you have to do is to wait for your retirement." Wang Shenghua felt complicated as he looked at Wang Tung. His son had grown up. He could protect this family now. He should be happy. Many of his friends knew that his son was the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. They were aware that he was a powerful martial warrior. After the competition ended, many of his business partners called him specially to congratulate him. Even the elite families who had belittled their Wang family in the past called him to chat and seek opportunities for cooperation. All these things made him proud. But whenever he remembered the frightening matches between the martial warriors, his heart would be filled with worry. Martial warriors were able to shatter rocks with their strength. The more powerful ones could even make use of the force of nature. It was a power that could turn the world upside down. Imagine the consequences of this attack landing on a person. However, what could he say? His son had already chosen the martial arts path and entered a top university. In the future, he would undoubtedly join the military. His future was bright. Was he supposed to stop his son? I don't know anything about martial arts. Your mom, and I just hope that you will be safe. You're our only son. We're still waiting for you to take care of us when we're old, Wang Shengwa said. Don't worry. I'm scared to death too. He'll definitely be the one who lives the longest, Wang Tong said. Seriously, Wang Shengwa was caught between laughter and tears. Very soon, Li Xiaomei finished preparing the food. They sat around the dining table, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Dao also got up, but she was still in a daze. She looked at Wang Tong and thought that she was dreaming. She rubbed her eyes and said, Am I dreaming? I dreamed that elder brother is back? Li Xiaomei and Wang Shengwa burst out laughing. Daodu, pinch your cheeks. Is it painful? Daodu pinched her cheeks absent-mindedly. She screamed, ouch. Everyone laughed at her reaction. The meal ended in peals of laughter. At night, Wang Tong lay on the big bed in his bedroom. Gentle moonlight was filtering through the window, making everything look surreal. It seemed to be another world at home, a place far away from martial arts. He could hear the voices of his parents, the sound of the news broadcast on the television, and Daodu's happy laughter. Everything seemed peaceful and tranquil. Wang Tong closed his eyes and slipped into the dreamland under the gentle moonlight. He would protect this peace. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. 1. Chapter 376. Visiting before New Year, Wang Tong's body completely relaxed after he went back home, releasing all the stress he had accumulated. He slept until 9:30 the next day. Li Xiaomei didn't wake him up either. She felt that practicing martial arts in school must be very tiring, so he should rest properly at home. Besides, he rarely came home. At 9:30 a.m., Wang Tong woke up in his room. He glanced around him and took a moment before he regained his senses. He was at home. He shook his head and laughed. Then, he stretched his back and walked into the bathroom with a yawn. After freshening up, he went downstairs. When Li Xiaomei heard his footsteps, she walked out of the kitchen with a smile. You're awake. Why don't you get some more rest? I can't sleep anymore. I got used to waking up early, Wang Tong said. It's tiring to practice martial arts, Li Xiaomei lamented. No pain, no gain. Wang Tong shook his head with a smile. Li Xiaomei took out his breakfast. There was congee, fried dough fritters, steamed buns, and many other dishes. Upon smelling the fragrance, Wang Tong immediately sat down and started stuffing his mouth with food. Delicious. It's just congee and fried dough fritters. What's so delicious about them? Li Xiaomei smiled sweetly. That's not right. How can outside food be compared to homemade food? Wang Tong stuffed a fried dough fritter in his mouth. His voice was muffled. Today is the 24th of the 12th month in the lunar calendar. I'll cook more delicious food for your dinner, Li Xiaomei said. It's the 24th already? Wang Tong was startled. What do you think? Time sure flies, Wang Tong exclaimed. Indeed, half a year had gone by since he was reborn. However, Wang Tong felt as if a generation had passed. It was unreal. After breakfast, Wang Tong walked out of his house. He saw his spirit flame ghost crow, Little White, playing with Daodu in the courtyard. You're back. Caught. The moment Wang Tong appeared, Little White caught at him. Recently, he let Little White loose and let it fend for itself. As long as it didn't fly too far away, it wouldn't be in any kind of danger. Also, if there was anything, Wang Tong would know it firsthand through the spiritual pet contact. It wouldn't be a problem. As its ability increased, Little White's size also followed suit. Daodu was now able to lay her small figure on its body. At the moment, Little White was flying Dowdoo up into the air on its back. The little girl laughed happily like a lark. Little White was smart. It knew how to ensure a child's safety, so Wong Tung wasn't worried. Dowdoo patted Little White's back when she saw Wong Tung. They landed on the ground, and she pounced on Wong Tung. "Brother, Little White is so fun." The girl was beaming with joy, her forehead covered with perspiration. This brat seemed to have gotten plump. Her cheeks were round and fat, making Wong Tung pinch them uncontrollably. "Have you been only eating and sleeping recently? You have gotten so much fatter," he asked with a smile. "Huh? No, I don't. I practice martial arts too. If you don't believe me, they'll show it to you." Dowdoo broke free from Wong Tung's arms and started practicing her radio exercise. She shouted every time she punched her fist. This was what Wong Tung had taught her before. To his surprise, she remembered it clearly. Her form was much more presentable now. A hint of astonishment flashed across Wong Tung's eyes. He helped her wipe the sweat off her forehead and said, all right, I believe you. I didn't know our Dowdoo was so talented. You did great." "Really?" Dowdoo's big eyes lit up when she heard Wong Tung's compliment. She looked at him in anticipation, hoping to get recognized by him. "Of course," Wong Tung smiled and said. "Brother, can you teach Dowdoo something more powerful?" Dowdoo asked hopefully. "Yes, but you still have to practice the radio exercise. You need to get proficient in it," Wong Tung replied. "Okay, they'll continue practicing until I'm very familiar with it." Dowdoo nodded her small head earnestly. "Good girl." Then, Wong Tung accompanied the little girl in her practice. Many things were a piece of cake for him now, but he still taught Dowdoo patiently and corrected her small mistakes. Wong Tung accompanied his family the entire day. The next morning, he greeted Li Xiaomei and prepared to leave in his car. "Son, where are you going?" Li Xiaomei walked out hurriedly. There was an ambiguous glimmer in her eyes as she stared at Wong Tung intently. I'm going to visit my classmate," Wong Tung replied casually. "You're going to visit Lin Chuan, right?" Li Xiaomei gave a knowing expression. "How do you know?" Wong Tung touched his forehead. Sometimes he admired how accurate his mother's sixth sense was. She was like a detective. "Oomph. Do you think you can fool your mom?" "Wait." Li Xiaomei threw him a haughty look before rushing inside. "Mom, what are you doing?" Wong Tung called out behind her. However, he only saw Li Ziyumi's hasty back view. He didn't get a reply. He couldn't defy his mother's order, so he had no choice but to wait. 10 minutes later, Li Xiaomei came out with many bags in her hand. She opened the door of the passenger seat and stuffed the bags in the car. "What are these?" Wong Tung was puzzled. "These are gifts your dad received from others. We can't get enough of them, so bring them along." "You stupid brat. How can you visit other people empty-handed? If I were your future mother-in-law, I'd be furious," Li Xiaomei rebuked him. Wong Tung, future mother-in-law? His mom had thought so far ahead? "Go on," Li Xiaomei urged him after placing the bags down and closing the door. Wong Tung touched his nose and drove the car away. At times like this, it was better to never refute your mother. It was useless. All his struggles would be futile. On his way to Lin Chuan's house, Wong Tung glanced at the gifts on the passenger's seat and shook his head helplessly. Although he had lived 2 lives, this was his first experience in such affairs. Soon, he reached his destination and parked the car. Wong Tung lugged all the bags and headed to Lin Chuan's house. On the way, her neighbors sized him up curiously. They seemed to be gossiping. Lin Chuan's family owned a small convenience stall. New Year was around the corner, so business was booming. Lin Chuan was helping her mother out in the stall. Mother Lin had sharp eyes. The moment Wong Tung came close, she noticed him. She ignored her customer and welcomed Wong Tung immediately. "Wong Tung, you're here. Auntie, I came to visit you." Wong Tung smiled and passed the gifts to her. "There's no need to bring so many gifts. What a waste of money." Mother Lin kept blaming Wong Tung for wasting money, but she couldn't hide her smile. She pulled him into the house. "It's nothing. I brought them from home, so I didn't spend any money. It's the thought that counts, right? I forgot about this when I came out. My mom was the one who prepared this for me," Wong Tung replied. "Your mother knew that you were coming here?" Mother Lin was surprised. She has known for a long time. After all, My father was the one who asked my head teacher to arrange Chuan as my table buddy. Wang Tong smiled and replied. Chapter 377. Heel Mother Lin heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Tang's parents knew of Lin Chuan's existence and seemed to have a good impression of her. Her smile got wider. She knew that Wang Tong's family was wealthy, so she feared that his parents would look down on them. From the looks of it, though, his parents didn't discriminate against them. They wouldn't be an obstacle between the two youngsters. A mother knew her daughter the best. Mother Lin could tell that Lin Chuan treated Wang Tong differently. Naturally, she hoped that they would have a good ending. Mother Lin pulled Wang Tong into the house and said to Lin Chuan, Chuan, stop working. Wang Tong is here. Why are you here? Lin Chuan bagged the customer's item and collected the money before she turned and spoke to Wang Tong. Did you forget what I told you? Wang Tong asked. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment. Then, she remembered, and her eyes beamed with joy. You are here for Chuxia? What about Chuxia? Mother Lin asked curiously. Chuan didn't tell you? Wang Tong asked in surprise. I didn't tell Mom. I was afraid that she would rejoice too soon, Lin Chuan explained. She then said to Mother Lin, Mom, Wang Tong found a cure for Chuxia. Really? Mother Lin was startled, staring at Wang Tong in a daze. Yes. Wang Tong nodded. Mother Lin covered her mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. Mom, why are you crying? This is a good thing. Lin Chuan hurriedly consoled her. She went forward and hugged her mother. I'm happy. I'm not crying. I didn't cry. Mother Lin wiped her tears away. Let's go. We should give it a try, Wang Tong said. Okay. Mother Lin was excited. Suppressing the happiness in her heart, Lin Chuan also nodded. She closed the shop and brought Wang Tong upstairs. By the time they arrived in front of Lin Chuxia's room, she had already heard the commotion. She looked at Wang Tong hopefully, asking with a nervous voice, Brother-in-law, did you really find a cure? Wang Tong smiled and nodded. He didn't say much and took out the lunar eclipse poison scripture directly. He gave it to Lin Chuxia. Take a look at this scripture. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me, Wang Tong said. Lunar eclipse poison scripture. Lin Chuxia was elated when she saw the name of the scripture. She immediately flipped the book open. This was her first time cultivating a 4-skill scripture. Naturally, there were many things she didn't understand. Wang Tong patiently answered all her queries. The entire process lasted for more than half an hour. Lin Chuxia finally digested the entire lunar eclipse poison scripture. Under Wang Tong's guidance, she sat down cross-legged. Lin Chuan and Mother Lin got nervous. They seemed even tenser than Lin Chuxia. Don't be afraid. They'll be helping you at the side. If there's a problem, we'll deal with it in time, Wang Tong reassured her, noticing her apprehension. All right, Lin Chuxia nodded. She looked at the gentle smile on Wang Tong's face and felt at ease. After taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes. Based on the lunar eclipse poison scripture, she started guiding the poison force in her body, and her cultivation began. Lin Chuxia spent more than 10 minutes before she entered the cultivation state. Wang Tong placed one hand on her back to sense the movement of poison force. This was to prevent accidents from happening. Fortunately, Lin Chuxia was talented. Although her first cultivation session was a little slow, no accidents happened. The poison force in her body followed the route given by the scripture and circulated throughout her body before flowing into her force nucleus. Wang Tong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This went smoother than expected. Lin Chuan saw him removing his hand from Lin Chuxia's back. She asked nervously, "How is she?" "Don't worry. Everything is going smoothly," Wang Tong replied. "That's great." Lin Chuan and Mother Lin sighed in relief. The three of them waited quietly at the side. Rather than staying idle, Wang Tong scanned the room. There were many attribute bubbles scattered here. Poison Force * 12 Demon Lotus Poison Body * 5 Poison Force * 15 Poison Force * 20 Demon Lotus Poison Body * 8. He picked them up. All the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tong's body. His poison force increased tremendously, and his demon lotus poison body slowly took shape. Poison Force, 335 out of 2000, 4-star, Demon Lotus Poison Body, 680/10,000. More than an hour later, Lin Chuan suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, "Look at Chuxia's face." Wang Teng had already noticed the change in Lin Chuxia. The poison spots on her face were gradually shrinking, and her face was slowly returning to its original state. Mother Lin clasped Lin Chuan's hand and held her breath. She was extremely nervous. She was afraid that her slightest action would interrupt Lin Chuxia's change. Time trickled by. Another hour passed. The poison spots on Lin Chuxia's face had disappeared entirely, revealing a beautiful face that looked slightly similar to Lin Chuan's. It was smooth and round, with no traces of the ugly patches from earlier. Lin Chuxia took a deep breath and slowly opened her eyes. Chuxia, Mother Lin looked at her daughter emotionally, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom, sis, Lin Chuxia could notice something different from their expressions. However, she was still apprehensive. Lin Chuan rushed out of the room and came back soon with a mirror. In the past, Lin Chuxia felt inferior because of her ugly appearance. Hence, there were no mirrors in her room. When Lin Chuan handed her the mirror, Lin Chuxia didn't take it. She didn't even dare to look at it. Lin Chuan nodded her head, giving her confidence. Lin Chuxia glanced at Wang Teng and Mother Lin, seeing encouragement in their expressions. She mustered up her courage and accepted the mirror to look at her reflection. The next instant, she saw a pretty and smooth face. Her eyes widened in astonishment. The pretty face stared back at her in disbelief too. Then, her expression changed again, and she looked elated. Her face kept changing, displaying her complex emotions. Lin Chuxia touched her face. Tears were flowing down her cheeks. The mother and daughters hugged one another. They laughed and cried, as if venting their many years of suffering. Wang Teng walked out of the room slowly to give them some space. The moment he walked out, he saw a black figure flashing at the end of the corridor. Wang Teng hesitated, but he still walked over. He pushed the door and entered the room. He saw the dispirited, middle-aged man again. It was Lin Chuan's father. He was sitting in the wheelchair with beer bottles all around him. When Wang Teng walked in, he didn't raise his head. The room turned silent. Some moments later, a hoarse voice came from his mouth. "Thank you." Wang didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only reply, "This is what I should do." Some time later, Wang Teng walked out of the room. The three ladies had regained their composure and came out of Lin Chuxia's room. Chapter 378. I educated her successfully. Why did you come out from my father's room? Lin Chuan was startled. I went to wish him a happy new year. Why? I can't do that, asked Wang Teng. Really? My father? Lin Chuan was confused. She knew her father's condition. He never came out of his room, much less converse and interact with other people. Mother Lin and Lin Chuxia were looking at Wang Teng with a puzzled expression too. Wang Teng stopped teasing them and told them what had happened just now. Mother Lin's gaze turned gentle instantly. That old fellow is still concerned about his daughter. She had been carrying the burden of her family all these years. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't bitter. But now, her eldest daughter had entered a top university, and her youngest daughter's mysterious illness was cured. She would be able to live like a normal person in the future. There was also no need for her to splurge on her medical bills, so most of her worries were gone. Even if Father Lin couldn't recover, she could hold up this family on her own. My father. It's difficult for him too, Lin Chuan said. That's right. Mom, Dad doesn't feel good either. Don't blame him. Lin Chuxia agreed. All right. I'm too lazy to blame him when I have you all around me, Mother Lin said. Actually, with the current medical technology, it's not difficult to get a prosthetic limb. He can still live like a normal person. In the future, it might be possible for him to even recover his legs, Wang Teng said. That's right. Anything is possible in this era. Lin Chuan consoled her mother. Once I start earning money, we can think of ways to treat Dad. Me too. When I earn more money in the future, they'll find a cure for Dad's legs. Then, they'll let you all travel the world. Lin Chuxia spoke up. Your thoughts matter the most. Mother Lin was happy that her daughters were sensible, but she still sighed and said, however, It's hard for your dad to accept his fate. If he can overcome his own mental barrier, he will be able to live properly, with or without legs. Wang Ting nodded. It was a tremendous blow for a martial warrior to lose his legs and force nucleus. It was understandable why Father Lin was unable to overcome the psychological trauma. Father Lin's generation was the first batch of martial warriors. Earth had just changed, so you could imagine how hard it was for them to become martial warriors. Naturally, they enjoyed a high status in society. Falling from the throne would be hard to accept for someone of their stature. They stopped talking about Father Lin. Mother Lin pulled Wang Tung and said, "I don't know how to thank you for helping Chuxia to recover. Let me cook for you in the evening. You must stay." Wang Tung wanted to reject her, but Lin Xuan said, "Stay for dinner. My mom won't be able to sleep if she doesn't do something." "Brother-in-law, come, let me show you the result of my gun skill." Lin Chuxia pulled Wang Tung into her room. After regaining her health, she became more outspoken. She didn't have to worry about interacting with other people anymore. In the past, when her sister and mom wanted to get close to her, they had to be very careful. Although they could touch her, they couldn't do it freely like now. All of these things had affected their lifestyles. However, they didn't have to worry anymore. "They'll help mom with dinner. Go and have some fun yourselves." Lin Xuan accompanied Mother Lin down to buy groceries and make dinner. Wang Tung touched his nose. He saw Lin Chuxia taking out a toy gun from her drawer. Lin Chuxia took the toy gun and casually fired a few shots out of the window. Martial warriors had powerful eyesight. Wang Tung saw the bullets changing directions in mid-air before hitting a little rat that just peeked out from the drain. All the bullets hit the rat. The little rat was stunned. It just came up from a drain and got hit by bullets from the sky. Of course, these were plastic bullets, so the damage was minimal. The little rat shrieked in pain before scurrying back down the drain. Lin Chuxia chucked when she saw her work of art. "Cheeky." Wang Tung laughed as he tapped her forehead. "What do you think? I've improved compared to the last time, right?" Lin Chuxia smiled proudly. "Not bad. You can cultivate force in the future. With rune guns, your shots will be much more powerful," Wang Tung replied. Most martial disciples train their bodies first before cultivating force and becoming martial warriors. However, Lin Chuxia was different. She had a special physique, so she was able to cultivate force directly. Actually, she was almost at the 2-star soldier level already. "Rune bullets and rune guns must be expensive," Lin Chuxia said. "When you reach the 3-star soldier level, they'll give you a rune gun," Wang Tung replied. "Really?" Lin Chuxia was shocked. She had been learning gun skills, so she specially went to check the prices of rune guns. They were all expensive. A 1-star rune gun was priced at a few million. Her family couldn't save that much money in 10 years. "This is nothing for high-rank martial warriors," Wang Tung smiled and said. "They'll have to become a high-rank martial warrior too." Although Dad was a martial warrior, there wasn't much money left for the family because he needed to cultivate. "It's not easy for martial warriors to earn money," Lin Chuxia lamented. Wang Tung was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he had to admit that Lin Chuxia was right. Not all martial warriors were as wealthy as him. Most martial warriors could earn money faster than ordinary people, but they needed a large number of resources to cultivate. Hence, they spent faster than they earned. Sometimes, they couldn't even buy a good weapon. "Don't worry. Other people might not be able to afford it, but that doesn't mean I can't. Since I said I'll gift you a gun, then I will gift you a gun. I promise," Wang Tung assured her. "Your words, not mine. I won't go easy on you." Lin Chuxia giggled. Wang Tung smiled and nodded. Actually, he had many weapons he didn't need in his space ring. He wouldn't be using them, and selling them wasn't worth it either. He would rather give it to his friends. "Haha, they'll work hard then." Lin Chuxia smiled. "All the best. However, you're young, and you didn't go to school in the past, so you're lagging in your studies. The most important thing now is to catch up with your studies before considering whether you should enter university in advance to cultivate," Wang Tung said. Lin Chuxia placed her hand on her chin and looked at Wang Tung as he spoke. She didn't reply to him. She just nodded. "However, I suggest that you shouldn't let others know about your special physique and the fact that you're already a martial warrior. You can reveal it slowly once you get into a university. At that time, the leaders of your institution will naturally pay attention to you. They will take special care of a rare talent like you. Wang Ting noticed Lin Chuxia's reaction, but he didn't think much. He continued speaking. Why didn't they pay attention to me in the past? Lin Chuxia frowned and asked. Wang Tung hesitated before persuading her earnestly. A person will only be recognized after they have displayed their worth. What's more, you might be the first poison element martial warrior on Earth. Before they know how powerful poison element martial warriors can be, they might not give you special attention. This is the reality of life. You will have to forge a path yourself. When you're strong, your family will be able to live better. He knew that Lin Chuxia felt bitter. Anyone would feel that way. But just like what he said, the world would continue spinning even if someone died. There was no unconditional love. Without Lin Xuan, he wouldn't know about Lin Chuxia's condition, and he wouldn't solve it for her. Lin Chuxia was in deep thought. After some time, her frown disappeared, and she nodded firmly. I understand. They'll become stronger and take control of my own life. I won't let anyone control me. Also, if anyone dares to bully my family in the future, they'll show them what I can do. Wang Tung smiled when he saw her fierce expression. He realized that Lin Chuxia was more mature than he thought. She was able to grasp things easily. She wouldn't get fooled into risking her life for others just because they did her a small favor. She wasn't a happy-go-lucky person. The martial warrior's world was full of peril. Wang Tung had seen many deaths, so he didn't wish Lin Chuxia to enter this world without careful consideration. He didn't want her to get hurt in the future. I educated her successfully. 6 p.m., Mother Lin and Lin Chuan finished cooking dinner for everyone. They called Wang Tung down to eat. Mother Lin had put in much effort to thank Wang Tung. The table was filled with an array of dishes. Although they weren't expensive, they looked sumptuous and fragrant. This was the first time Lin Chuxia could sit with her family and eat dinner together. Happiness shimmered in her eyes. They could tell that she was elated. Mother Lin and Lin Chuan were also joyful. Their only regret was Father Lin. Mother Lin kept putting food on Wang Tang's and Lin Chuxia's plates. The smile on her face never dropped. This sweet and sour lychee meatball is made by Lin Chuan. Try it, Mother Lin said as she took some food for Wang Tung. Wang Tung glanced at Lin Chuan and smiled. Lin Chuan avoided his gaze shyly, but she would still steal a few peeks. She felt a little nervous. Wang Tung took the lychee meatball first and tried it. His eyes lit up. Delicious! This lychee meatball was cooked really well. It was tender and crisp, sweet and sour, perfectly suiting his palate. Lin Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. Mother Lin chuckled secretly when she noticed her reaction. There was nothing to say about Lin Chuan and Mother Lin's cooking skills. Wang Ting never put down his chopsticks. Peals of laughter continuously rang out during the meal. Everyone had a great time at the dinner table. After dinner, Wang Tung stayed a while longer. He told Lin Chuxia what she needed to take note of during her cultivation. Then, he left the house. Lin Chuan sent him off. Chapter 379. Happy New Year. Where's my red packet? It was already past 8 p.m. when Wang Tung reached home. Wang Sheng was back. He was watching television with Li Xiaomei in the living room. Dowda was having fun with Little White at the side. The little girl's laughter echoed in the entire living room. Son, how was it? Li Xiaomei immediately moved over and asked when she saw Wang Ting opening the door. Wang Shenghua appeared to be watching the television, but his ears were perked up. What do you mean? Wang Tung pretended like he didn't know. He walked into the living room and plunked on the sofa. Dowdu, come over here. Coming. Dowdu abandoned Little White and stumbled towards Wang Tung, jumping into his arms. Don't try to play dumb. Tell me. Li Xiaomei glared at him. She didn't buy his nonsense at all. Instead, she walked over and pulled his ear. Mom, let go. Let go. Save some dignity for me in front of Dowdu, Wang Tung shouted. Dowda laughed happily. Are you going to tell me or not? Li Xiaomei said. Yes, I will. He'll tell you everything you want to know. He'll not hide anything from you. Wang Tung immediately succumbed to his mother's might. 7-star, soldier-level martial warrior? That was nothing. You had to admit defeat when you should. Wang Shengwa sniggered secretly. Ever since his son came back, his wife had shifted her firepower to him. This feels so good. How was your visit? Did her parents like you? Li Xiaomei asked. It was good. They like me very much. Wang Ting boasted. Really? Li Xiaomei looked suspicious. She didn't believe him. Of course. Whose son am I? Wang Tong flattered his mother indirectly. That's true. My son is indeed outstanding. Li Xiaomei nodded. My genes are not bad either, Wang Shengwa said. Shush. Li Xiaomei rolled her eyes at him in disdain. Then, she smiled and asked Wang Tong, how's her family? Tell Mom more about them. Wang Tong pondered for a moment. He felt that there was nothing to hide, so he briefly explained Lin Chuhan's family condition to her. Wang Shengwa and Li Xiaomei already had a general idea, but they didn't know the details. After listening to Wang Tong, they finally understood Lin Chuhan's family background. Li Xiaomei felt sad for Lin Chuhan. She lamented, I didn't know that this child has suffered so much ever since she was young. Her father was a martial warrior? I didn't know that. Speaking about it, being a martial warrior is really dangerous. She looked at Wang Tong worriedly. Mom, don't worry. I'm very powerful. No one can hurt me. Wang Ting comforted her. So I forget it. You're not young anymore. I can't stop you. However, you must take care of yourself. Li Xiaomei didn't forget to remind him. I know. Wang Ting nodded quickly. You said that you cured Chuxia's strange illness? Wang Shengwa asked. They had seen Lin Chuxiao before, so they knew that there were poison patches on her face. She couldn't live like her peers. They were concerned about her. That's right. It isn't an illness, but a special physique. When I went to the Xingwu continent, I coincidentally found a way to handle her special physique, Wang Tong said. I see. Wang Shengwa nodded. He was contemplating something. Her face is healed. Li Xiaomei was elated. I could tell that that young lady was a beauty. She must be pretty after her face has healed. Yes. Wang Tong smiled and replied, Mom, you're right. She's as pretty as her sister. All right. Bring them over for a meal. Your dad and I want to meet them, Li Xiaomei said. Wang Tong was in a dilemma. Was this considered meeting each other's parents? He hadn't confirmed his relationship with Lin Chuhan yet. How was he supposed to invite her without a valid reason? What's the problem? You went to their house and met her parents. Don't you think your dad and I should meet her too? Li Xiaomei glanced at Wang Tong from the corner of her eyes. A frightening aura surged out of her body. Wang Tong shivered. He immediately nodded and replied, Yes, you should. I'll definitely bring her home when there's a chance. You don't need to look for a chance. Bring her after the new year, Li Xiaomei threatened him. Can we push it back? Wang Tong made his final struggle with caution. What do you think? Li Xiaomei glared at him. It's just a meal. Your mom and I aren't hard to interact with. What are you so worried about? Wang Shengwa chimed in. All right. Wang Tong admitted defeat in the end. He couldn't avoid it. All kinds of images flashed past her mind. One confession was a skill too. To what on earth should he do? Wang Tong felt that his brain was about to explode. This was the first time he had met such a difficult situation. Why weren't there any confession attributes? Boss system, you're not comprehensive. The next day, Wang Ting woke up bright and early and went to the basement. Some time ago, he had asked Wang Shengwa to clean out a room for him. He wanted to practice alchemy and smithery. Wang Shengwa even looked for professionals to design the alchemy room, smithery room, and the rune workshop. These 3 rooms were interconnected and fully equipped. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction when he saw them. He started working. Wang Shengwa had already laid out the skeleton of his new company. He was waiting for products so that he could enter the market. Wang Tong contemplated for a moment and decided to make some 1-star and 2-star healing and force recovery damn medicines first. There was always a shortage of these damn medicines. The demand for them was high among the low-rank martial warriors. They needed to purchase these medicines before they went to the Xingwu continent all the time. Wang Tong was an advanced stage alchemist now, so making these low-rank Dan medicines was a breeze for him. He relied on picking up attributes to increase his proficiency, so he had more experience compared to other advanced stage alchemists. He multitasked and started more than 10 furnaces at once. This was mass production. He had informed Wang Shenghua beforehand that this alchemy room was going to be used for mass production. Hence, his father had arranged more than 10 furnaces in one row, making it easy for him to operate them. After half a day passed, Wang Tung had managed to make a few thousand damn medicines. None of his attempts failed. The success rate was astonishing. If other alchemists saw him working, their eyes would pop out. He wasn't a human. This should last for some time. Wang Tung nodded. He kept the damn medicines in jade bottles and stuffed them in his space ring. He glanced at his phone. It was lunchtime. He left the basement and went back to the living room. There was a guest visiting them. Wang Tung was startled. Wang Shenghua was sending a middle-aged man off. When the man saw Wang Tung, his eyes lit up. This must be Mr. Wang's son. Yes, it's him. Wang Shenghua smiled. This is Uncle Zhao, one of the business partners of our company. Wang Shenghua introduced the man. Uncle Zhao, Wang Tung greeted him. You're too kind. You're a young and promising youth. I heard that you became the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. You have a bright future ahead. The middle-aged man waved his hand. You're flattering me. Wang Tung smiled humbly. They exchanged a few polite words before he left. When Wang Shenghua came back, he shook his head and said, You're more popular than me now. These people all come for you. They're quite well informed, Wang Tung said. They're all businessmen. They will fish where the fishes are. Our company caused quite a commotion in the past, so they probably received the news a long time ago. Now that you've become the champion, they will definitely act without delay, Wang Shenghua said. They'll have to rely on you to handle them. Wang Tung smiled. All he had was the title. Wang Shenghua was the one who would handle the operations of the company. Wang Tung stayed at home for the next few days and made damn medicines, weapons, and runes. He produced a huge number of low-rank items in a short span of a few days. There was a full range of items. As he was busy with production, the eve of the new year arrived silently. On New Year's Eve, Wang Tung's family got up early in the morning. They had already cleaned the house. They would be heading to the old residence to spend the new year with Grandpa Wang. At 9 a.m., Wang Tung and his family arrived at the old residence. His oldest uncle, Wang Shenghong, and his youngest uncle, Wang Shenjun, and his aunt, Wang Jialing, arrived one after another. All of them were here for the new year. My impressive grandson is back. Come, let me take a good look at you. Grandpa Wang beamed from ear to ear when he saw Wang Tung. He grabbed his hand firmly. Grandpa, Happy New Year. Wang Tung smiled and said, Good. Come, let's go in. Grandpa Wang was beyond elated. Let me also take a look at the genius. Wang Shenghong's eyes were shimmering as he laughed heartily. Cousin, his older cousin, Wang Yanan, walked over and greeted him with a bright smile. Little Tung, Wang Tung's third uncle and aunt crowded around him and greeted him enthusiastically. Uncle, aunt, cousin Yanan, third uncle, third aunt, uncle. Wang Tung called everyone. Little Tung is now the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. Are you planning to enter the military in the future? His third uncle, Wang Shenjun, smiled and asked. I should be entering the military in the future. However, I'll have to wait for the school's arrangement, Wang Tung replied. Based on your portfolio, you'll climb the ranks quickly, Wang Shenjun said. Of course, Little Tung is a genius. Huanghai Military Academy will treat him like a treasure, Wang Shenghong chimed in. They chatted casually while pasting the spring festival couplets and lanterns. The ladies went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Firecrackers could already be heard going off outside. Their phones rang nonstop. The Wang family was a large family with many connections. Thus, many people called to wish them a happy new year. Furthermore, Wang Tung had risen to fame recently, so the Wang family got even more popular. There were many more people calling them compared to the previous year. Wang Shenghong and Wang Shenjun were having a great time interacting with other people. They didn't find it a hassle. Wang Tung made a few calls too. Naturally, Dan Taixian was the first on the list. She was his master, so she had to be the first. Hello. A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Master, Happy New Year. Where's my red packet? Wang Tung sniggered. Chapter 380. The New Year's Eve, Dan Taichuan's face turned black when she heard Wang Tung's voice. Do I look so old to you? I should be the one asking for red packets from others. How dare you ask for one from me? One, you're getting arrogant, aren't you? Wang Tung immediately sensed a dangerous vibe from the other end. He laughed awkwardly and replied, Haha, I'm kidding. I call to wish you a happy new year. As your beloved disciple, I can forget about everyone, but it'll still remember you. What a sweet mouth you have. All right, since you're so sensible, it'll give you a red packet. I will give you a large gift after the new year, Dan Taixian said. Large gift? What large gift? Wang Tung asked hurriedly, feeling excited in his heart. Dan Taixian was the ultimate boss. Her large gift must be expensive. You will know soon. Dan Taixian hung up after she replied to him. She didn't give Wang Tung any chance to probe further. Wang Tung looked at his phone. Somehow, he felt that Dan Taichuan's tone was strange. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Just when he was about to call Peng Yuanshan, his phone rang with a notification sound. It was a red packet. He opened it. It was from Dan Taixian, a huge red packet with 88 million inside. One of the pros of this world was the high limit for WeChat red packets. The red packet was sent and received without any hiccups. Although my master is evil and has a sharp tongue, her heart is soft. Wang Tung chortled. He collected the money without any worries before sending a husky sticker over to thank her. Dan Taixian replied with a sticker with an arrogant expression. Then, Wang Tung called Peng Yuanshan, Tong Hu, and the other heads and instructors. He obediently wished them a happy new year. The heads and instructors were elated at his consideration and sent him sizable red packets generously. Wang Tung also called the principal of the Donghai branch Jisin Martial House, Fu Tiandao. They chatted for a while before Fu Tiandao said, It has been a while since you came to the academy. If you have time, visit us after the new year and pass your experience to the other martial warriors here. I'm still a student. I don't have any experience to pass. Wang Tung found it funny. That's different. You are the champion of the national #1 martial art competition and have reached the 6-star soldier level. You are the idol of many martial warriors here, Fu Tiandao replied. All right, I won't say that I'm sharing my experience. This can be an interactive session with the other martial warriors to exchange takebacks. Wang Tung couldn't reject him again. Okay. Fu Tiandao was joyful. He smiled and said, Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. All right, our president is coming to Donghai on the 5th day of the new year. He says he wants to meet you. The president wants to meet me? Wang Tung was flabbergasted. Ha! Your performance during the national #1 martial art competition was too eye-catching. Even the president wants to see you. Fu Tiandao laughed. He was the one who got Wang Tung into the Jisin martial house. Hence, when Wang Tung yielded such brilliant results, he naturally got his due credit. The Martial Arts Academy was considering changing his position and raising his benefits. All right, it'll arrive on time on the 5th, Wang Tung replied. After hanging up, Wang Tung pondered for some time. The president of Jisin Martial House was a general stage boss. There was no harm in meeting him. He might even gain another powerful support, and his Wang family would be able to progress steadily in Donghai. Cousin Wang Tung, it's time to eat. Wang Tung's younger cousin, Fang Qianwen, ran out of the house to inform him. All right, I'm coming. Wang Tung kept his phone in his pocket. He smiled and entered the room with her. A large round table was placed in the middle of the living room. An array of plates and bowls piled with delicious food were spread out on the table. There were fish, meat, lobster, abalone, rice cake, dumplings, and many other delicacies. The reunion dinner started officially. Everyone sat down. Alcohol and drinks were passed around the table as they chatted happily. It was a harmonious sight. Fireworks dazzled the sky outside. The sound of firecrackers entertained their ears for a long time. The scene was bustling. The Spring Festival Gala was playing on the television with dances, songs, crosstalks, and short acts. It was wonderful. Happiness shone on everyone's faces, especially Grandpa Wang. It was impossible not to be happy. All his family was here, 3 whole generations. Besides, he had many grandchildren. In the past year, Wang Tung had taken a huge step forward. No, it was more like a leap. The rise of Wang Tung allowed the Wang family to reach a new height, one that he didn't manage to achieve in his lifetime. They were in the limelight now. Many large families fought to cooperate and work with them. The family heads of many prominent families would treat him politely when they saw him. He knew that this was all because of Wang Tung. Martial warriors. This era belonged to the martial warriors. A talented martial warrior was enough to change the fate of a family. The Wang family was moving towards an elite family. After some time, they would be able to enter the highest circle and stand alongside the various elite families in the country. Wang Tung, have a drink with me. Grandpa Wang raised his cup and smiled at Wang Tung. Grandpa, I should be the one toasting you. Wang Tung got up quickly. New year, a new beginning. May you remain healthy and have all your wishes come true. Good, good. Sit down. You don't have to get up. There's no need to be polite with your family. Grandpa Wang was beaming with joy. He finished the liquor in his hand in a single gulp and looked around him. He said, all of you should know why the Wang family is able to progress so much this year. Sheng Hong, the progress of your company, Sheng Jun, the advancement of your career, and Jia Ling, all your families have benefited greatly. This is all because of Wang Tung. Remember this. Don't ever forget your origin. Dad, don't worry. We know it. Wang Xinghong was the first to express his attitude. That's right. We'll remember it. Our glory this year is all thanks to Little Tung. My colleagues are so polite when they see me now. I understand. Wang Xinjun smiled and replied, Dad, all of us understand. Without Little Tung, the others wouldn't treat us so politely. Wang Tung's uncle-in-law, Fang Junming, smiled and raised his cup. Come, Little Tung, let me offer a toast to you. You're flattering me. Wang Tung smiled and cheered with him. Then, he finished the wine in his cup. His uncle-in-law came from an ordinary background, but he was a capable person. He built up his company from nothing. His business was quite big, and it was developing well. Of course, the Wang family helped too. He came to the Wang family for the new year because his parents died when he was young. There was no one else left in his family. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiumei felt proud when they saw this scene. As parents, what could make them happier than having an outstanding son? Moreover, Wang Tung wasn't just outstanding. He was extremely outstanding. He was someone who could change the fate of the family on his own. How many people could do this? Most of the younger generations in the large families weren't able to do this. Even if there were outstanding ones, they could only handle their family business and ensure that no mishaps occurred. They were considered impressive if they could earn a few billion for their families. But they couldn't be compared to Wang Tung. Wang Shenghua smiled. We're a family. Stop complimenting him. He's going to get arrogant. That's right. You should know what this brat is like. He can't accept compliments at all, Li Xiumei teased. Wang Tung was speechless. Dad, Mom, is this how you talk about your son? Everyone burst out laughing. Envy flashed past the eyes of his aunts-in-law. For ladies who married into large families, their child was their everything. If their child was exceptional, their position in the family would rise too. Since they came from a better background than Li Xiumei, in the past, they felt more or less superior in front of her. Now, they couldn't hold their heads high anymore. Well, she had a good son. The power of their families was nothing compared to her son. What could they use to fight with her? They sighed and looked at each other. Somehow, they managed to strike a sympathetic chord. A few moments later, they chatted happily with Li Xiumei with smiles plastered on their faces. They were a family. Since they couldn't beat her, they should forge a good relationship with her for the future benefit of their children. Grandpa Wang felt gratified as he looked at the harmonious relationships between his family members. There weren't any stupid dramas in his progeny. I shall stop talking now. I'm getting old. The Wang family is in your hands now. You all haven't disappointed me. I hope that in the future, you guys will work together. As a family, we're on the same boat. Dad, don't worry. Everyone smiled and comforted him. After dinner, Grandpa Wang took out a deck of red packets and happily distributed them to the younger generations. The children were the happiest in this segment. They lined up excitedly to receive their packets. Wang Yanan was the oldest, so she went first. Grandpa, there's no need to give it to me. Wang Yanan felt a little embarrassed. You are not married, so you must take it. Grandpa Wang stuffed the red packet in her hand. He smiled and continued, bring me an outstanding grandson-in-law next year, and I won't give you the red packet. Grandpa, Wang Yanan's face turned red. What a rare moment. Everyone started teasing her. She felt even shyer. Then it was Wang Yalong's turn. After getting stimulated by Wang Tong during the graduation banquet, he had changed completely. He was working in a company now and had stopped fooling around outside. Wang Shenghong felt relieved. Grandpa Wang passed the red packet to him and encouraged him. Then it was Wang Tong's turn. He chuckled. Grandpa, Happy New Year. Aha, come, this is for you. You must remain safe, Grandpa Wang said amiably and patted his hand. After getting their red packets, the adults started their own entertainment. Some played mahjong, while others watched the Spring Festival Gala. The younger ones went to the courtyard to play with fireworks. Wang Tong joined them for a while before walking to a quiet corner. He watched his cousins playing happily. He then looked up at the sky and smiled from the bottom of his heart. His family, the bright fireworks. This felt so good.